So really got to build up the
Yeah.
chemistry down the field there with Bo Nix. All right, quickly, Evan Ingram, tight end 9, 109.92. Overvalued, undervalued, or properly valued?
I think that's properly valued right there. This it's the tight end position. It really comes down to receptions and touchdowns. And I think Evan Ingram is going to be a guy that's a part of the offense. So I would go properly valued for Ingram. See, I think he finished around somewhere around that last year. But health is obviously going to be a concern. You got to stay healthy. You got to stay out there. And if he does that, he can get close to 100 targets.
Yeah, I think he's going to be close to like 80, 85 receptions. I think he's terribly undervalued. That's a guy that I want at tight end in every single draft this year. So bank on him being a bit of a breakout at his 100-plus ADP. All right, quickly, prop stop. Over under 24.5 passing touchdowns for Bo Nix, minus 115 either way. What do you say?
Over.
Oh, man.
Over.
This is really close. Yeah, I'll take the over as well. It's probably going to be like 26 or so. RJ Harvey, 750.5 rush yards, also minus 115 either way.
That's a tough one right there. I'm going to go over.
Over. I love the guy. Cortland Sutton, 7.5 touchdowns, plus 120 on the over, minus 150 on the under.
I go under right there. And I'm really that red zone efficiency from Knicks is great, but we've never really seen that kind of touchdown production out of him. So I'll take the under, but I would love it if he does because he's going to be on some of my teams this year.
Yeah, I think it's going to be 7 exactly. Quickly, Marvin Mims, 525.5 rush or receiving yards. Evan Ingram, 575.5 receiving yards. Which one do you like the over on?
I like the over on Evan Ingram's. I'm not a Marvin Mims guy.
Yeah, Ingram for me. And last one, 9.5 wins, over under.
They're a 10-win team this year.
Yeah, I'm taking the over as well. All right, we got to take a little siesta here. Brandon Cristal, talking Broncos with us next, right here, BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
time for the Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Rise and shine, people. It is Thursday, July 17th, here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM. I'm Chelsea Messenger, Cody Decker, and for Jenks today, and we've got a great show on deck. We'll start with a few updates from the Open Championship across the pond, because it is a major in golf, and then we'll get to Major League Baseball. Is the swing off here to stay? We'll discuss that. The 20 top headlines going into training camp in the NFL, and a whole lot more coming up over the next 3 hours here on the Daily Tip. So, Cody, I know the alarm went off super early this morning, but we appreciate you being here. Is this normally how early you wake up, or are you more of a night owl?
Chelsea, I don't sleep. I haven't slept since Nam. I played professional baseball with your husband, and he knows for a fact I don't sleep. This is not something that we do. I've been awake since 3 a.m. I've been so jazzed and excited to talk about all the things in this incredibly detailed rundown that your producer put together. Dear God.
Well, we do a little of a lot. Like, we try to cover just about everything. So even if we don't get into the weeds of the Open Championship, we will still sprinkle it in a little bit. So that's what we kind of try to do, because we're a morning show. So it's every sport that you want to be kept on top of, with some betting odds and some life discussion. So we try to do it all here on the show. So don't feel like we're going to get to it all, because we probably won't. But it is a massive rundown with big deck energy.
Well, Chelsea, I've been awake all day. I'm ready to get this going. We got a lot to talk about. And yeah, I appreciate you bringing up the swing off. I'm looking forward to chatting about that. Obviously, as you know, baseball is my bread and butter. In case you ever forgot, I used to play professionally. And if you did forget, here is a lovely photo of my past career where I was, smoked in the back of the head. It's right here. I'm not sure if you've ever seen this photo right here, but it's a really impressive photo. I'm not sure how it happened, but somebody gave me an RBI in a playoff game. It was really nice of them.
This is never going to die, is it? I think you mentioned this on our show multiple times. Okay, yes. So my husband was a pitcher in Major League Baseball. Cody played against him several times. And you guys were on the same team as well.
Yes,
so
we were. You're a very good teammate, by the way.
I was thinking about the Reno team, and I understand, I always will think of you in, is it El Paso? What was your main team? You're an El Paso guy to me.
Well, sadly, listen, I didn't want to be an El Paso guy. I was stuck in AAA most of my career. But if I were to be remembered as something, it would probably be El Paso, just because I spent 2 years there. It was, it was a weird changing in the guard in 2012 to 2014, because that's the moment when teams started putting together these ridiculous team names. All of a sudden, you start getting the Trash Pandas of the world. But it all started in 2014 with a little-known team in El Paso, Texas, known as the El Paso Chihuahuas. And I remember specifically when that name was made and we were going to be the team, great, I'm going to be a Chihuahua this season. This is going to be a nightmare. And it was at first, until we ended up playing in El Paso. We actually had to spend the first month, because the stadium wasn't done in El Paso yet, all on the road. So we're just wearing it everywhere we go. We're in Reno playing against the Diamondbacks organization, go to Tacoma to play against the Mariners organization. All these fans just wearing our pathetic asses out for rocking this Chihuahuas garb. We show up in El Paso finally after 1 month of being on the road in front of these fans. And dear God, these guys were so into it. Chihuahua hats, Chihuahua. People have it tattooed on their damn faces. It was badass. And once we saw them buy in, we bought in. And once all of a sudden the merch sales went crazy, everyone's like, let's get on that train. And next thing you know, you start getting the trash pandas. You get the supper clubbers, which is currently my favorite team name that's ever existed. If you haven't seen the logo, Chelsea, it is a literal old fashioned with a mustache and a baseball hat. Thank you. My favorite cocktail and my favorite sport inject into my veins, Chelsea.
I mean, that sounds awesome. And, like, that's not really what I meant. Like, I didn't mean it as a slight. Because, like, my husband pitched 1,000 innings in AAA. So, like, I get it. It's just, you know, you think of people kind of, like, as a pitcher's wife, I think of, hey, this is the guy that, you know, plays for El Paso. I remember, like, he hit a triple, whatever. So, like, that's what I think of. But I was thinking of, like, several of the guys who were kind of in the AAA, like, hemisphere. Were, like, they played in the big leagues, but I remember them from AAA. Anthony Recker is on MLB Network. Like,
God,
it's crazy.
I love Rec. God, I love Rec. What a great guy. Played with me and your husband. Like, I was known for that El Paso time because I was there for 2 years, and it was a remarkably popular time, surprisingly. And then I finished my last 2 years in Reno with the Diamondbacks with your husband, who I absolutely love playing with. I don't take it as a slight at all, and I apologize if I made it sound that way. I like loved my career, and people get it a little backwards when they're like, "Oh man, it sucks you didn't get to the big leagues all that much, buddy." I'm one of 21,000 people that have played a single pitch or inning in a big league game. I don't feel slighted at all. Would I have liked more time in the show? Yes. Did I deserve an opportunity in the show? Oh, you bet your ass I did. But it could have been worse, and frankly, I had a great time. I got to meet incredible people, and let's be real clear, professional baseball was my hobby. I was always going to go into media, and frankly, it was about time that I did it. I was playing on borrowed time, Chelsea. Everybody wanted me to retire for years. I was so washed up.
Oh, no. Well, like, what I was thinking about, like, that period of time in our lives was, I know everybody was, like, hoping to get to the big leagues, and, like, AAA is, like, the waiting room for it. And looking back, I think I had more fun with the girls in AAA, like the wives and the significant others, than I did in the big leagues. Like, I don't know if it was the people, but, like, you never know when you're in a stage of life if it's going to be the good old days before it's past. So, like, my time in Reno, I love the people there.
You answered the question already. Oh, it was the people. You know it was the people. Like, you got people in AAA. You know, like, I'll give you an example. When I signed with the San Diego Padres, it was 2009. They made it abundantly clear where I was on the pecking order because I was drafted in the 22nd round. I was out of UCLA. I did lead the nation in home runs and hit like 330. I did hit like 60 home runs in college, but they looked at me as a 5'11" right-handed power hitter going like, well, how is this going to translate? And frankly, I was a senior sign. So signing as a senior, you don't have a bargaining chip. So I was going to get paid $1,000 before taxes, even if I was drafted in the first round, because I had nothing to negotiate with. So because I was paid $638.43 after taxes, the fact of the matter was they told me right as I signed, you have to hit nonstop. You're always first on the chopping block. Good news is I hit nonstop for the next 7 years. But even after I broke records, they even told me that I might possibly be the first guy to be released. It's a wild industry, man. And you know, it's a lot of justifying financial investments, not unlike any other business.
Right, because if somebody's a first-round pick and they spent $6 million, obviously those guys are going to be pushed through the system.
Yes, indeed.
So there's a lot of things that go into it that if you are in it, you truly know. And obviously, like, if you're a significant other, you hear all about these things as well. All right, so I'm going to do a quick check-in at the Open just for the people who are wondering. So it's Jacob Skav Olesen who is leading at 4 under through 14. Ha-Tong Lee at 3 under along with Lee Westwood. Some of the older guys have had a nice little showing this morning. Phil Mickelson at 1 under. Nikolai Højgaard, making a living off his putting. I was watching this morning. Some of his tee shots have not been the best, but he is at 2 under par. I've seen a couple of shots from Shane Lowry. He is clearly the fan favorite. And Cody, you will enjoy this. So Shane Lowry won the Open Championship back in 2019 in his home country of Ireland, and they had this epic celebration. He was drinking beers from the claret jug, and he said if he wins it this year, he's going to party twice as hard. So can we count your vote for Shane Lowry?
Done and done. But what does that even mean? What does twice as hard mean as an Irishman? I go to an Irish pub here in New York City, and when I'm back home in Los Angeles all the time, O'Brien's, McCoy's, they're fantastic. They're grungy. You could probably get hepatitis by walking into them. My type of place, Chelsea. That being said, what does twice mean? Like if he got absolutely housed last year, like he's not going to survive.
Yeah, I don't know. And it's funny because I was reading the article on it and I felt like they were tiptoeing around the issue. And they're like, even though the stereotypical Irishman drinking thing is maybe a little overblown, I was like, all right, we don't have to say that. Like, he can drink if he wants to, and it's fine. So Shane Lowry, one of those fan favorites. And of course, people will be rooting for Rory McIlroy. And how do you not love Scotty Scheffler? He is one under through 3 holes as well. So we'll keep you posted throughout the day because obviously that is going on right now. All right, one of the big stories in baseball over the All-Star break was the huge impact that the swing-off made in the All-Star game. I, for one, loved it. And I understand this, that not every All-Star game is going to go into extra innings because here was the scenario. If you missed it, the All-Star game was tied at 6 runs apiece. And so they went into a swing-off, 3 batters each from each side. And that's how the game was determined. And I feel like I also need to point this out, that the All-Star game does not count for anything anymore. So I feel like you should be allowed to have a little fun. So do you think this is something that should be implemented in every All-Star game? Should we keep it just, in case of emergency or in case of a tiebreaker? Or does this need to be something that is involved in regular season games?
Let's start with the second part first. No. God, no. Please do not implement this in regular season games. For the love of God, do not ever even consider it, which I don't think they are considering, thank God. That being said, for the All-Star game, I think it works. I thought it was interesting. I do think they need to jazz it up a little bit because here's the thing. They've been talking about this for a very, very long time. I'll say they've been talking about this going all the way back to 2002. And the reason why they've been talking about this since 2002, because 2002, Major League Baseball came into a very embarrassing situation in their All-Star game. It ended in an extra inning tie. And it was in Milwaukee, and Bud Selig, the former owner of Milwaukee, looked like an absolute damn fool throughout the entire process. And then the next 3 days was conversations on how to fix the All-Star game so we never get a tie game ever, ever, ever again. And this was one of the topics that they threw around. I didn't hate it. I thought I would. There were things I liked, things I didn't like. I think you need to jazz it up. I think for a TV product, for a league that's done a home run derby for the past 100 years, they didn't do a very good job of actually marketing this, explaining this, and more importantly, in my opinion, explaining it to the crowd that was there. Because me watching it, I understood the rules. I thought they did a decent job explaining it to the crowd at home. But there was no zhuzh in that crowd whatsoever for those first 2 hitters. In fact, they didn't make a sound, basically, until Kyle Schwarber went up there and knocked 3 in a row. When he did that, all of a sudden, fans started realizing, oh, wait a second, we now kind of get what we're doing here. I do think they need to limit the amount of pitches that can be taken, but I do think it was a decent idea, and good news, we didn't end in a tie. You know what I loved about it, Chelsea? And I do mean this, loved about this. The players on the field were having a blast with it. Crowd, maybe not as much, but the players were having the most fun in that moment than they've had. But you also said something else I do want to touch on. I was a guy that was very against the game having any meaning towards the regular season. I've come full circle on that. I think we need to do something. I do think we should implement something. And if it is home field advantage, when you have teams like the Mets who have 4 or 5 All-Stars, the Dodgers who have 4 or 5 All-Stars, in a league right now where now all of a sudden we have expanded playoffs and we're going into a trade deadline with roughly 25 buyers and maybe 5 sellers, it might really behoove Major League Baseball to implement home field advantage again because there's a lot of teams that are going to be in this going forward.
I think I disagree with you on that. I think I like keeping it fun and like keeping the home field advantage based on the records. Because right now, what is it? The best regular season record? I kind of like that. Like, don't let, say if you're the Dodgers and I hate to pick on David Peterson or something, but say David Peterson gives up a grand slam or something. That's not your fault. Do you get what I'm saying? I feel like it shouldn't be in the hands of a team that, you know, is not you for something that is extremely meaningful.
I get that. I do, and I appreciate that actual argument. My only pushback on that is simply this. It's at least they're all in the same exact boat. That's the only difference. One team is not being advantaged over another team. So you mentioned David Peterson. He's screwing over his Mets just as much as he'd be screwing over the Dodgers.
Yeah, but they have to make it to the World Series for it
Fair
to matter.
point. Which will likely be just the Dodgers.
I think you only have to make it matter if the players aren't trying, right? But the players are trying. Like,
they're trying, but I appreciate the fun aspect of it. I like that they're having fun. But man, there are times where I do want some intensity kind of re-implemented back into this game. And if somehow we can make it meaningful, and by the way, I'm just throwing out home field advantage as an example. Maybe there's another thing we can come up with. I'm not sure what that is yet.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see, but I think it would make more people participate, because that was my one knock, is some of the best pitchers did not participate, and I would have liked to see them. All right, coming up next, we'll switch gears to football. Take a look at the headlines surrounding Bill Belichick next on the Daily Tip.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Next break.
Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
And we're back on a Thursday. It is July 17th here on the show. I'm Chelsea Messenger, and for Jenks today is Cody Decker, former MLB player and has made the rounds on all the national networks, SiriusXM, MLB Network, Fox Sports 1. Cody, I feel like you've done it all. Like, you're not even that old, and you haven't even been out of baseball that long. And I will say you've had a very good career so far.
Chelsea, I've been fired by a lot of people.
Hey, you got to get there.
I know, I'm awesome. It doesn't mean I'm not fantastic. I'm one of the very best there is, Chelsea, at least in my own mind, and that's why I keep somehow getting jobs that I simply do not deserve. And by the way, it's not ever lost on me and how I accidentally walked into, kind of backdoored my way into a full career. It was weird because I actually, in case you don't know this about me, I grew up in a theater company in Santa Monica, California. So when I was 17, 18, I was actually, believe this or not, going through the actual decision process of whether or not I was going to go to UCLA to continue playing baseball and go to enter the draft, or sign a deal with Warner Brothers and go to Juilliard. These are two things that I actually had lots of conversations about. I went the baseball route. I'll tell you why. I knew this hair wasn't going to last forever, so I figured my good looks as a young man would not maintain for that amount of time. I was worried by the time I was 30, I would look like this. Good news, hair stayed till 35. It was bad hair, but it stayed till 35. Anyways, yeah, this has been a wild ride. I don't know how this actually happened. I got pulled literally out of AAA baseball to then just go in TV and radio, and I was perfectly fine to do it because at the end of the day, I know how to say lines.
Casual flex, dropping in Juilliard.
I didn't go. I went to UCLA. That's the flex. UCLA, let's go.
But to still be even in the mix for that, is a big deal. And speaking of people who have been fired but have ultimately been more successful, did you see that Shane Gillis hosted the ESPYs last night? And I understand we had to wake up really early for this job, so I didn't get to watch the whole entirety of the ESPYs, but I did watch some of the jokes on Twitter. My goodness, if you're into cringe comedy. Number one, I don't think Shane Gillis will be back hosting the ESPYs. I don't know what the suits were thinking, though, because this is kind of his line of work, is that he's a comedian that pushes boundaries. If you're not familiar with him, he's the guy that went on College Game Day and called Nick Saban Alabama Jones and hinted that Alabama was cheating.
Yes.
So he basically did this all night.
Wait a second, slow down. You thought he was hinting that Alabama was cheating in that segment? I thought he was just flat out looking at Saban and it's like, you're a cheater. That being said, I thought he did a fine job. I didn't watch a lot of it, obviously. I never watched the ESPYs. Who cares about the ESPYs? Who cares? The award for tallest basketball player is, I don't care. At the end of the day, I just don't care. But I did see some of the jokes that you're talking about. And yeah, he was hilarious. But I don't know. I don't think it's going to be as big of a deal as far as the suits go, because make no mistake, Shane Gillis only did maybe 20% of the cringe humor that Norm Macdonald did 25 years ago. So I honestly think I appreciate the cringe humor, the taking the air out of the room a little bit, because frankly, it's pageantry to an ad nauseum type of level that I think it's good to kind of, let's all knock ourselves down a couple of pegs. That's why the Golden Globes, whenever they were hosted by Ricky Gervais, were the best, because everyone in that room is so damn stuffy and takes themselves so seriously. And dear God, the ESPYs, the athletes in that room, the amount of sad egos in that room that just simply can't take a joke. People, laugh at yourselves. You'll live longer.
Oh man, you're right though. Because that was part of the humor, is that when the camera panned around to the people in the crowd, there was no laughter.
Guys, that was hilarious. Laugh at that. What is wrong with you?
Oh man. But I am going to try to watch his entire monologue if somebody posts it, because I was waiting for somebody to be a good citizen and post the whole thing. Instead, we got little bits and pieces, but some of the jokes were really good. After the show, I think I'm going to try to sort through it and watch it, because I do love Shane Gillis. He's one of my favorites. All right, so one of the headlines surrounding Bill Belichick these days has nothing to do with his young girlfriend that Shane Gillis definitely made jokes about. So we've heard this story come out that Bill Belichick says he, quote, took a big risk by taking the Patriots job. So obviously this is taking it several years back. And he said he was warned by many coaches to avoid the Patriots, despite the Jets ownership was also really unstable. But obviously he took this risk, and he was one of the most successful coaches in the NFL. So what do you make of this headline? What do you make of, people saying maybe don't take this job, Bill, and then him doing everything that he did with it? Is this just kind of how it goes in the world of like sports? Because obviously if you're taking over a team, it's not going to be a franchise that's in a great spot. Like obviously you're going to have to take one of these jobs if you ever want to have an opportunity to coach an NFL team. So like I don't make too much into it. But it is more impressive when you have a coach that takes over a program that kind of had this reputation and they turn it into a dynasty.
Yeah. Listen, the timing of it, I don't think it really goes without saying that it's almost like his late answer to the documentary that we all watched about 6 months ago about this team, and I understand you are a legendary coach and you felt a little slighted by how you were portrayed. I thought it was portrayed relatively accurately. I think there were a lot of interesting skeletons in those closets. But are we sitting here pretending that Kraft didn't take a serious risk in bringing him in? He gave up a first-round draft pick for a head coach that, frankly, had an under 500 winning percentage. This would be like giving up a first-rounder for Dennis Allen. You can definitely understand why fans would be furious at the time. Good news is it worked out, and you became the legendary coach that we all know today. Are you doing yourselves any favors right now? No. Are you making yourself into a clown at the moment? Yes. Can you maybe salvage the situation by having a good year at UNC? Sure, but I wouldn't put my money on it. I think this is just an ego push for him. He's like, well, they slighted me. I'm going to slight them right back. I mean, buddy, you left the Jets for the Patriots. You didn't leave the Mecca for hell. You left hell for some more hell. No one felt bad for you.
Right. But I think now the jump that I'm trying to make from all this is I think when he took the North Carolina job, a lot of people were surprised, myself included. Like, why would he do this? And I'm sure there were people saying, dude, what are you doing? Going to the college ranks? You already have this great legacy. So does this give you, does it give him more credibility when he says, hey, when I took the Patriots job, a lot of people said I shouldn't take it. And now a lot of people are saying he shouldn't have taken the Carolina job. Do you think he's right here? Do you think this is the right move for Bill Belichick?
I think this is one of these, I hate to say this, and I apologize because it's lazy, but I think it's one of those we shall see moments. Because look at it this way. If he goes in there and it's a disaster, what are we all going to say? We're going to talk about how much he's lost his touch. This is a disaster. He never should have taken the job. But if he does go there and succeed, takes a team like UNC, a team that half the country doesn't even know has a football team. They're a basketball school, plain and simple. If he does turn this around, he's on a very short list. And I am talking about a short list of a guy that not only has been successful in the NFL, but the college ranks. That is not a lot of turnover. I mean, that's a list of like 5 coaches that have won championships in both. He puts himself not only as arguably the greatest head coach in the NFL history, to frankly, maybe the greatest head coach period. So I do understand taking it because also nobody in the NFL wanted him. The guy clearly wants to coach a couple more years. We shall see. But here's the problem, Chelsea. Have you read a single headline in the last year that has been positive about how about this? Have you read a single headline about UNC football that has anything to do with football? Because I sure as hell haven't.
I guarantee you everybody that knows headlines about Bill Belichick, like, I guarantee you they don't know the name of their quarterback. And I know for a while they didn't know who was starting at quarterback.
I don't know.
But, like, that's the main position on a team. Right, I don't either. That's my point, is that that's the main position on a team and the biggest precursor of success in college football. And yet nobody knows who the quarterback is. Like, I would have to look it up. I do have my Phil Steele college football, preview guide coming soon. But still, you're right. That's the point that I'm trying to make, is that nobody knows anything about the actual team. It's just wild to me that he goes to Carolina, where I feel like it's not a program ready-made to win a championship soon. And, like, how old is Bill Belichick? Like, no matter how young he feels at heart and how young his girlfriend is, like, it takes a few years to turn around a program, does it not? Like, unless you just have boatloads of money. And I don't think that they are in the ranks of competing with like Texas. Like I saw a video of Texas football, and the way they introduce their recruits on campus is they have all of these, like, I'm not a car person, but like those cars that have the doors that go up and they're in Texas colors. There's just like 2 rows of these super nice cars. So it's just, I don't think Carolina is on that playing field just yet. And I feel like in college football, that's kind of what wins you championships. So I don't know what the goal is here. I don't know if he's just trying to give back, if this is a charity case. But it does seem odd that he would go to like a mid-tier program.
Yeah, it's going to a program that is simply not known for the sport that he's going to. I mean, it's, again, I know I said this already, but if we were to poll America, they wouldn't know that they even had a football team. And that's not a knock on UNC. It's just factual. I mean, look at up and down the ACC right now. Who do you really think they're going to compete against? I'm looking at SMU, who had a monster year last year. Are they going to be better than SMU? Are they going to be better than Miami? Are they going to be better than Duke or Syracuse? Like, I don't see this going well, at least immediately. If it does, then we'll all be biting our tongues and saying we're sorry. Like, not unlike what we did with Coach Prime this last year. All of us had to eat a hell of a lot of crow after the incredible success that Dion had over there in Colorado.
Right. But that being said, what they do, lose in the Alamo Bowl? Like, that was another Shane Gillis joke last night, is that, you know what? Shedeur Sanders, he didn't get here. He didn't have his number retired because of nepotism. He got his number retired because he went 13-12 and almost won the Alamo Bowl. That was literally the joke.
It's a great joke.
Almost won the Alamo Bowl.
And also, dude, the fact that his number is retired. What are we doing? Like, oh, it was such a bad look. But listen, if there's one thing we can say about Colorado, they've built a decent program, and they're the kings of bad looks.
Kings of bad looks. Well, I'm not going to go as far as saying that, but I do think.
Oh, come on. The jewelry being stolen at the Rose Bowl alone was just like, guys, like, are we supposed to feel bad for you because you left out $30,000 watches at the Rose Bowl, which, believe me when I say this, predates locks on doors?
You're right. It's definitely not the most updated stadium. But listen,
no.
When you have a view like that, nobody cares. That's the best view in college football.
Yeah, but also they don't have electricity.
What? They have electricity at the stadium.
Oh, that place sucks. The bathrooms are still like porta potties and troughs from old 1964 Dodger Stadium. Oh, do you know about the troughs, Chelsea?
Well, they don't have troughs in the women's bathroom.
They should, because
so
what they forced me to do. Oh my God, Chelsea, the troughs. I mean, I remember as a young child sitting next to like 50-year-old men who smelled like Bud Heavy and cigarettes. That's the Rose Bowl.
Well, I've only been there once, and I went there for a national championship game. So, like, it was, all zhuzhed up, and all the celebrities were there, and it was at sunset. So, like, pardon me if I thought it was a cool experience. And listen, the women don't have to go in troughs. Like, the bathrooms were not the Taj Mahal, but they were still just fine. Like, what do you expect from a stadium, especially college stadiums? Not all of them are Jerry World.
It's the Rose Bowl. It's this gem that everyone keeps telling me is a gem. If that's a gem, this gem has been buried in coal for 170 years.
Well, it's the granddaddy of them all. Like, it's the granddaddy. It's literally the grandpa.
I don't think you are currently making the case for them. I think it needs to be torn down and rebuilt. And by the way, you're talking about sunset over in Pasadena. It's Los Angeles. That same sunset is everywhere. You can do it at SoFi and have an even better time.
Spoiled California kid. Oh, we get that everywhere. Well, listen, I was coming from Auburn, Alabama. Like, pardon me if the Rose Bowl was more scenic.
But it's inland. Go to Santa Monica.
Okay, now you've got me fired up, which I know you can't tell in my voice. But do you not believe in stadiums that have some type of history? Because I think there's a very parallel conversation in baseball where I love the stadiums that are older. And, like, listen, Wrigley Stadium, has some flaws. Like, the seats are very small. But I love the stadiums that have history.
You know what I love about Wrigley Field? It's not the stadium itself. I like the look of it, but I do think it needs to just be upgraded to modern sensibilities a little bit more. I like the town around it. I love Wrigleyville, just like in Fenway. I like what they have around Fenway. I think it's more of a communal type of thing. That I love. But the old stadiums that have too much history, I like it, but it does lose me a tick.
No, you're sounding very elitist. Like, what?
Yes.
They don't have a Starbucks in the stadium? They don't have a huge view? All right.
Excuse
all
me.
right. This can...
I'm a coffee bean guy. Excuse me.
I don't know. All right, coming up next, we'll have more. Shaq versus RG3. Choose your fighter. Next.
Shaq.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Welcome back. We're back for more here on a Thursday on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Cody Decker. In a few minutes, we'll get to the media beef currently simmering between Shaq and RG3. Choose your fighter. No hints, but I don't think we're taking RG3. All right, Cody. So Cody Decker filling in for Jenks today. So we've been talking about the Rose Bowl, and I feel gaslit because I honestly feel like the Rose Bowl is one of the best venues in all of sports. Maybe not for the amenities. I'm not saying, it's a Four Seasons. I just feel like the history there and the view is amazing at sunset. But you have a different perspective on this. And I understand you're from California. You see a lot of cool sunsets. But you have an idea on how to change things?
Oh, yeah, there's a simple way to fix it. And I do appreciate you saying that's not a Four Seasons. I don't see it as a Daily Inn or a Holiday Inn Express either. I think there is a way to fix this entire situation. It's very simple. In case you don't know this, you might have noticed when you came to the Rose Bowl that there isn't really a parking lot, but a golf course. And they usually use the golf course to fill all the seats, to fill every one of the parking spaces. This is how we fix the Rose Bowl. You tear down the Rose Bowl and you just add 3 new holes to Brookside Golf Course because the golf course is actually quite nice. And frankly, 3 new holes would be fantastic. Does it need 3 new holes? Absolutely not. But I'd rather play 21 holes at Brookside than watch 1/4 of football at the Rose Bowl because, listen, it's not just the amenities. They don't really have snack bars. Everything is there. Like everything that is there was from the Middle Ages, Chelsea. They don't have like a McDonald's or anything. They don't have like, hey, come. It's like a hot dog made on one of those like old 7-Eleven rolling things. Then it's been sitting there in cooking, like not even cooking, just like sweating in the corner for the last 19 days.
You're not doing much to negate my view of you being a media elitist here, Cody.
That's not as a media guy.
Tear down the Rose Bowl and put more golf holes in. That's what you're saying. I feel like I need to play that song that they want him to pave paradise and put up a parking lot. And you just put in golf course. Because let me tell you a little story for just a second for reference. I remember when we went to Europe for the first time and we went to a Barcelona game. I feel like you've probably been to like an international soccer game because you're a man of culture. But we went to a Barcelona game and they don't have a single video board. It is a scoreboard. They don't have cheerleaders. They don't have any of the sideshow stuff. And people simply sit in these seats the entire game and they watch it. There's none of the amenities that we see at Jerry World and we see at all these billion-dollar stadiums. But you know what? The product is amazing. And at the end of the day, you're there for the product. You're not there for the sideshow.
I hear what you're saying, but I want to push back on one thing. You keep saying this to me like because I'm a media elitist, as you say. I have never once gone. I've never one time gone to the Rose Bowl as a media member. Not once. I am simply saying this as a truly concerned citizen because I firmly believe that place should be condemned and wouldn't pass a single code in modern technology.
But who cares? Like, what's the technology code that it needs to pass? Are you still mad about the troughs?
Well, among other things, yes. Chelsea, it's a trough. You pee in a trough next to a bunch of people that are literally rubbing your shoulders. They are literally on you. You are sandwiched in a sardine can, peeing into a trough that looks like it should be feeding cows.
How is this different from a urinal? Like, give me some context, because obviously I can't relate.
A urinal is a one-person setup and often will have barriers in between them.
Oh, I was going to say, but
there's sometimes a barrier.
Usually. Okay,
And,
I thought it was just a wall.
I don't need a wall. Listen, I don't need a wall. I don't mind if somebody's bird watching from the side. That's their deal. What I care about is very simple. I care that I'm not rubbing shoulders with the guy next to me.
I feel disappointed that I know what bird watching is. I've heard too much locker room talk. Too much locker room talk. And speaking of locker room talk, I feel like it's devolved to this situation when it comes to anything involving Angel Reese. I feel like if you just say her name, like people just lose their minds. It's like one of those topics people cannot talk about intelligently or with logic. And it feels that way even among the actual media elite. So maybe I won't put you in that category, but I feel like we can probably say that about like RG3 and Shaq, even though Shaq doesn't come across as somebody who's like, oh, I won't go to this place because they have troughs. Like Shaq seems pretty, down to earth, no matter how tall he is.
Shaq is not being in a trough.
I mean, he came from nothing. Like he was a military family. I feel like he would if he needed to. He's on every single commercial in a pinch. But here's the latest media beef. Presented by Beef. It's what's for dinner. It's not, but we should be sponsored by that. Okay, so it's Shaq versus RG3. So choose your fighter here. Apparently Shaq is really mad because RG3 keeps saying stuff about Angel Reese. And here's, I think, what he's especially mad about. So somebody made like a racist graphic about Angel Reese, which was bad. And RG3 started the tweet by posting the actual graphic, which, number one, don't repost it. And he said, this is terrible. Nobody should do this. But then he goes into this long tirade about how Angel Reese has done these things to his family. And just like take all the context out of it. The way you make, a denouncement of something racist is simply say, hey, don't do this. This is bad. You do not inject your personal beef with the person into the apology because that does not make the apology work. That's how apologies are. You do not make them 5 paragraphs and all about yourself.
This was one of the more embarrassing things I've seen somebody do, like, period. Like, it was really something else. Reading just every single line devolve further and further into a woe is me conversation when you're literally blasting out one of the most ridiculous racist things I've ever actually looked at. Like, that's something that would have just, thank God, would have just disappeared and no one in the world would have seen it. Instead, he goes and blasts it out to his considerably large following and then somehow turns a very racist thing towards another athlete into a thing all about himself. I am kind of baffled to I can only assume, was he drunk? Like what could possibly have been going through your mind to do any one of these things? I think it's always important to call out power and especially call out racism, but dear God, like what is RG3 even considering? And Shaq has made it abundantly clear what he feels about Angel Reese. She is now going to be the face of basically Reebok going forward. Say what you will about Angel Reese. Is she the best basketball player in the world? No. Does she retrieve a lot of her own rebounds? Yes. Is she extremely effective on the course? On the court? Yes, she is. And if you don't think she is, watch the Sky play without her right now.
Yeah. Well, I think she has a very specific skill set. She is very good at rebounding. She is an elite rebounder. Probably one of the best the WNBA has ever seen. And there's something to be said for that because I know people dunk on her because she is not very efficient when it comes to shooting, which is a big part of basketball, I will admit. Yes. When you're shooting 38% from the field as a post player, like even Shaq knows that those are not good numbers. But still, like she's a young player with plenty of time to improve. And one would think if she can start making those layups, like she's going to be dominant in the post. So I think Shaq tries to like stick up for her. And I will say this, like the bigger, well, maybe not the bigger takeaway, but one of the takeaways is I appreciate some of these male athletes going to bat for female athletes. Not that women need saving, but it's nice to see because we see these allegiances form like on the men's side where guys stick up for their teammates or other guys that they've played for. And we've seen this where we've seen like other NBA players going to support the WNBA. So I will say in that regard, it's nice to see Shaq saying, hey, I'm going to mentor this female player, even though like some people are like, yeah, it's because she's hot and he likes her. But like, I don't think that's the case. But it is nice to see like that, dynamic between Shaq and the women's side of basketball.
Yeah, and also maybe it's also an aspect that Shaq maybe sees a little bit of himself in her. A similar skill set, more of a big player on the court, very deficient with the shooting like Shaq was. Trust me, I was in LA when the Lakers didn't go to the finals because Shaq missed like 10 free throws. And then, of course, Shaq worked on it. And the next year, the dynasty began. I like Angel Reese. I don't understand the amount of hate just directed for the hell of it. I don't know if it's a female sport thing. And when I say that, it's not the female sport athletes doing this. It's all of us around it. It's like we're trying to turn the WNBA into a gossip column. And it simply isn't that or needs to be that, just simply because we are all idiots.
I think the tough part now is that you need some juice and some gossip for a sport to be popular, because we see this in the NBA where you wanted a little drama, but now it feels like we've gone past the threshold in the WNBA where all of the columns you read are about like some gossip or like, this player doesn't like this player, or it's just Angel Reese and whatever political, propaganda that people are trying to force there. So it just there is a limit, and I feel like, sometimes it's a tough balance, but I don't know. I don't love the direction the WNBA is headed when it comes to like the narratives when we push it for like media and all of this drama, because it's gone too far.
I agree, but I do understand why they're going to lean into it, because frankly, it is moving some paper around. It is getting people to come and watch a little bit. That being said, I would like that to be pulled back a little bit as the future continues to grow. And I just want to enjoy the W, because I got to tell you this is something that I feel like none of us are really just saying, and we need to say more. The W is actually fantastic. And I don't care how anybody got there. I don't care if you got here because Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese or one or the other. I don't care if you're here because you were here because of Rebecca Lobo. Whatever got you to the dance is fine. This is gold. The WNBA is elite sports watching. I love the WNBA. And I'll freely admit, I only got into it really in the last year and a half because of the zhuzh that was coming from the college side. And that's not a knock on what the product was before. It's just the interest wasn't there for me, and the interest has grown in the last 3 years.
Oh, absolutely. I think a lot of people are in the same boat, and I think the problem is people compare it to the men's side when it's a different game. It's very similar to softball and baseball. They're just different nuances. All right, hour 2 coming your way after the break. Or is it hour 3? I'm not sure. All right, coming up next, we'll have more Daily Tip after the break next here on the show.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
because you had to
Welcome
call.
back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Hour 2 of the Daily Tip starts right now on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger, Cody Decker in for Jinx today. Over the next hour, we'll go through it all. We'll start with a little update at the Open Championship. We'll go to some MLB report cards because it's baseball season, whether people like to admit it or not. Because, Cody, this is, I think, my biggest beef with a lot of people these days is that people love to say, like, this is the doldrums of the sports world. And say, nothing's going on this time of year. Well, we have baseball going on. And I understand baseball does not move the needle the way that some of these other sports do. But, like, I like baseball and I want to talk about it. Like, if I can't talk about baseball here, where am I supposed to talk about it? At the drive-through lane at Wendy's? So, Cody, I know you will appreciate the fact that it is not the doldrums of summer here. We've got plenty of baseball to talk about.
Indeed, we do. And if you don't think I could, it was funny. I made the joke at the beginning of the show because I was very impressed with your guys' rundown. I'm normally with Double D, and he knows this. I think he makes a rundown every single Saturday. I wouldn't know. I've never opened it. But I opened your guys' rundown today, and I'm like, wow, this is an incredible week worth of shows. And then I came to find that it was all today's show. And the first segment alone, I'm like, wow, that's a great talking point. That'll be an hour. That's a great talking point. Oh, this is all segment 1. If you don't think for 1 second we can just talk baseball for the rest of this go of this show, believe you me, we can. There is so many storylines going forward. We got a trade deadline coming up in a couple of weeks that could be absolutely bonkers. We have a Diamondbacks team that's sitting around 500 that if they don't get it together in the next 7 days, they have 5 impact players that's going to change the entire landscape of Major League Baseball for another team. This is a great time for sports.
Yeah, I feel like I need to, like, grab people by the collar, like, Homer Simpson stuff. Like, this is a great time of year, damn it. Because we're going to talk about some baseball. I'm going to throw in some golf just because the Open Championship is going on. It is a major. We are on day 1. So it's Jacob Skov-Olesen who is still leading the field at 5 under through 17. Ha-Tong Lee is tied for second with Lee Westwood at 3 under. And then we have Nikolai Højgaard at 2 under, along with Matthew Jordan, Christopher Wrighton, Matt Fitzpatrick, Shane Lowry making a charge. And that's who I'm going to be watching very closely. He is in the featured group. He, of course, is the Irishman who won it all in 2019 and partied very hard with the claret jug. So I'll be rooting for him. He's off to a hot start today at 2 under through 6. So we do have Scotty Scheffler going as well. He's 1 under through 6 as well. I'm not sure if Rory has teed off yet. If he has, it was in the last few minutes, but we certainly will be watching him as well because Scotty Scheffler and Rory McIlroy were your favorites going into this tournament. Scotty 5-1. I believe Rory was plus 650 over at BetMGM. So we'll keep you posted on that throughout the morning. But as of now, it's report card time. So back to school time is coming very soon. So we're going to be giving our report cards in baseball because it's the midway point of the season. So Cody, just off the top, who's leading the class so far? Who are you giving A's to at the midway point in Major League Baseball?
Only 2 teams. Only 2 teams. And I'll give you the reasons why they're the only 2 teams that are getting A's. Los Angeles Dodgers are clearly getting an A at 58 wins and 39 losses, even though they're on a losing streak right now and finished the first half losing 6 in a row. Listen, this Dodger team, despite losing 6 in a row, still has the best record in the National League, despite the fact that they have, and I can't believe I'm saying this out loud, 16, not players, pitchers on the IL this season. Not players, pitchers on the IL, all starters, all of which, by the way, out of those pitchers that I just mentioned, 10 of which are all-stars, 3 of which are Hall of Famers. Like, it's a ridiculous ridiculous ward over there at Dodger Stadium. The fact that this team has kept their head above water through all of this in the National League West, the same division that has the Giants, who had a very surprising first half, the division that has the Padres, the team that I still firmly believe will be the team that can take out the Dodgers in October, and the Diamondbacks, who have been hovering around 500 despite the fact being an extremely talented team on paper. I've just been waiting for them to wake up, not unlike the last 3 years, because for some reason they seem to be asleep in the first half of the season and they go bonkers in the second half. They are definitely a team, the Los Angeles Dodgers, I think everyone should be giving an A to, simply because they've survived the amount of nonsense they've put themselves through. The other team, Chelsea, the best team in Major League Baseball, the Detroit Tigers. How can you not give this team an A? Javi Baez alone is an A. That guy I thought was on his way out of baseball. He's reinvented his career and become an all-star again. It's astonishing what this team has done, and I'm very sad that the rest of the American League Central has completely fallen off a cliff to the point where everybody else is under 500. Those are my 2 A's on the season. A few teams are pushing it, maybe an A-, a B+, but really, the A's are 2 teams, and I wouldn't be shocked if it were to go to the playoffs today that this would be your World Series matchup. But 2 weeks, Chelsea, we got ourselves a hell of a trade deadline.
Ooh, I know, and that certainly goes into it as well, because when we give these report cards, it almost feels like if you have an A now, that's great, but it's one of those classes where the final is like 40% of your grade, right? Yeah. Because that's what I keep going back to for the Dodgers, is that I think all the points you made are solid ones, especially since like they're still, doing extremely well with $111 million of payroll, on the injured list right now. But still, the expectations for the Dodgers are different because they can have great regular seasons all they want. And we've seen this just about every year. They always do well in the regular season, but that is not what we judge their season by. So the standards are different for the Dodgers, and especially like when it comes to betting, because when you say, oh, you give the Dodgers an A, let's look at their odds. Their odds are very short to win the World Series. So that goes into it as well when we're talking from a betting perspective. The Dodgers are plus 220 to win the World Series. So at that price, I'm saying hell no with all those injuries. And especially the pitching depth, because Cody, we've seen this story before where the Dodgers have been great in the regular season, but they've had concerns with their pitching. And guess how that ended? It ended with the Diamondbacks sending him home, and it was Lance Lynn who was pitching an elimination game for the Dodgers. So if we're on that pathway again, like obviously it's not going to be the Diamondbacks this year, probably. But do you get what I'm saying? Is that the standard of judging is different for the Dodgers, even though they have an A now. I feel like it's one of those wait and see things because we don't, judge them based on the regular season.
Completely. Also, on top of that, to your point, the Dodgers dealt with that exact same thing last year, too. Keep in mind, they went into the playoffs without Glasnow, without any of their main starters. In fact, they only got Walker Buehler back roughly a month before the playoffs started. And Walker Buehler was, at that time, a complete shell of himself until the playoffs hit. And all of a sudden, he turned it into a brand new gear. It's going to be a very, very interesting time for the Dodgers. They do need to get healthy, but make no mistake, the Dodgers are very active in the trade deadline every single year. Look at last year. The Dodgers, I would say, won the trade deadline last year with the least sexiest moves possible. Everybody's looking at the battle tanks that are being traded over here. Dodgers were more than happy with Tommy Edman, who helped them absolutely win a World Series.
Right. My other question would be about the Tigers, because I really like the Tigers, especially like at the prices you're getting them, because it feels like one of those teams almost like the Pacers this past year, where no matter how good they are, okay, the Tigers are getting a little bit more credit than that because they do have the Cy Young front runner on their squad, but they're plus 650 right now. But we see this in baseball a lot where a team can be great in the regular season, but it does not always equate to postseason success. And I'm looking at you, Orioles. Even if you have a great lineup, you do need to have like the front end of the rotation. And right now, the Tigers do have it with Tariq Skubal, with some of the other pitchers that they have. But do you believe in the Tigers as far as winning a World Series, or do you think they need to make some moves at the trade deadline?
I do think they need to make some moves, but I don't think they're the moves you think they are. I think they do need some swing and miss in the back end of that bullpen. Ryan Helsley of the St. Louis Cardinals comes to mind. Griffin Jacks of the Minnesota Twins comes to mind if the Twins were willing to trade within their division. And from the Pirates, Bednar comes to mind. I think these are guys that could actually help this team. I think they need some back-end relief help. I highly doubt Emmanuel Clase is going to be available. It's very clear that the Boston Red Sox are going to go for it right now, so no more talking about Chapman. I think this is a team that absolutely can win, but I don't think they need the sexy names of more bats. Offensively, this team is absolutely crushing it.
The other talking point I feel like is that it seems to me like once again the American League is going to be more pitching driven and the National League is just going to be like a slugfest. Because I think we saw this last year where like all the games in the National League, like on the postseason side, like that side of the bracket were all overs, and it was like your good offenses. It was like the Padres and the Dodgers, because nobody's going to look at the Dodgers right now and despite all their injuries and say like that's a bad lineup. No. That lineup's like Hall of Famer after Hall of Famer, so the hitting is not the issue. Whereas on the American League side of things, even though the Yankees have a huge payroll, it doesn't feel like an offense that like consistently generates runs, kind of similar to the Dodgers. The numbers probably don't back me up on that because they are good on paper, but in the postseason, it's one of those things where I almost just feel kind of nervous about. It's similar to the Phillies. They should be good in the postseason. That lineup's really good. But I don't know. They just don't produce at the level that I thought they would. I know that's in the National League, but I feel like the Tigers won't have to score 10 runs a game to advance out of the American League.
I've said this a bunch about the Phillies on Beetle and Decker, and I'll echo it here. And I feel really good about this. The Phillies have gone into Buffalo Bills territory for me a little bit. And here's what I mean when I say that. The Buffalo Bills territory is simply because they keep getting to the playoffs and falling out because this is a team that's predicated on power, and their power seems to constantly deplete and disappear every October.
Yeah. So it's just one of those things where there are certain teams that I just don't like trusting, and it feels like you have to win my trust first. I feel this way about the Mariners, because I know a lot of people are kind of into the Mariners and saying, oh, this is a team that could make a run. Obviously, Cal Raleigh is the big storyline, competing for the home run title, competing for the MVP. But still, I don't know if it's the front office. I don't know if it's like the bats, because the pitching feels like it's always good for the Mariners. But I don't know. There's some part of me that's like, I don't know if I trust the Mariners, especially since they're in the same division as the Astros, who just keep coming back to the postseason. It feels like no matter who's on the roster for the Astros, they're a team that you don't want to face, you know, in October or September or whenever when it comes to the postseason. So let me ask you, do you trust the Mariners?
No, and I'll tell you why I don't trust the Mariners. I want to trust the Mariners. I want to trust the Mariners so very, very bad. This is why I don't trust the Mariners. The Mariners have let me down every single year. This is a team that I thought should have ran away with this division for the last 3 seasons. They have one playoff appearance, but dear God, they have wasted, and I'm going to use, of course, a BetMGM member here's direct quote, because I think it's a phenomenal quote, and Jake Hassan. They've had a god-tier pitching staff for 3 seasons. By the way, in case you don't realize this, the one thing that is very hard to figure out in Major League Baseball is, one, getting young pitching that can dominate and young pitching that can stay healthy. No team in baseball has been able to figure that out in the last decade, except the Mariners, and it should have equated to a ton of wins over these last few years, but they've been allergic to wood the entire time. This year, somehow the inverse has happened. The pitchers have absolutely lost it a few times in the season, and they're mashing the ball. I don't know what this Mariners team is. I want their pitching to get right back to what they were. I hope their hitting can continue. Obviously, Cal Raleigh, my God, what he's doing. It's in the chat. Randy and Julio are starting to put it back together. This is a team that can do it, but I ain't putting money on can-do Seattle anymore.
God, I love Randy Arozarena. Randy! So I love him. The Rhinestone Cowboy music that they played on Fox during the World Series. He's one of my favorite players that I feel like does not get enough recognition. All right, so since we've been handing out grades, let me ask you something on the flip side of things. So we've handed out our A's for the top of the class. Who are the teams that need to be staying after school? Like, who's getting extra attention and be like, you know, listen, you've been struggling a bit. You need some help. We need to get you hooked on phonics. We need to get you something to help whatever you've been doing. Who are the teams that need help?
I mean, the Colorado Rockies shouldn't be in baseball. The Colorado Rockies should be. I love the concept of relegation. I wish we had relegation in the United States, but I don't think the Rockies should be relegated to AAA or AA or single A. I think it should be relegated to lacrosse or a different sport that no one cares about, because no one cares about the Rockies. The other team that needs to be relegated out of there, or simply this. Let's call relegation what it is. Sell the damn team, Mr. Nutting in Pittsburgh, along with you, Monforts in Colorado, just stealing money from your poor fans that desperately deserve a winner. Those are two of the most beautiful stadiums in Major League Baseball that are filled with absolute nothingness. Poor Paul Skeens actually got run support for the first time in his life at the All-Star game. Got 2 runs of support. That's more than he's had in his last 3 outings.
That's the worst, is when you have great players who we all want to see in the postseason, but they play for a terrible team with no chance at making the playoffs. All right, coming up next, we'll switch gears a tiny bit and talk about our favorite futures on the board at BetMGM next on the Daily Tip.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
All right, off and rolling on this Thursday. Chelsea Messenger here, Cody Decker in for Jinx. And in a few minutes, we'll get back to our favorite futures bets in Major League Baseball right now over at BetMGM. Because listen, sometimes you have to do a little digging. Sometimes you have to do the drop-down menu and search through every single option. But we can find some interesting ways to bet on things, and we'll tell you our strategy behind it. But before we get to that, I wanted to ask you about this because a lot of people have been talking about this. And as somebody who is a part of the sports media, I find these stories particularly interesting. So apparently Fox Sports is looking to hire Dave Portnoy for a part of their Big Noon Kickoff show as a, quote, counter to Pat McAfee on ESPN. And I understand the move, trying to get like the young male demographic, because obviously it's college sports, and Barstool has a big, chunk of that audience. But I feel like these are not like similar hires. And I said this, I feel like Pat McAfee, as much as he is an entertainer and an MC and somebody who gets the crowd going, he was still a professional football player. Like, he's still an NFL player. And I feel like when it comes to the major networks, most of the analysts are former players. And when I say analysts, I don't mean hosts. I mean guys who are actually like called on to talk about the sport. So it makes me wonder on what the actual role for Dave Portnoy is, because he's a smart guy. He's a smart businessman, but he didn't play football. Like, I don't really trust his football insight as much as I would like, Pat McAfee. Do you understand this move that Fox is making?
No, not even a little. But then again, I worked there for a year. I didn't understand anything they did, period. They don't know what they're doing. It is what it is. But
tell us how you really feel.
This is the sports industry. No, it's not just them. This is the sports industry. I don't need to tell you that nobody knows what they're doing. Like, this is everybody that throws things against the wall and hopes at it for the best. My issue with it is simply this. I think the sports world is going to start going in the opposite direction. I feel like the sports world, for some reason, has gone down such a weird road that they want it to be adversarial to the point where there's like almost no credibility anymore. It's turned into reality television. It's almost like the people that talk about sports hate sports, when sports is supposed to be escapism. It's supposed to be an enjoyment factor. And instead, we're very, very adamant to turn it into endless political banter and endless me versus you, as opposed to just, for the love of God, can we at least enjoy sports? I've never been a big fan of the bro-y nature of sports. I feel as though sports needs to get back away from that and a little more of a professional side. And I don't get it simply for the fact of, you mentioned, Pat is an ex-player. There is a credibility factor to that. You don't necessarily need to be a superstar to have credibility. You don't even necessarily need to play. You just need to know the game and have something along the line, or some sort of into the game. I don't really see that for Dave. Will it be a success for FS1? I'm sure dollar and figures go. I hope it is for them. And if it is, I hope it works out well. But for me, I don't think this is going to be something for me personally. But I wish everybody well. I've known Dave for like 15 years. Dave's always been good to me. I've known Pat for about 10 years. Pat's always been nothing but cool to me. So listen, I think the industry is in a strange place, because I know for a fact there are an outrageous amount of sample groups that they've taken from multiple companies that have proven that they're tired of adversarial sports talk, because adversarial sports talk is nothingness. It's just ego-driven, one person saying their opinion, shouting it over and over and over again without any substance, because the substance is actually important. Sports has problems and real stories that we can talk about, but instead we're going to debate LeBron being better than Jordan for the next 3 hours. I don't know why. It's stupid. It's lazy, but that's what we do. We just keep getting these morsels of stupid and lazy. I want us to get back to enjoying sports.
Right. And I think that there is an entertainment aspect of, like, the Barstool side of things. But at the same time, like I said, it's different when it's, the actual football show, because it's one thing to give, a syndicated show to, Big Cat and PFT. Like, I love what they do. I love them. Mm-hmm. But it's different when it's previewing the college football slate. Do you get what I'm saying? Is it like when we see major networks, they have some of these off the wall shows that are comedy, that are fun, but when it comes to previewing the actual games, like, are we going to get analysis from Dave, like, on these games? Like, that's where I have a question, because, like, I will take analysis from Pat, because he played the game.
I'm assuming, and I don't know this obviously, if it actually comes to fruition, which I'm pretty sure it's going to come to fruition, I'm willing to bet and assuming he's going to be put in a slightly different role than Pat. Rather than being an analyst, I wouldn't be shocked if he's more of a host type of role, all along the lines of like Greeny, kind of facilitating in different directions and trying to be entertaining and
point
funny.
guard.
Now, that being said, do I know if that's something he's good at or can do? I have absolutely no idea whatsoever, especially in a room where he's surrounded by ex-stars. Like you have nothing but college and pro football stars around you at that table. Is he going to be able to handle that table the same way? I'm inclined to believe yes, but the truth is I have no idea.
Yeah, so we'll see. It's an experiment, but a big one. But I will say this. You did have to do some type of move at Big Noon Kickoff. I know it feels to me like it kind of panders to the Big Ten a little bit just because of some of their personalities. But you got to do something to try to be different because College Game Day is an institution. And sometimes, you're going to have to like do something a little crazy because you're not going to get that audience. So you need to try to be different as opposed to be better.
You know what I do appreciate? They're trying. They're trying something. They're trying something.
That's what I'm saying.
Whether or not, whether it works or not, I have no idea. I don't know if it's going to be a massive success. I'm inclined to believe it's not, but not because of their doing. It's because of what you just said. The institution of what College Game Day is. You can build a competitor all you want. That's already an institution. It's hard to take out an institution, which, frankly, I think is FS1's problem from the get-go. You're trying to go head-to-head with ESPN, a very long-standing institution. I don't even think it's that ESPN's all that good. It's simply that it's been around and it was the first. That's it.
Well, I don't even think it's ESPN like as a company because I feel like they've kind of fallen from the mountaintop.
Completely.
But I think College Game Day is the one thing that people still watch because it's crazy to me how you ask people who are sports fans, how many people still watch SportsCenter? I don't watch it as much.
You know what's funny? But I'll give you a reason on that one. And I will freely admit this. Would you believe the only thing I want to watch on ESPN is SportsCenter? It's never on. You can't find SportsCenter unless it's early morning or late at night. And instead, I have to listen to people give their opinions nonstop about LeBron and MJ. That is what their programming is for 8 straight hours.
Right. And I feel like I need to like go back on some of the things because people are probably listening like, Chelsea, you say Dave Portnoy hasn't played, football growing up. Look at you. You're talking about sports. Well, number one, I did play a sport in college. I understand I didn't play football, but I'm also not a football analyst. I am not diagramming plays and talking about defenses at a major network because there are roles for women like me as hosts, but that is a different discussion, especially when we talk about betting. That is a different discussion entirely. You do not have to have played the sport to be a good bettor. No,
not even a little. I mean, listen, I if I'm going X's and O's, I want a Mark Schlereth. If I want some entertainment,
right.
I'll go, with Dave. It's just finding the roles that works best for you. Like, for instance, you and I can absolutely sit here and talk football till we're blue in the face. I love football. I've watched football and enjoyed football my entire life. I grew up playing football. I stopped playing football in high school because I needed to play baseball full time and nothing else. That's just the way it was. Now, that being said, if you and I were to break down backfields and X's and O's and talking about, snap coverages, I'd rather get somebody else that has been more at the highest levels talking about that and explaining that, not only to us, but digestible for a mainstream audience. Could we do it? Sure. But I would rather somebody with the credibility and the background in it that actually makes way more sense.
Well, it's almost similar to, the reverse, where you have these people who have played football at the highest level, but when it comes to betting, like it's a bit of a different game. So like if these people have never bet on sports a day in their life and they're saying, hey, this bet has value, it's minus 300. I'm like, does it? Does it have value? Do you know the meaning of that word when it comes to betting? So there's little nuances. And I think that you've hit the nail on the head by saying like there are certain roles and niches for everybody. It's just finding that right role and the right mix of personalities and roles. All right, so I did mention that we are going to get into some MLB futures, and I want to play a little game of Would You Rather. And we're not going to do like disgusting situations where it's like, would you rather have an alligator eat off your leg or whatever? But it's more in the vein of, bets that you can make over at BetMGM right now. So I'm going to start with this one because I think it's interesting. In the National League, if you think that the Dodgers are beatable and you say, hey, their pitching staff has a ton of injuries, and we've seen this story before, and plus the odds are just so short on the Dodgers. Like, the Dodgers to win the National League is plus 130. I feel like you're better off just taking a game, in baseball and picking an underdog, and you don't have to wait the whole season for your bet to cash. So would you rather the Phillies to win the National League at plus 475 or the Cubs at plus 575? Which team do you trust more?
I was hoping you weren't going to give me that specific matchup because these are two teams that I really find on the cusp of all of this. And here's the thing, the Phillies, who are currently sitting there as an NL leader, and you got the Mets just on their tails. Same thing over there in Chicago. I'm going to lean towards Chicago in this one, and here's the reason why. I don't trust the Milwaukee Brewers as much as I trust the New York Mets. I think the Mets are going to be very active in the trade deadline. I'm not sold the Milwaukee Brewers will be. And the Cubs, I also think, know they need to be active in the trade deadline because this is a Cubs team that, frankly, is in a position that they have not been in nearly a decade. This is a team that can go to the World Series legitimately. They do need some more arms, in my opinion. They definitely can use another starter and possibly some bullpen help. Offensively, I don't really think they need any help. What they're doing offensively with Seiya Suzuki, who belonged in the home run derby, by the way, and what they're doing with Pete Crow Armstrong, who's got the second shortest odds right now in the MVP race. I really like this Cubs team, and as I mentioned earlier with the Phillies, they're getting to Bills territory. It's not that they can't win a World Series. They absolutely can with this lineup. The problem is when your offense is so predicated on the long ball and it just happens to leave you in, say, a best-of-5 series, that's a real problem in the month of October. The Phillies have to hit for an entire month to win a World Series. I can't say the same thing about the Chicago Cubs.
Yeah, but how much do you trust their pitching staff? Like, granted, they can make some moves.
And
the reason I asked this question, because I feel like it is a good logic question. It's because sometimes I feel like I have a little bias towards pitchers because, my husband was a pitcher. So I look at baseball through the lens of pitchers, but you look at the Phillies and their top 3 pitchers are among some of the best in baseball. Zach Wheeler, all-star. Ranger Suarez, should have been an all-star. Christopher Sanchez, ERA under 3. And so usually when I'm looking for teams that I think can win a World Series as opposed to just be good in the regular season, I want those top 3 pitchers to be lights out. Because keep in mind, you have to shut down the best hitters in all of baseball. You can't be padding your stats, against the worst teams in the postseason because there are no bad teams. So I like to trust the teams who have, the veteran pitchers who've been there, done that. Zach Wheeler has been there plenty of times. And so I think it starts there for me, starting pitching. And there are very few teams in baseball, I feel like, who have, starters 1 through 3 that match the Phillies. So when I look at the Cubs, they have some good pitchers. Shota's good, but Justin Steele's on the IL. They would have to make some moves for me to trust him. So who were you taking in this scenario? A team that hits better and you trust their lineup more, or a team that has a very good starting rotation?
Normally I would take the starting rotation, but it's also the bullpen as well, which the Cubs bullpen is definitely a little shaky. It needs a little bit of help on the back end. I normally would go pitching, but I feel like I've already seen this story with the Phillies too many times. That's literally what I'm doing. I'm also taking the sample size and trends of the Phillies over the past couple of years. Not to mention, we've seen it this season. This season, the Phillies have shown how streaky they can be. They went from the best and hottest team in National League to falling off a cliff for like 12 games. And it was like the Mets and the Phillies Freaky Fried at each other 2 separate weeks with each other because the Mets fell off a cliff and got it back together, as did the Phillies. I totally hear everything you're saying with him, especially Zach Wheeler, who I firmly believe should win the Cy Young this season. And I hope he does. But, man, there's something exciting and special feeling about this current Cubs team today.
Yeah, I think we're all rooting. Well, not all of us, but I think we want to see some new blood in the National League. We've seen a ton of the Phillies, and they just can't hit, it feels like. All right, coming up next, we'll have more of the show. Come your way after the break, and we'll switch gears to talking about golf and our favorite pitchers after the break on the Daily Tip.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
That's right. Off and rolling. I've almost finished my entire huge wine glass of coffee, which means we're pretty far down in the show. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Cody Decker filling in for Jenks today. In a few minutes, we will get to our draft series that we've been doing every Thursday this summer. Sometimes we do like off the wall topics, but this week we are sticking to baseball, and we're going to draft our favorite pitchers for the second half of the season. So Deck, I was going to ask you this. What's the most woo-woo thing you do? We were just talking about creatine and sups and working out. What's the most woo-woo thing you do?
Define woo-woo, because that's a term I'm not sure I'm aware of.
Really? I mean,
Yeah,
like
what's
stuff
woo-woo?
that's like, I don't think creatine qualifies as woo-woo anymore. Like to where I think it's been scientifically proven. Like when I say woo-woo, I mean like people who take, like for me, the edge is I'm taking MCT oil, which like I'm not sure if it's been proven that much, but like we're trying it out. Because listen, like why not try it, right? The people who do, I don't know, like a lot of it's supplements. You could even go into like of people who trust horoscopes. Like I feel like that's kind of in the line of woo-woo. Like when I think of woo-woo, I think of Aaron Rodgers. Like there's your definition.
Thank you. I now exactly know what woo-woo is. And the good news is I don't do a lot of, I call it snake oil. I don't do a lot of the snake oil things. I have tried plenty of them. The MTC oil I used to put in my coffee back when I played with your husband in Reno in AAA with the Diamondbacks. It didn't really do much for me. It got me woken up a little bit more, but outside of that, it didn't really do much for me. I've tried the ketos of the world. I've done the paleos of the world. It's all nonsense, pretty much all of it. It's just eat protein, have a good supplements of calories, and that's it. I don't know why it's so hard. Everyone trying to reinvent the wheel. It's calories in, calories out at the end of the day. I take creatine, 5 milligrams every single morning. It makes me feel a little nauseous, but it does wake me up a little bit. And I'm told it does things for my muscles. I don't know. I have not seen it or felt it because I'm in constant pain and I think I'm fat. But that's partially because I grew up fat and I have an endless amount of body dysmorphia.
Well, the reason I ask you is because sometimes it seems out there. And then you see people who are like really rich or like, people who have access to things that we don't have. Like biohacking. Have you heard of this? The people who are trying to like live longer. And at some point, everything that we do now was probably considered woo-woo. Like even creatine. I remember growing up, my dad used to take it. And this was before it was like super regulated. And my mom would like always get on him and say, this could be really hurting you. Because remember, steroids were like this, where guys would take them. And down the line, since they had not studied them, there were all of these things. So like everything we do now, like it all started as one of those things. So that's where like I have an open mind about some things. I don't have an open mind about horoscopes, for instance, but when it comes to health stuff, I am.
So I feel like the health stuff, though, it's because it's such a weird fine line. It's very like I'll give you an example. Something along the lines of something that's helpful, like a wearable technology, like a Whoop band or an Aura ring or something along the lines of that. So I wore the Whoop band on my wrist for 3 years. And you know what I actually found out? It wasn't helping me, and I'll tell you why. It was actually hurting me. And that's not for everybody. Some people it's really good for, getting all that data and facts, because I love data. I love numbers. I love implementing them in my daily life. The problem was, all of a sudden I realized once I stopped wearing the Whoop band, I was like dedicating my life to everything that these numbers were telling me. I was just believing the numbers of my sleep and my sleep records, my workouts. I was calculating them all to the point where it was giving me more anxiety and causing me more stress than me not doing it. Once I got rid of it, my health actually kicked into a much better gear because all of a sudden I wasn't just predicating my life endlessly on this. It actually created a balance for me. That being said, it doesn't mean I'm right. That's just what ended up working for me.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are like that with step counters to where it like rules their life. And it's like, okay, just because you're making these imaginary steps, you're like, oh my God, 10,000. And then you stop and then you like eat a bunch of chips on the couch. Like that's not, it's playing for the tie.
Yeah. Just
all
keep
right.
doing
So I
things.
had mentioned,
that's it.
right. It's common sense. And I just feel like people need a lot of like life rafts or like, little extra helpers. And they just feel like they have to have this help in order to do very basic things that just use your brain. And these things are not that hard. All right. So as I mentioned, we do have a draft that we're getting to today, as we do every Thursday of the week in the summer. So let's get to another installment of the Daily Tip Draft.
Welcome to the 2025 Daily Tip Draft.
All right. So this week we are drafting MLB pitchers that we believe and trust in for the second half of this season. So I've got the number 1 overall pick, and we do have a sounder for each pick. So the pick is in, I think. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. Here we go. With the number 1 overall pick for the rest of the season, I am going with the Cy Young favorite. Tariq Skubal feels like he is squarely in the circle of trust for me. He has incredible numbers so far this season, and he feels like somebody who's not going to take his foot off the gas pedal. Like, he's talked about how he wants to go deeper into games. He's somebody who wants the ball past 5 innings, and plus, I feel like the Tigers are a team that are in contention, so they're going to keep him in the whole season. Because you could look at some other pitchers, and the situation is different. Cough, cough, Paul Skeens. So I am going with Tariq Skubal with the first overall pick. All right, next up, we're going to go to you, Cody. You have the second overall pick. Who are you selecting?
Bold getting your hands on Tariq Skubal. Really went out on a limb there. I'm going to do the same. I'm going to go out on a limb on the shortest odds on the National League side. I'll take Wheeler. Why wouldn't I take Wheeler? The guy's going to win the National League Cy Young, as he should, by the way. This is a guy probably should have won 2 National League Cy Youngs already, and frankly, he's going to win it not only because he deserves it, because writers also vote for this award, and frankly, they want to give it to somebody that's been deserving for years and years and years, so it's going to be Zach Wheeler, and also, he just happens to be one of the best pitchers in the National League for roughly 5 years running. I think he's going to have a phenomenal second half, just like he did a phenomenal first half. And if the Phillies are going to go deep this year, it's going to be off the back of exactly what you said. That 3-headed monster starting staff, spearheaded by none other than Wheeler.
All right. Yeah, I like that pick. Zach Wheeler is in the circle of trust as well. Like, there are some guys who are veterans and who... Because some of these guys will have great stats in the first half of the season, but like there's still some volatility there where we have young guys where it's like, okay, is this going to last for a full season? We have seen this with Zach Wheeler, so that's not a far stretch. All right, Den, you are next. Who are you selecting?
So I did not think this guy would be here at number 3. I am happy he is. I will give some love to the Pittsburgh Pirates. I'm selecting Livy Dunn's boyfriend, Paul Skeens, at number 3.
My only concern would be, since it's a team that's not in contention, how long do they actually let him go in some of these starts at the end of the year, right?
Good question.
Like, they're contending for nothing. He is their investment. So, like, if this is from a fantasy or, like, prop standpoint, I am not saying that I don't have faith in Paul Skeens. I am just saying, in the second half of the season, how long are they going to let him go?
And the answer is probably not much. I'll go rapid fire for my 4th pick, my second pick here. I'm going to take Ranger Suarez. He's in the circle of trust. He plays on this Philadelphia team. I think he's been excellent this year, so I'm taking Ranger Suarez.
All right, Deck, you're next. Who do you like?
I'm not going to lie to you. This is a risky pick on my end, and I'll tell you why it's a risky pick. You'll know why it's a risky pick, but I'm going to say it anyways. Injuries do worry me. But Jacob deGrom is back, baby, and I am not going to sit here and not get my hands on a Jacob deGrom that is currently healthy, and I just need him to stay healthy for 2.5 more months. If I can get that out of Jacob deGrom, and also on top of that, I wouldn't sleep on the Rangers, even though they're hovering around 500. If they could figure it out in this second half, that AL West is a gettable division. I am not a believer in this current Astros team quite as much. I think they're getting away with a little bit of murder over there in the American League.
Yeah, it's wild because they can't hit, because they have 2 pitchers that I think are going to be on our draft board. Because not only Jacob deGrom, I'm going to go with Nathan Eovaldi. Nathan Eovaldi's in the circle of trust. He's had a great year so far. Even though he wasn't selected as an all-star, the Rangers still gave him his bonus. So I'm going to go with Nathan Eovaldi. So I think the way this works, that Deck, you're next.
No, Chelsea, you go again.
Chelsea, you got one more.
You got one more.
I'm clearly nailing this as the commissioner. All right, next up, I'm going to go with Hunter Brown. He's had kind of a rougher July, but still a great pitcher, 9-4, 2.43 ERA overall, 137 strikeouts, 115 innings. Strikeout machine, Hunter Brown.
That was a gift. Thank you for giving me Garrett Crochet. I never in a million years thought he'd be around at this point. Garrett Crochet, unquestionably, probably, if not the second best pitcher currently in the American League. He's at least in the top 5 at the very worst. Garrett Crochet, by the way, I know we've talked a lot about Dodgers and all these other teams. Those of you that are sleeping on this Red Sox team who have won 10 games in a row and you better believe is going to be active in this trade deadline, I look forward to talking about that with you at some point, Chelsea, because this is a team that very much intrigues me. But give me Garrett Crochet.
The Red Sox. Everybody believed in him at the start of the season, and they're like 500. So I need to see more from the Red Sox. All right, Den, who's your other pick?
All right, so I got 2 more here. For some reason, I thought Crochet was going to slip through Deck's fingers and land on me. That was idiotic of me. Thankfully, I had backup picks. I'm going Matthew Boyd. You guys talked about the Cubs. He's been excellent for the Cubs, so I'm going Boyd with my 3rd pick, and then I will round out my section of the draft in New York, taking Max Fried.
I wanted him. I wanted Max.
What was that?
I wanted Max. I wanted Max for multiple reasons. One, I used to babysit him as a kid. I've known him since he was a young man. I played with his older brother. He used to live with me in spring training when we were at the Padres. I've known Max a long, long time, and I wanted him on my squad. And I just didn't think anyone was going to grab him, and I'm mad that he did. I'll take Framber Valdez on that terrible Astros team I don't believe in.
So that leaves me 1 pick, correct?
Yep, final pick.
God, I feel like there's a lot of pitchers on the same level. I will go with, let's go Christopher Sanchez of the Phillies. He should have been an all-star, but we had to have Jacob Mizorowski in the all-star game. Still mad about that. But there you go. There you have it. There is our draft for the second half of the season in Major League Baseball. Coming up next here on the show, we'll update you on what's going on over at the Open, maybe some live bets you should be making, and of course, some drama between the Big Ten and the SEC in college football. Next on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
All right, Hour 3 starts right now on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Cody Decker in for Jenks today, and a special shout out to our viewers over on Stadium. You can always watch Stadium via ValleySportsLive.com, Valley Sports Live app, along with every platform. It's on YouTube TV, DirecTV, Amazon Prime, you name it, they got you covered. All right, Cody, so before we get into our big topic of the day, which is college football, the Big Ten versus the SEC. Choose your fighter. I'm going to give us a little update over at the Open Championship because it is a major, and if you do follow golf, you should be interested. All right, so as of now, tied for first, we have Jacob Skab Olesen at 4 under. That is final. That is through today. And Hatong Lee is at 4 under as well through 17, followed by Lee Westwood and Matthew Jordan. And then if you're interested in some of the big names, John Rahm has made a push. He's at 2 under through 9 as well. Shane Lowry is 2 under through 8. I know he is going to be a fan favorite in Ireland, the winner of the 2019 Open Championship at this very course. Scotty Scheffler at 2 under through 8 as well. So some of the big names making a charge if you are interested in the Open Championship. If you're interested in college football, there's some drama brewing this offseason between the Big Ten and the SEC when it comes to the college football playoff format. So, Cody, the Big Ten, and I had to read this several times because I think it's kind of bananas. They want 4 auto bids from the Big Ten to automatically be in the college football playoff. Can we stop on this for just a second? I feel like this is kind of crazy. The fact that they would say, hey, we guarantee there are going to be 4 teams in our conference every single year that are going to be among the top 12 teams. Like, how big of an assumption is this? This seems crazy to me.
The balls on this conference to actually come out loud is something else. And it's weird. Like, the universe that I'm currently in, I honestly think we are in some sort of simulation at this point. Nothing can possibly be real because when we're in a position, when I'm taking the SEC side in anything, let alone they're on the right side of history saying no auto bids, we want the best teams in, dear God, something is really glitching in like hell in the Matrix. Now, I went to UCLA, and I love UCLA. Now, if you're telling me the auto bid gets UCLA into the playoffs, okay, I might listen to you for a second. Outside of that, this is nonsensical, and this is honestly a problem that I've had with college football for the last couple of years. This college football playoff, in my opinion, now keep in mind, this is just my opinion. You guys can disagree all you want. I have not liked it even a little. I think it has been a swing and a miss year in, year out. And I thought last year was a debacle. The buys going to the certain teams, I actually appreciated, but at the end of the day, certain teams that got buys had no business getting buys, and they got blown out in the games that we expected them to get blown out to, because it's always going to end up being the exact same teams in the finals like we always predict, because college football is built in a certain way where, let's make no mistake, there are basically 2 conferences with all the money right now. And now we got historic conferences that technically don't even exist. The Pac-12, okay, I see the teams that are going into the Pac-12. That's just Mountain West 2.
Yeah, it is. I think for me, it just, the 4 auto bids defeats the purpose of like us going to 12 teams. Because I think the reason we went to 12 teams is because people wanted to see more than just the big dogs. They say, hey, if there's a team that's really good from one of these other conferences, they need a chance. That's why we went away from 4 and we went to 12. So if you give them 4 auto bids, like, what are we doing? I understand that you're going to argue in the interest of your conference, but you cannot stand there and expect us, who are not Big Ten fans, or at least I'm not, or just college football fans in general who want things fair, to expect to agree to that. So you're right. The SEC has been rallying against this, even though like half of their rallying cries are like, I agree with the overall premise, but then they say a bunch of things that makes me not want to take their side, like saying like, well, if anybody gets the auto bids, it should be the SEC, and we're not saying that. Okay, so like, let's try to like call off the like bias, war where you're just going back and forth against each other, but it seems really stupid to me. And I feel like this is my beef with college football, is that it does feel so top heavy. And even with this current system in place, like, it's still really hard for some of those teams to get into the playoff. And for people who point their finger at last year and say, well, look at these blowouts. Listen, if we had a blowout in the NFC Championship game, would you point your finger and be like, hey, we need to change the format? No, that's just sometimes how sports go. And especially after 1 year, like I do like the fact that they're going to reseed it. And, you know, it's not going to be the same way where we had some of these lesser teams who got the home field advantage. It's going to be reseeded once you get to the 12. But at the end of the day, I feel like you shouldn't complain about a format, at least until we've had a few years of it.
Agreed. And apparently, it's written here in the chat. Apparently, the auto bids that they're wanting is they want the 4 auto bids for the 4 conference champions. Here's the thing. Here's what I don't like about this. By even suggesting it, you are saying the quiet part out loud, the thing that we already know. But I don't like it because it's you're forcing a change into college football that already exists. By the way, you're basically taking the Big Ten and the SEC. And I guess technically the ACC, and I don't even know who the 4th major conference is at this point because the Pac-12 had 2 teams in it last year. I don't know what the 4th one is. The Big 12, okay. At the end of the day, I'm looking at these conferences going, you are basically turning this, and if this is what we're doing, just get it over with and turn these 4 conferences into one mega conference, and then the rest of this college sports is going to be a minor league system. It's what it already is. So if that's what we're going to do, just do it now. Why are we going to drag our feet for the next 20 years into these 4 conglomerates that are always just going to eventually either merge or we're going to have a completely different league in college football?
Yeah, college football overall, I'm not going to say it seems broken, but there are just like so many things that need to be fixed. Like you said, like how much longer are we going to stay in conferences? Like we change partners so often. Like why do conferences even matter? And then we have coaches who are selecting or who are arguing for salary caps. You know, just go straight to, you know, what it would be like professional football. But then how do you do that with like, you know, smaller schools? Like what is their salary cap? Is it the same for every conference? So again, it just feels like we're mired in this like slippery slope thing where it just feels like every aspect of college football is just like, well, we don't know. We'll see how it pans out. Similar to what's going on with NIL and some of these, you know, contracts that are verbal. What are we doing? Like college football feels like chaos.
It's the Wild West. I mean,
yeah.
Honestly, though, Chelsea, like, what were we expecting? We went into this with no safeguards, almost no regulations whatsoever. Like this was a complete powder keg from the get-go. I'm surprised it took this long to implode the way it's imploding. My biggest problem is these head coaches who get ungodly salaries complaining about the free labor that they've had for the last 700 years in college football. Not to mention on top of that, I'm going to use the phrase again, the balls to talk about a salary cap when you don't have any salary floor implemented. Get out of here, you old rich white dude.
Well, I will say the salary cap proponent is Deion Sanders. Like he's the one that wants the salary cap. And I think it's because he probably wants his team to be able to compete with the Ohio States and the Michigans and the Texas. So like I understand like the premise of it. It's just, here's the big question for everything in college football. How is it in practice? In theory, a lot of this stuff seems great. But if there is not an actual plan in place and regulations, like it just seems like a moot point. So unless we're living in fantasy land, you can't just throw out ideas. I'm like, this is what we should do. Well, if you don't have a way to implement it, it doesn't matter.
I think one of my all-time least favorite quotes was hearing Nick Saban talk about, like, well, these players are getting so much money, they won't listen to the coaches. Well, last I checked, in the NFL and in roughly every major sport, the players are making more money than the coaches. So that is the dumbest argument I've ever heard said out loud by anyone.
Well, I think we're past that, right? Because I think some of these, like, older head coaches have kind of, like, dug their feet in the ground. They said, remember when Dabo Swinney was like, if they start paying players, I'm going to retire. Guess what? He is not retired. And in fact, he is now dipping his toes in the waters of the transfer portal, something he said he would never do as well. But like, that's the case in a lot of things. Adapt or die. I feel this way similar in like our line of work, where you can like shake your fist and be like, social media is stupid, I don't want to do it. Like, it's part of the job now. And I understand that like there are some people who like live in the cliques and stuff, but like that's part of the job. And similar to college football where recruiting and, pandering to some of these kids and the money and the boosters, it's part of the job, whether you like it or not. So adapt or get out.
Yeah, it's what you have to do. It drives me nuts that everybody is trying. These coaches fought so hard to keep the status quo when it's very clear the landscape of sports are drastically changing. Social media has changed everything. That basically every player on the team can be an individual star and make individual money. And I'll never forget this. When I went to UCLA, the strict rules that we had about making money on the side, even on things that weren't sports related, like the amount of threats of things we weren't allowed. Couldn't do a damn thing. Now, keep in mind, I worked at a comic book shop, but I had to get paid under the table, so I couldn't get in trouble at UCLA. Like, this was it was insanity to be a part of a college program of any type of sport back then. Now, it's insanity just in the opposite direction.
Right. But I will say this, no matter how much has changed, it does feel like the same teams that are standing at the top of the mountain. And so it's wild to me that, like, we're just not going to see parity in college sports. I just feel like we're not. Like, maybe we'll have those off years where we have, like, TCU, even though TCU is not a small, like, it's a smaller school, but it's in a bigger conference. It's not like it's from the Mountain West. But it just feels like college football is one of those sports that's always going to have, like, just no parity.
And also, just depending, you already mentioned, you go to like an Alabama, the only show really in town generates an ungodly amount of money. Texas A&M is, in my opinion, a cult. Like, there is so much money going to Texas A&M. They famously the other year just fired their head coach with the athletic director just cutting him a $30 million check and sending him home. Like, it's almost insanity money that certain college sports are playing with and certain programs are playing with. But that's also the thing. It's going to destroy the concept of parity because those teams that already generate all that money in the SEC and now the Big Ten, they're just going to continue to generate more and more money, especially as TV deals continue to increase in size.
Let me ask you this. Do you think sports need a level of parity to be successful? Because, like, on one side of the coin, you see the NFL, which is the ultimate example of like parity is great for the sport. And every year, we have a team that kind of comes out of nowhere. But then you look at other sports. And I think in like the world of like individual sports, like when we talk about golf, you want to see the big names on the leaderboard. You don't want the parity that maybe people talk about. Do you think this hurts college football? Because I'll say like college football fans, they are still very adamant about their sport, even if their team's not contending. Like, it's wild to me, like, in the SEC, how adamant fans of, like, Mississippi State, Ole Miss, like, these teams that are good, but they're not competing for national championships are. So do you think the fact that college football doesn't have parity matters at all?
I'd like to say, yeah, I think so. I don't think it does matter. I think college football might be a little bit more immune to this. And I'll give you an example why. And I'm going to use baseball as an example because we always talk about, like, what's every sports movie about? It's about an underdog. And we try to claim that we love underdogs. There's nothing the world hates more than underdogs. And I think you all have to come to
the
Jesus
Pacers
with that moment that. Like, everyone
bitching
and complaining about the Pacers. The Diamondbacks and the Texas Rangers a year and a half ago in the World Series apparently was the worst thing that ever happened to the world. Oh, we don't want to watch these teams. You can't have it both ways. You either want the stars or the new stars. And you complain about it one way or the other just because that's who we are. We just need things to complain about.
Right, because that's what I'm saying. Like, do we really want an Arizona State versus a Boise State in the national championship?
No, we don't. I kind of do, but apparently no one else does.
Right. I know. So I know people complain about like the format of college football, but like that's just the name of the game. And honestly, in college football, I think we just want to see the best teams in. Like for me, somebody who I feel like is pretty unbiased simply because I went to NC State. And listen, we're not going to be competing for a national championship probably anytime soon. So for me, I want to see the best teams go head to head. So I think the current format's pretty good. I don't think we should expand it because that's the other topic going on right now is that how can we make more money? Just add more games. It's simple. But like, I don't think we need to devolve into full out March Madness for football. Like, the game is just not, the level of physicality needed for football. You can't do that.
Completely. Listen, we don't need to add more to this. Quite frankly, the college football playoff last year took 3 months, and by the time we got to the national championship game, I was so beyond didn't care anymore because they literally gave us 3 weeks in between games. The dumbest planning I've ever seen.
California Media League, Cody Decker didn't care.
Burn down the Rose Bowl.
God. All right. Coming up next, we'll dip our toe in the waters of the NFL. Joe DeLeon joins us for NFL and college football. He's next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Off and running. Let's get it going here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Cody Decker, filling in for Jenks today. In a few minutes, we'll talk some college football with Joe DeLeon. Does college football for A to Z Sports and also co-host of the Ruffino and Joe Show. So, Cody, my college football tradition, where sometimes it takes a little bit for me to get in the mindset of college football, because especially now, it is such a revolving door of like, this quarterback's going to this school, even though you think of him for this school, that I always get the Phil Steele, college football preview, and I read it by the pool. And I used to do this on Instagram back in the days where Instagram was like not super curated. I would take a picture of me reading the college football, preview with my legs facing the pool. Remember when people used to take pictures like that? Like, is it hot dogs or legs? So I need to do that. I have not seen Phil Steele's college football preview magazine at the grocery store checkout, but maybe I will have to go to Barnes and Noble. Do you have any traditions like this where there's something that like signifies the start of a season? Because I'm also doing this with Hard Knocks, where it gets you in the mindset of the NFL. Do you do this with any sports?
Only one. I watched the movie The Natural right before Major League Baseball's opening day. It's the only baseball movie I will watch before opening day. It's arguably my favorite sports movie of all time. Barry Levinson shot entirely in magic hour. It's an incredible achievement. Not to mention on that, rest in peace, Michael Madsen, who was a star of that movie and just recently passed away. Got to meet him one time, and I told him how much I loved him as Bump Bailey in the movie The Natural. And at this point, he was basically only known for Quentin Tarantino movies. At this point, he's Mr. Blonde, and he's one of the Deadly Viper gang from Kill Bill. I mentioned Bump Bailey. He's like, "Did you say Bump Bailey? Sit down. We're going to talk for 25 minutes. No one talks about Bump Bailey with me." He badass. Love it.
Okay, so confession, I've seen parts of The Natural. And so it's the movie with Bump Bailey. So this was on TV one day, and we watched like 5 minutes of it. And so Bump Bailey, please correct me if I'm wrong. So he runs through a wall and he dies? Like, isn't... Yes. What? Like, how
it's based on a real story. That actually happened.
Oh my gosh. That's like the most like 1920s thing I've ever heard. Like, he just runs into a wall and dies.
Yeah, those were like brick walls back then. Look at Wrigley. Wrigley is brick out there. If you're not careful, you can die.
I remember being dumbfounded watching this movie. I'm like, so he just died? That's just it? So that's the only 5 minutes of The Natural that I have seen. So I laughed when you said Bump Bailey for that.
You have missed a good rest of the movie, but I'll admit it was abrupt.
All right, so let's switch gears a bit. We're going to talk college football with Joe DeLeon. He does college football for A to Z Sports and co-host of the Ruffino and Joe Show. So, Joe, let me ask you, what do you think is the biggest storyline in college football right now? I feel like we're being force-fed this beef between the SEC and the Big Ten. Is that the biggest story for you?
Well, I think that has to be brought up in the conversation. So just to start right there, it absolutely is. It is turning into this gigantic battle for who gets to declare what the new college football playoff format is going to be. And Greg Sankey's incredibly vocal. Even when he doesn't have a microphone in front of his face, he's got all of these different back channels and mouthpieces that speak for him, that has been extremely outward on putting out what he wants the new playoff model to be for the 16-team playoff and for it to be 5 and 11. Next week, Tony Petitti's a little less outspoken, but I'm very curious what he will say during Big Ten Media Days. But outside of that, if we're talking like on-field stuff, the biggest storyline to me is, does Texas live up to the hype, specifically Arch Manning? I think that if Arch ends up being as good as so many of us hope, it is going to be some of the best theater that we can get in college football, and it is going to be a must-watch TV every single time they play a game.
Joe, apologies to revert you right back over to that SEC Big Ten question, but my question is, how much longer does the NCAA even have power to control these two conferences that are making more money than all the rest of the conferences combined?
I think they've already lost it. It kind of feels like, as we start to read more and more on the decision-making of the playoff and the decision-making of things like the College Sports Commission and revenue sharing and how NIL is changing and how it is turning into a completely different avenue for player payments, I think that the NCAA has completely lost all control. And I almost start to question, does the NCAA even have any power to do anything to control them? And that was something that was brought up not that long ago, that it was discussed amongst SEC presidents and Greg Sankey that they were exploring, does it even mean anything to them to still be a part of the NCAA? Now, they haven't actually done anything with that discussion, but it's something that they're considering. Like, do they actually waste their time staying connected for football when they really should be branching off and doing their own thing? I would think if the Big Ten and the SEC weren't fighting the way that they are right now, that might have happened sooner. That might have already happened. But because they can't agree to this playoff format, they're not working together like they should be doing in order to reshape the sport and turn it into its full potential best product.
Right. I wanted to ask you about Penn State, because from the people that I've talked to, it feels like a lightning rod team. There are people who are in the camp of, hey, this team is overrated. James Franklin can't be trusted. I don't trust this team at all. And then there are the people who think they can win the national championship. And I will say this, over at BetMGM, Penn State, 8-1, the third shortest odds to win the national title. Do you have strong feelings on Penn State this year?
I'm in the camp that I don't trust James Franklin, and I think it's completely justified. I look at the roster. The roster makes perfect sense for a national championship winning team. We look at the last two Big Ten teams that went on to win a title, Michigan and Ohio State. They did the same exact thing at the start of the season that Penn State just did, bringing back key, important veterans, seniors, guys who have played a ton of football games on offense and on defense. Zane Durant is a fantastic defensive lineman. Denai Dennis-Sutton is a great pass rusher. Zakee Wheatley, great at safety. And then on offense, they've got the best running back duo potentially in the country with Kaytron Allen and with Nick Singleton. A lot of pressure on Drew Aller if he can play to his expectation, his potential as this big-bodied pocket passer who can attack downfield, make less mistakes, and they will get to a national title. But where I ultimately am not fully bought in, James Franklin, what is his signature win? What is the big game that we could point to and we can say, all right, he stepped up to the plate. He needs to do more of this. He just hasn't necessarily had the roster or hasn't had the quarterback. He has had all of the resources in the past to win big football games. Every single time they've shown up, they've either fallen short at the beginning by just not coming out swinging, or they have not finished effectively. I was at the Orange Bowl, and that was one of the bigger meltdowns that I can remember for a game that I've been at in person. That game was in hand. Notre Dame could not tackle Nick Singleton, and they got away from so many of the things that were working in that football game, and they collapsed. That goes on James Franklin. That goes on his ability to control the team and to get everybody locked in, while Marcus Freeman was able to make that happen. So I can't invest in Penn State because there's just been an inability for James Franklin to prepare his team for these big games. I want to be proven wrong, but I am holding my breath at the current moment.
I love it. Death, taxes, and James Franklin will always let you down. I got to ask you a personal question, my guy, because, Joe, I'm an ex-UCLA Bruin. I have not a ton of faith in this program, especially after last year's media day when the head coach, when prompted, was only able to answer one question when he said, we're in L.A., USC's there, and that's frightening. That's apparently all he knows about his program. But we got Nico, man. Is Nico going to turn this program around?
The answer very abruptly, no. The answer to that question is no. And I think I know that there's a lot of hope that UCLA can get something out of Nico, but we got to look at what he struggled with last year. He struggled with having that just natural, innate decision-making, the reactiveness, the quick trigger, attacking, just focus that you want in your quarterback. And the hope before all that drama unfolded was, okay, he's going to get an off season of being the guy where he's going to develop and everything around him is going to come together. It is always that typical step forward from year one to year two where we see a guy really jump to his potential. But I think with all the commotion, the distractions, him changing teams, changing offenses is just so many hurdles that his progression is going to be marginal. I don't think it's going to be this big leap forward. And more importantly, He's stepping into an offense led by Tino Sinceri, who I think is a great OC, but didn't call plays last year for Indiana. We don't know what that's going to look like. And he also has limited weapons to throw to. I can't really call upon, hey, this is the guy that he can turn to in tight situations to make a big play. I think it's going to be pretty rocky this year. There's redemption available in his second year as a starter in 2026, and I hope he sticks around that long. But this upcoming year, I would keep expectations pretty low.
I want to ask you about a dark horse team, like a team that nobody's talking about that you think people should maybe be paying attention to, because obviously in the world of betting, these are the teams that we're looking for.
So I've got two teams that I've been bringing up lately for this. They're both Big Ten teams. One team that I think has the best shot to get to the playoff that nobody's talking about, it is UCLA's counterpart. It's USC. USC has quietly one of the better defenses, led by one of the best. I know I'm giving devastating
right now, Joe.
Crapping on UCLA and then coming out here and hyping up USC. I have to share though. I'm a Notre Dame fan, so this pains me just as much as it's probably paining you. They've got a really good defensive core, and they're bringing back a lot on their offensive line. Their receiver room is also tremendous, and there's an opportunity for them to really explode. Now that Maeva is the decided starter, I think his skill set is a lot better for Lincoln Riley's offense than Miller Moss's was. If D'Anton Lynn can unlock this defense that took a huge step forward, I think that we're going to see Lincoln Riley get this team to a playoff, especially with a very favorable schedule for them. But the other is the deeper pull, where if this team plays to what we're hoping, they can shock so many people, and that's Washington. Damon Williams, who they started to play a little bit at the end of last year, was a true freshman, and he is fast, he is quick, and he's got a very underrated arm. Go back, if anyone has the time, this is something that I wouldn't necessarily recommend. Watch the bowl game that they played in. He willed them back after he started the game really slow. They did not win the game, but he ended up almost getting them back into it and winning that football game because he made so many big plays late down the stretch. And they've also got a really good run game with Jonah Coleman, and their defense could be incredibly hard to throw on because they've got two corners that are 6'4".
Joe,
All right.
We talked about it earlier. Realistic expectations for UNC.
I think that realistic, knowing that Bill Belichick's a good coach and that roster being pretty barren, losing one of their best players in Bo Atkinson, who transferred to Ohio State in the spring, 6 wins, I think, is pretty realistic, on the higher end of the spectrum. Mm-hmm. It's going to be a tough transition going from Mac Brown to Belichick, especially with all of the commotion. I don't think a lot of people realize how bad all of the negative headlines that were happening with Belichick will affect the locker room. It's bad enough when, say if you had a guy in the locker room who got into trouble or gotten arrested, that stuff will weigh down a team. But your head coach being a part of headlines nationally for the craziest possible headline, it is going to distract the hell out of guys, and it probably distracted them during the spring while they were trying to get ready for this upcoming year. So I think with all those moving pieces, them playing in a conference that's got some pretty tough opponents like Clemson and Miami that are going to put up a much bigger fight, I think that 6 wins is doable, but I wouldn't be shocked if this is a team that misses a bowl game.
From winning 6 rings to 6 wins. What a step down for Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
But that's what he signed up for when he went to UNC. Great stuff today from Joe DeLeon. He is the co-host of the Ruffino and Joe Show and does college football for A to Z Sports. Joe, thanks for waking up early with us. College football is right around the corner, and we can't wait. Thanks for stopping by.
Of course, guys. Thanks for having me.
All right. That's what I keep forgetting is that July 17th feels very much summer to me, but college football starts in August. So I got to get to researching some of these players because that's the toughest part. Even talking about Nico going to UCLA, that's going to be something that I have to get used to because I'm in Nashville. We talked about Nico a ton, and I will always think of him as going to UT. So that's the toughest part of college football is the free agency.
It's funny because on the exact flip side, no one in LA is talking about Nico at all. They expect nothing. This is going to be brutal. And hearing him talk up USC, just can you take the knife directly out of my back, please?
Well, on the flip side, I love how people are like, UNC, 6 wins maybe, because I went to NC State, and I will say the one thing we do is beat North Carolina in football. So hopefully that trend continues.
Go Pack!
Go Pack! That's right. Absolutely. Best bets coming your way next here on the Daily Tip. Stick with us. You won't want to miss it here on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Love that.
Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
That's right. Time to land the plane. It's the final segment here on the show. But luckily, we've saved our best for last because best bets come your way in just mere moments here on the show. But when I say best bets, listen, it is a downtime for betting. We don't have too much going on, but we'll hand out some futures we think worth your time and your consideration. We do have the Open Championship going on right now if you are following golf. The major across the pond, here are your current leaders. Jacob Skava-Olesen at 4 under. He is finished for the day. He's your leader, tied with Hatong Lee, also at 4 under. Matthew Jordan tied for third at 3 under. We have several guys. We have 3 guys tied for third at 3 under. Nikolai Højgaard, who was making a run earlier today, is at 2 under. He is finished for the day. And Scotty Scheffler making his move. He is 2 under through 10. We've seen a bit of a fall off from Phil Mickelson, who had a good start to the day. We know he's a great putter. He's at 1 under through the day. Shane Lowry also 1 under through 10. And that's who I will be rooting for, the native of Ireland, because we know the party will be epic from Shane Lowry if he does win. Still plenty of golf left the entire weekend, so be careful in some of those live bets. And we have to monitor the weather. Also a thing when you're betting on any golf tournament in the UK, because we know the rain can always come at any moment. All right, Cody, so we know you're a baseball guy. And again, people say this is the dead time for sports, but this is a big time for baseball. And this is when the World Series moves are made. Like the one that always sticks out to me when it comes to the trade deadline is when the Astros got Justin Verlander at literally the strike of midnight, or like right when the deadline was supposed to be expiring. They got him and then they won a World Series. So let me ask you, what are some of the big seismic moves that we're expecting here, or maybe some of the players you're expected to move before the trade deadline?
So I mentioned earlier on in the show, this is going to come down to this next week and a half in Major League Baseball. And there's one team very specifically I'm looking at. Now, I'm looking at multiple teams, but there's one team that could really change the dichotomy of Major League Baseball for this second half, especially in the AL East. And that team is the Arizona Diamondbacks. The Arizona Diamondbacks on paper is a playoff team. They're a phenomenal baseball team in the World Series 2 years ago, and they absolutely upgraded their team. Now, the injuries they sustained this year, the Corbin Burns injury was absolutely devastating after the $200 million contract. Montgomery out for the year. But Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly still having phenomenal years, and make no mistake, if the D-backs try to sell, those are 2 names that everyone wants. Not to mention, on top of that, they also have a first baseman in Naylor that a lot of people are going to want, Mariners being one of them. But I want to stay focused on the AL East, because when I mention all these Diamondback players, there are 3 teams that would kill for some of these Diamondback players. And I'm going to start with the Toronto Blue Jays. Zach Gallen to the Toronto Blue Jays would be a phenomenal pickup for this team. That being said, he'd also be a phenomenal pickup for the Boston Red Sox and the New York Yankees. And the New York Yankees are already talking with the Arizona Diamondbacks, because Eugenio Suarez, I hope to God his hand is feeling okay after the All-Star game, because if that guy's not wearing pinstripes in a week and a half, I don't know what to say. The guy has 30 home runs. The Yankees have been anything but quiet about their desperate need of a third baseman. And Eugenio Suarez fits this bill in every possible way. They just let go of DJ LeMahieu. Everyone and their cousin knows that Jazz Chisholm is not a third baseman. He is a second baseman, and Jazz knows that too. They get their hands on Eugenio Suarez and a Zach Gallen, the Yankees are going to run away with this division. But I don't believe they're going to be able to get both. I think they can get one. I think the Boston Red Sox are going to go after Josh Naylor hard, as they should. They need somebody over at first base to supplement losing Devers, which, by the way, this team's gone to skyrocket mode since getting rid of Devers, which is making me really see perhaps Rafi was a bit of a cancer in that clubhouse. And it just seemingly coincides with the San Francisco Giants all of a sudden kind of falling off a cliff. Things not exactly going well in that trade at the moment. The Diamondbacks have 4 major pieces that can change the entire AL East. And frankly, if I am one of those 3 teams, I try to get at least 2 of those Diamondback pieces. If I'm the Red Sox, I get Naylor and Zach Gallen, or Naylor and Merrill Kelly. If I am over there in Toronto, I try to get Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen. And if I'm the Yankees, I get Zach Gallen and I get Eugenio Suarez. this has a chance of being something really special. Not to mention, on top of that, the other names I've mentioned earlier on, the Bednars of the world, the back-end bullpen names. Say Stephen Kwan of the Guardians becomes available, and the Dodgers want to upgrade Michael Conforto, perhaps. I think this has the real opportunity of going haywire overnight, and I'm hopeful that it is. And there's one more name that I haven't mentioned yet. Dear Atlanta Braves, just say Chris Sale. Just say Chris Sale. And watch everyone twist themselves into pretzels every way they can to get their hands on Chris Sale. Because you're telling me right now the Cubs wouldn't love themselves a Chris Sale, the Red Sox getting their hands back on a Chris Sale, the Yankees getting a Chris Sale knowing that they don't have Garrett Cole the rest of this season. Guys, the trade deadline has an opportunity to be something different this year. We got a lot of buyers and not a ton of sellers, but there are a couple of teams that if they choose to be sellers, man, this buyer's market's going to be something else.
Yeah, I think especially for starting pitchers. Let me ask you this quickly because we do have to get to best bets. Which player do you think has the biggest impact? Is it a pitcher, namely a starting pitcher, or is it a position player?
I honestly think it will be a pitcher, and I do think it's one of those two names I just said. I honestly think Zach Gallen is the most underappreciated and underrated pitcher in Major League Baseball. This guy is a star if he wore any other jersey. If this guy had been wearing pinstripes, he'd be talked about in the same vein as a Max Fried, but simply because he's in Arizona, and it's that underdog team that everyone pretends to like until they're in the World Series, no one pays attention to him.
Yeah, and he's already made a move once, going from the Marlins to the Diamondbacks, and he is still pretty young. And he does have experience playing in the postseason with the Diamondbacks, so it should be interesting to follow. All right, as we mentioned, it's time to get our best bets quickly and tell you who we have the most faith in today.
Time to place your bets.
All right, so I don't have any daily action for you because there's not that much to bet on, and the Open Championship's going on right now and I haven't been able to watch. So what we're going to do for me is I'm going to do a future. And listen, this is not a hot take. It's not going to be crazy, but this is more for hedging opportunities down the road because right now the Detroit Tigers are plus 240 to win the American League. Not to win the World Series, to win the American League. That means as long as they get to the ALCS, you've got one side of the coin for plus 240. And so if you're telling me if the Tigers even get there, which they should have a good road, they have a chokehold on their division right now, they're going to get that easier path through the postseason, I think they stand a great chance. So I'm going to take the Tigers plus 240 to win the American League. Plus, I think they can win the World Series, got a great pitching staff, headlined, of course, by Tariq Skubal, and the batters have been doing their job as well. So that is going to be my bet of the day. Cody, do you have a future for us?
Plus 650. Boston Red Sox to win the AL East. This is a team that is currently 3 games behind the Toronto Blue Jays and only 1 game behind the New York Yankees and are currently sitting in a wild card spot. Not to mention on top of that, they're the hottest team in baseball right now, winning their last 10 in a row, and they've been on fire since getting rid of Rafi Devers. And I already mentioned that they're going to be active in the trade deadline. If they get their hands on one of those players that I just mentioned, this team has a very good chance to win this division. On top of that, win this division at plus 650. You might want to jump on this right now before that shrinks down to plus 250.
Ooh, I believe in them maybe to win the division, but I feel like the Red Sox, they're either a terrible team or they win the World Series. It feels to me like there's usually not that much in between, even though they've been a middling team lately. I have trust issues with the Red Sox, but if they make some big moves, I can certainly see it. All right, coming up next, it's Bet Sweats here on the network, and hosting is going to be at least Chris Mack. Maybe it's Kate Constable, I think it is, filling in over there. So Chris is with us now. And Chris, I've got to ask you, when you watch Paul Skeens and you see how good he is, and you see the look on his face when he gets run support in the All-Star game, do you feel bad for the guy, or do you just feel bad for yourself for being a Pirates fan?
Yes. How about that, Chelsea? Just yes to all of the above. I mean, it's so painful. I did have the over 1.5 Ks on Skeens, which was plus 140, I think, the other night. So I was excited about it. You got to bet Skeens when you get a chance to bet Skeens. You don't have to bet the Pirates, though. That little 6-game winning streak, the sweeping of the homestand against the Mets and the Cardinals a couple weeks ago feels like it was ages ago now. They're back to being the Buccos, unfortunately.
Chris,
it was 84 years.
Buddy, I didn't know you were a Pirates fan, and I would like to just that you are aware that that is not a life sentence that you are forced to do. You're choosing to continue doing this.
I was born into it, Cody. I have no choice at this point. Like
it's nutting. But that owner,
listen, there's a very important line of demarcation here, which is: do you spend money on tickets? And I have not spent any money on tickets this year. Somebody gives me freebies, I go by all means. But other than that, I am not helping pay for a small town newspaper somewhere in rural West Virginia, which is where the money ends up going.
So, Chris, I just want to point this out. It's just the second highest paid player in your franchise's history is Jason Kendall.
That is the maniacal laugh of a man whose heart has been broken so many times. I know, Cody. But look, this is what I say to people. When they do good things, like that 6-game sweep of a homestand against the Mets and the Cardinals a couple weeks ago, allow yourself to enjoy it, but understand where we are in the grand scheme of things. Allow yourself to enjoy a Paul Skeens start whenever you get it, but understand where we are, which is the middle of no man's land for the better part of the last 45 years. The last time this team won a World Series, I was quite literally still in diapers.
Ah, yes, that's a visual we all want. So what's the deal with O'Neal Cruz? Like, I think casual fans watch him in the home run derby and they see these numbers. They're like, how is he not one of the best hitters in baseball?
Because he swings like that all the time, which doesn't work too well in games when you're facing sliders. That's why.
Oh, it's sad because it was like, I felt it was a good moment for Pirates fans during the All-Star week because you had Paul Skeens, who looked amazing, O'Neal Cruz, at least till the semis of the home run derby. So maybe you relish that. And then you look at the rest of the season and say, well, that's it. It's fine. All right, thanks,
the cockles
Chris.
of our baseball-loving hearts. I promise you.
Oh, yes. All right, that's going to do it for us here on the Daily Tip. For me, for Cody Decker, for our entire crew, have a great Thursday. We'll see you tomorrow, bright and early.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network, sponsored by BetMGM.
A bookie is what Bill Belichick reads to his girlfriend before bedtime. They do. They read The Very Horny Caterpillar, The Little Engine That Could But Needed a Pill First, and of course, the classic Goodnight Boobs.
Shane Gillis, on the ESPYs last night. We didn't have a lot of action in the sports world. Some WNBA, of course, some NFL news, some NBA news to talk about today as well. But credit to Shane Gillis for getting us a few laughs last night, even if you were offended by some of it. It's still funny. It's comedy. That's what it's supposed to be. And we're here to bet on everything else that's going on in the world. Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack, in for Joe O and Sammy P all week as they continue their midsummer break. This is Bet Sweats live coast to coast on the BetMGM network, wherever you may be in the world, always inside your free Odyssey app, as well as iHeartRadio and TuneIn apps. So take us with you today. Just when you think there's nothing to bet on, we are going to find things to bet on. The Open Championship over in Northern Ireland. We've got a preview of the SEC, previews of the NFC East and the AFC West. Will the Eagles go Birds? And the Chiefs end up back in the Super Bowl. Plus, ESPN has told us who everyone around the league is ranking as the top 10 wide receivers. We'll give you ours. And some nuggets dropped by Adam Silver a couple days ago about the NBA considering expansion. There's a couple obvious targets, everybody thinks, but we'll draft the cities that are most deserving or most interesting of an NBA expansion team. Will be all over the place today. Some MLB futures as well for the second half that gets underway tomorrow when Josh Inglis of Covers.com visits in about an hour and 20 minutes from now. Morning, Kate. How many jokes of Shane Gillis's offended you, and how many actually made you chuckle out loud like the Belichick one there?
0 offended me, Chris. Good morning, by the way. Because like you said, it's comedy and it's just funny, people. Sit back, relax, have a couple laughs. I thought he was hilarious. Based on the crowd, I don't think everyone agrees with my sentiment that it was all in good humor and fun and what he was supposed to be doing as the host to that. Sure, there were a couple cheap ones. The Deshaun Watson one, I was shocked that he said out loud. And when ESPN panned to like some of the players' faces in the crowd, they were also just as shocked. But I mean, the Bill Belichick stuff, that's low-hanging fruit that you knew was coming. And he did it in a phenomenal manner. Bedtime stories, it couldn't have been more perfect.
Look, you get Shane Gillis hosting the ESPYs, you know what you're getting. It's Shane Gillis. You know he's going to say some stuff that's going to make you go, I probably shouldn't laugh at that. And that's what we got on the ESPYs last night. In particular, my favorite joke, I watched the entire monologue this morning, actually, while I was getting ready for the show. It was about 10 minutes longer. So the Deshaun Watson one was good. That was after Busta Rhymes, I think, had just presented an award. So he said, no coincidence, put your hands where my eyes can see, famous Busta Rhymes song, is what massage therapists say to Deshaun Watson, which I thought was hilarious. But you make a good point, the crowd not laughing so much. The other one I absolutely loved was when he said, Caitlin Clark and I actually have a lot in common. We're both whites from the Midwest who've nailed a lot of threes, which...
That was phenomenal stuff. Because that's kind of what I would expect from Shane Gillis. Pulling threes, right?
Yes.
I mean, he makes fun of his looks. He's not the most attractive man in the world.
No, he's not, but he knows it, right? He's on top of the world right now. His Irish made it to the national championship game. His Birds won the Super Bowl, and he's hosting the ESPYs. So a little fun during an otherwise big lull in the middle of the summer.
Yes, I have to tell you my favorite joke. And I realized as a female, I probably shouldn't have enjoyed this joke as much as I did because, you know, girl power.
You're allowed to laugh, though.
Yeah, it was hilarious. Let's give it up for 4-time WNBA All-Star Brittany Hicks. Everyone in the crowd claps. Mm-hmm. Brittany Hicks, that's a made-up name. Yeah. But everyone, because no one knows WNBA, everyone just laughed, cheered as if
it was a real person.
She was actually a 4-time WNBA All-Star. Yeah. When I heard that name, I was like, I don't recognize the name Brittany Hicks. And then I realized it was not a real person.
Not a real person.
Phenomenal stuff.
Yeah. So good stuff from Shane Gillis at the ESPYs last night. We don't need to talk about who won. Although someone told me breakout player of the year was a rugby player instead of Paul Skeens. You know how I feel about my guy Paul Skeens, which made me wonder, what are we doing here? But whatever. It's the ESPYs. Like a lot of stuff this time of year, it's just for funsies, as our guy Jake Hassan would say. The Open Championship is underway. We threw a couple bets at the board, at least I did, some long shots to win yesterday. Just a quick update on the leaderboard. We've got a couple people in the lead whose names I'm not good at pronouncing. I'm just going to be honest with you. Jacob Skov Olesen and Haotong Lee are both at 4 under through their first rounds of the day, but obviously you've got people who are still just teeing off. We got a group of 3 at 3 under. Headlined by Matt Fitzpatrick. Scotty Scheffler, last I checked, was at 1 under. So we'll keep you up to date on the British Open. Sorry, video producer Brian Gersh gets very angry if you call it the British Open. The Open Championship. We'll keep you up to date on the leaderboard. Lee Westwood, one of a group at 2 under with Sergio, who's only 6 holes in, Phil Mickelson, Shane Lowry, a few others, as well as, like I said, Scotty Scheffler at 1 under. But we'll keep you up to date on that throughout the morning here on Bet Sweats. Von Miller is now a Washington Commander. So this is interesting. Another bit of news drops for a team the day that we're previewing their division here on Bet Sweats. We'll get into the NFC East at the top of the hour. So about 55 minutes from now or so. This is interesting to me, Kate, because I don't know, did the Commanders need to go out and get Von Miller? They brought in Javon Kinlaw. We can argue about how effective of a signing that will be or not up front in the offseason. They didn't do a lot of other things to fortify their pass rush, especially this offseason. So I understand it's Von Miller. It's at the end of his career. You hope he can find something that maybe he didn't find, especially in Buffalo. Interesting, though, that while you're arguing with Terry McLaurin over dollars and cents, you go out and find a few bucks for Von Miller, I guess.
What is Von Miller at this point in his career? That's my question. I mean, I think the Commanders are kind of hoping they can bring him in and have him do what he did for the Rams in 2021, kind of be that final piece of the defense there. But I mean, I don't think he doesn't move the needle for me. That wasn't a move that it was more of a move that I saw and thought, that's interesting. I don't really understand it versus like, wow, the Commanders just moved up a notch in my book. Like, I mean, their pass rush was not great last year. It wasn't terrible. Sitting around league average, 11th best. I don't know. I'm not sure he makes them significantly better by any means. It's more, he still has some left in the tank, but like to me, more of just the name Von Miller is what's the more impressive thing than what he can actually do on the football field this year. I don't know. I don't expect a ton from him at this point in his career.
Yeah, 14 sacks in his couple of seasons with the Bills, 8 2 years ago, or excuse me, 8 in his first season, 6 last year. If he, like I said, shows just a glimpse of what he was capable of at his peak, it does help their pass rush. And if you're looking to put together the best defense of 2015, I mean, you got Bobby Wagner out there as well. So 2025, I don't know. I mean, look, if the Commanders are going to succeed this year, it's going to be because Jaden Daniels continues to grow and thrive, and Terry McLaurin eventually comes in, and everything comes together on the offensive side of the ball. But you still got to stop opposing offenses. We'll get into the NFC East, like I said, at 10 a.m. Eastern. There's the aforementioned Birds of Philadelphia. There's the Commanders. There's the Cowboys, who once again kind of forgot that the offseason happened, other than trading for a possible headache in George Pickens. And then the Giants, who, if we're talking about 2 or 3 years from now, hey, maybe it's a golf clap for what they did, especially in the draft. But I don't know about the rest of their offseason as well. And like I mentioned, 11 a.m. Eastern, we'll look at the AFC West, the other Super Bowl competitor, the Chiefs, the Chargers, the Broncos, and the Raiders, and a 34-year-old Geno Smith at quarterback as well. The other bit of personnel news that we got yesterday, The Phoenix Suns finally got their Bradley Beal buyout, Kate. He's going to head to the Clippers on a 2-year, $11 million deal. The second year has a player option. I don't know. Bradley Beal, Kawhi Leonard, James Harden. What are the chances of all three of them just staying healthy and on the floor together for more than 50% of the time? I think that's the first question you ask yourself as a Clippers fan. They did go out and get, I believe, Brook Lopez this offseason. So they've tried to make some moves to stay competitive in that Western Conference picture. I don't think this elevates them to the level of Western Conference contender. Like I said, they'd have to have all of these guys stay healthy and on the floor together late into the season for this, I think, to have any kind of impact.
Well, and that's not going to happen. Like, objectively, it's not going to happen. Bradley Beal played 53 games last year. He hasn't played more than 60 games in each of his last 5 seasons. The guy cannot stay healthy, even in a secondary role, even coming off the bench. So one, for the Suns, like the impact for that had to be one of the worst trades that the Suns have made in maybe all time, for sure the last decade. Trading for Bradley Beal, having to buy him out. And the Clippers replaced Norman Powell with Bradley Beal, essentially. I mean, Norman Powell was traded to the Heat in that 3-team deal, but that opened the spot for Bradley Beal. Norman Powell was one of the favorites all season long for 6th man of the year. Like, he had a phenomenal season last year. So I don't know if Bradley Beal at this point in his career, and I say that, I didn't realize, I read this morning that Norman Powell is a year older than Bradley Beal. That surprised me, but I'm not sure how much Bradley Beal has left in the tank. And he didn't enjoy being a backup guard with the Suns. That's what he is in LA with the Clippers. Like, he's going to lead that second unit with Bogdanovich, but that's essentially like what he didn't want in Phoenix. So he wants out in Phoenix because he doesn't want to be a secondary player, but like it's a lateral move. It feels like, I think the Clippers will be better than the Suns this upcoming season. So not lateral in that sense, but in terms of role, I don't know. I'm kind of over Bradley Beal. Like, he doesn't do anything for me in the league anymore. He's not exciting to watch as much. He is still a great player. He can score with the best of them, but to me, it does not elevate the Clippers to a spot where I'm thinking that they're title contenders or wanting to back them in the market at all.
Yeah, I think like you started to allude toward at the beginning, this is a much more interesting move from the Suns' perspective, I think, because this gets them down off the first and second apron, I believe. And it makes you question, what is the plan going forward? Okay, and how does Devin Booker feel about this? I don't know if Devin Booker is at the point, 28, 29 years old now, where he can tell the Suns, I don't like this. Send me packing. Maybe he is. I don't know. But what else do they have in place? Dylan Brooks? This signals a rebuild more than anything else to me. And how are you going to get Booker to buy into being a part of that and not really being a contender at all for the next couple of years, when you would probably sold him on the bill of goods and Devin Booker had probably sold you on the idea of, no, get me KD, get me Bradley. Oh, yeah, get me some guys around me. We'll be the big three, right? Booker, KD, and Beal. And then once again, KD goes somewhere to be part of some 3-headed monster that doesn't work out. That's probably a whole separate conversation for a different day and an argument we'll have for a long time about how KD really never forced his way anywhere where he didn't help win anything other than a team that had already won championships, Golden State. But as for Phoenix going forward, this is more than a retooling. This is a rebuild around Devin Booker. If he wants to be a part of it, I'll be interested to see if we hear from him at any point soon on all of this.
Well, the way you keep Devin Booker happy is by making him the highest paid salary player in the league. They just gave him $154 million extension for 2 years, Chris. The Suns, outside of their run to the finals against the Bucks, what was that, 2020? And then 2021, where they won 62 games. Like, the Suns have not been good since, but yet they keep paying Devin Booker. That would keep me happy. Yeah, I want to win a championship, but Devin Booker's still young. Give me $145 million over 2 years, and I'll stick around, especially in Arizona. It's beautiful, sun shining.
Sure.
Like, Devin Booker's kind of got it made outside of the the tools to win a championship, which is what most athletes play the game for. But the money certainly is a nice secondary.
We'll see how much the money salves those emotional wounds after a couple years of missing the playoffs, and where it goes from there. But yeah, Bradley Beal, the Suns get him off the books. He's headed to LA with the Clippers. The first hour of Bet Sweats every single day is on Stadium via your Bally Sports Live app and ballysportslive.com. Make sure you've downloaded it and you're watching the show every single day. And you can always get us in podcast form too, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your audio. Make sure you're downloading Bet Sweats for anything you may have missed. As mentioned, Josh Inglis of Covers.com in a little more than an hour to talk about the second half of the MLB season. We'll preview the NFC East and the AFC West, but we go on campus next. The big boys, we preview the SEC next right here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
How many SEC teams do we get in the playoff? Any dark horses we like to jump up and surprise you? And what about the big boys at the top of the conference? Which teams do we have a closest eye on? It's been SEC Media Days all week down in Atlanta, so we've heard plenty coming from there. Lots to talk about as we preview the SEC in just a moment here on Bet Sweats, live coast to coast on the BetMGM network. I'm Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable, in for Joe and Sam again today and tomorrow to finish out the week with you. Get you ready for the second half of the MLB season with Josh Inglis of Covers.com coming up 1 hour from now, and previews of both the NFC East and the AFC West at the top of each of the next 2 hours, 10 a.m. and 11 a.m. respectively. But there's some interesting teams in this SEC, Kate. I mean, last year, obviously, we had Texas. Now they transition from Quinn Ewers to Arch Manning. Bama, a down year for them in Kalen DeBoer's debut as the Tide's head coach. Georgia is always Georgia, but they lose Carson Beck. Is Gunnar Stockton going to live up to things in Athens? And then, you know, some of your usual suspects, LSU, Texas A&M, Tennessee could be in for a down year as they lose Nico Iamaleava. Lots of different directions to go. Ole Miss maybe a down year as well with Jackson Dart going to the NFL. The most interesting team here might be Alabama because, like I said, it's Kalen DeBoer's second year in Tuscaloosa. In year two, when he was the head coach at Sioux Falls, I know it's D2, but when he was the head coach at Sioux Falls, they won the D2 national title in his second year. His second year in Washington, they went to the national championship game. So lined at 9.5 wins, slightly juiced to the over at -125. They are 5-1 to win the SEC, plus 170 to show up in the SEC championship game. One of those big minus money favorites to go to the college football playoff, -185. For a lot of reasons. They're returning 4 starters on the offensive line, a pretty deep running back room, a top 10 receiving core, and they're absolutely stacked on defense again. Does Bama get back to being Bama in year 2 under Kalen DeBoer?
They do. They get back to being closer to Alabama because they really did fall off a cliff last year compared to the standards that Nick Saban had set. You don't lose 3 games late in the season with Nick Saban. That's not happening. But I like what you said about Kalen DeBoer in his second year. Like, with the expectations that were on him last season going into that, like, that's a terrible situation for any head coach to be in and try and have success right away. I also love the fact that he brought over Ryan Grubb, who was his offensive coordinator at Washington. He now brings him over to be the offensive coordinator this year at Alabama. So there's that continuity there, and I think the offense will be better under Ryan Grubb. You bring back your top 2 receivers. Your lines should be solid as they always are. The question is what type of quarterback play do you get? And I think that's kind of where things will hinge this year is, who is Ty Simpson? I know he's been with the program for a long time, but we haven't seen a whole lot of action from him. How does he really step in, and is he able to lead this team? So I think Alabama is going to be better because they have to be better. That's also part of it. Like Caleb DeBoer, even though he's in year 2, sadly enough, he's kind of coaching for his job. So if I had to play the win total, I have not yet, but I would look at playing the over here, over 9.5 wins. You look at the schedule. Yes, you are at Georgia, at South Carolina. I mean, playing at Missouri doesn't really scare me, but then again, Alabama did lose to Vanderbilt last year on the road, so you never really know. But I think they could get to 10 wins this season. I'm not sure they're a national title contender for me, but I do think we'll see an improvement for the Tide.
Yeah, I think we'll find out a lot about, like you said, the quarterback position and Simpson and just this team as a whole and how DeBoer plans on getting through the year in the first 5 weeks, right? They open at Florida State. Week 5, they're at Georgia. If those are both losses, and it's not entirely impossible that they could both be losses, then they're going to be working from behind the rest of the year. And when you've got a 4-week or 5-week run between weeks 8 and 12, that includes Tennessee, LSU, and Oklahoma. Granted, all at home, but there's a chance for another slip up there. I don't know if I'd bet the win total. I think while I say that, I also think 5-1 to win the SEC at that number. When are you ever going to get an Alabama team at that long a number to win the SEC? It's something I keep an eye on as we get closer towards the start of the season, and I continue to look at what's going on around the rest of the conference as well. But I do expect Bama, like you said, will be markedly better than they were in year one of the Kalen DeBoer experience. The favorite in the SEC, Texas. It's Arch Manning, right? They're 5-1 to win the national championship. 9.5 wins, but heavily juiced to the over at -190, plus 225 to win the conference. I mean, they're one fumble away from overtime against Ohio State in the semifinals, right? And they bring most of that team back and get a quarterback who's more mobile and has a bigger arm than Quinn Ewers in Arch Manning. They've got a top 10 defensive line again, top 5 secondary, the best linebacking core in the country, maybe. So the biggest question for me is losing 3 offensive linemen to the NFL. How big of a hit is that? And it's great that Arch Manning can move and make things happen with his legs, but you don't want him to have to do it to run for his life. That'll be interesting to see. Week 1 at Ohio State is a big spot, obviously. Week 7, they got the Red River Shootout against Oklahoma. That, I think, is going to be one of the bigger spots for them this year. And then, of course, Week 12 at Georgia, they'll have A&M in the finale, obviously, at home. But that's the biggest question for me, Kate, is the offensive line. If they play well in front of Arch Manning, I think he's got time to sit back there and just dice people apart.
Well, not only that, but their running back room is stacked, and they have a lot of depth there because CJ Baxter, who missed last season because of an injury, he's back this year. And you add him to that group. So you're right. That hinges on the success of the offensive line too, your run game. Like, how open can they make those gaps for the run game to find some holes? And then obviously that goes into the play of Arch Manning as well. I wonder if, okay, so they have Ohio State week 1.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any reason that we should wait to bet Texas if you like them to win the SEC or the national championship? Like, you'll have missed the mark if they beat Ohio State.
Right.
But if they lose to Ohio State, you get a better number. Now, then you have to hope that they can win the majority, if not all, of the remainder of the game. So maybe that isn't quite the right philosophy there. But I'm just trying to think, like, they're the favorite to win the SEC right now. Do I want to bet them at plus 125? No, not really.
No. I wait and see. If I like any Texas futures, I wait and see what happens week 1 because you're just not getting a great number right now. They're minus 300 to make the playoff. I mean, that in and of itself, and that number probably wouldn't move much even if they did lose to Ohio State, because 2 losses in the SEC, you're still going to get into the playoff. But I think it's actually a good point you bring up. If you like any Texas futures, you wait to see what happens in the opener in Columbus. And if it doesn't go well, you got an opportunity to jump on them then. Because I still think with those other 3 big games on the schedule, Oklahoma at Georgia against A&M in the finale, they've got a chance to win at least 2 out of 3 of those, right? Mm-hmm. So this is not more than a 2-loss team, maximum, I think. If you're 1 loss, you're probably in the SEC title game, which right now you can bet them to show up there at plus 120. They lose to Ohio State. Obviously, it doesn't affect the SEC record, but might get you a little bit of a better number on all of those Texas futures. I actually think that's a good look. The one of the 3 big boys, if we want to call them that, in the SEC this year, that I have probably the most questions about is Georgia. 7-1 to win the national title. Heavily juiced to the over at 9.5 wins, minus 175. They lose Carson Beck, and 14 players were drafted into the NFL. Now, I guess you could look at it and say, well, yeah, it's Georgia. They deal with this every year. But I don't know if I believe in Gunnar Stockton the way a lot of other people do. Very limited what we've seen from him. Yeah, he might be more mobile than Beck, but they're only returning a single starter on the offensive line. Of all those 14 draft picks that they lost, 5 of them were on defense. While the linebacking core and the secondary are still strong, I have questions about being up front. The biggest advantage the Bulldogs have, Kate, really soft schedule, like soft schedule. Only true road games are week 3 at Tennessee, week 7 at Auburn, and week 11 at the terrible Mississippi State.
Yeah, that's what makes me not want to bet against Georgia at all in terms of win total or even making the SEC championship game. They haven't lost at home in 5 years, Chris. And at home this year, you get Texas, Alabama, and Ole Miss. You win those games, you're in the SEC championship game most likely. You're also most likely going over that win total as well. You mentioned all the pieces that they lost. They do have a fairly deep running back room. Nate Frazier should be one of the top running backs there. Robinson. And then you add a couple wide receivers. Noah Thomas from Texas A&M. Zachariah Branch over at USC. I've heard a ton about Georgia loving him already. And the thing is, like, yes, Georgia loses a ton of players every year, but I mean, they've just got like a stockpile of 4 and 5-star recruits. I mean, you slot any of those guys in and another 14 are going to be going next year to the NFL. So I'm not as concerned about like the number of players that Georgia lost compared to, let's say, a Florida team, even in the SEC, or, a Illinois in the Big Ten. Not saying, I mean, Illinois brings basically everyone back, but just an example there of like, Georgia's used to this. They know how to handle that much turnover. So I'm not concerned about Georgia this year. The concern is Gunnar Stockton. We just don't know what we're really going to get for him. We didn't see a great sample size in the 2 games he played in last year. So that's the concern there.
As for the rest of the pack, and there are, let's see, 7 teams posted at either 7.5 or 8.5 wins. There are a few that I think dip below that number this year. Tennessee under 8.5 at -125. Ole Miss under 8.5, -110, and LSU under 8.5 at +120. I know everybody loves Garrett Nussmeier, big arm, 4,000 yards passing last year, talented receivers, even though they lost Kyron Lacey, CJ Daniels, and Mason Taylor. But their trenches, I think, are going to be a problem. They lost 4 offensive linemen, their entire starting D-line. Plus, they got a tough schedule. They open at Clemson. We know how well Brian Kelly does in openers. They got to go to Ole Miss. They got to go to Bama. They got to go to Oklahoma. So LSU, I have under their 8.5. I mentioned Ole Miss losing Jackson Dart, 4 of their 5 starters on the offensive line, and their 5 most experienced D linemen, 3 of whom are in the NFL now, under 8.5. The Volunteers, who have a transfer redshirt freshman quarterback and a true freshman quarterback, making up their room, battling for what was Nico's spot, replacing the best running back, Dylan Sampson, maybe in school history, and their 3 top receivers, plus 4 of their 5 starting offensive linemen. And, oh, by the way, they lost James Pierce and Omar Norman-Lott on the D-line. I think are definitely under 8.5. So there are some under-win totals that I like in the SEC. There is one team that I think we can agree on, we're keeping an eye on, as far as win total goes in the SEC. John Mateer is now the quarterback in Norman. He threw 29 touchdowns to just 7 picks at Wazoo last year. They will have a better quarterback, the Sooners, in all but 3 of the games they play this year. When they face Texas, when they face South Carolina, and when they face LSU. Mateer is better than every other quarterback they will face. They win that matchup 9 of the 12 games they play this week. They got a strong defense, especially up front. Their entire D-line remains intact. I love Oklahoma over 6.5 wins. That's heavily juiced, so you probably don't want to play it at -200, but I'll tell you what I do like. How about +525 to show up in the playoff, Kate? Given that schedule, they could be a 9-3 team that, depending on the way the rest of the field falls in other conferences, sneaks into the playoff as maybe some backlash to a couple SEC teams not making it at 9-3 last year.
I think that's a great look because I've been sitting here trying to figure out how to play Oklahoma other than their win total over because it is heavily juiced. And I mean, Oklahoma is 25-1 to win the SEC. You have Tennessee above them. You have LSU. You have Florida, South Carolina. Like Auburn is above Oklahoma to win the SEC. That number feels too long. But realistically, are they going to? Probably not with the schedule that they have. I mean, they also play Michigan this year. Not that that counts towards the SEC, but like that could be another loss or blip on their radar. So to play the getting into the college football playoff. I think that is a great call. They had one of the league's toughest schedule, or the conference's toughest schedule last year. It's not a whole lot easier this year hosting Alabama. No, on the road at Alabama. You have a neutral site, Texas. You host LSU. But injuries were a major issue on offense last year. And so you bring in a better quarterback. You also bring in his offensive coordinator from Washington State, where Mateer transferred from. Like, that's going to allow him to progress in this new environment faster, having his same offensive coordinator that he played with. So I'm high on Oklahoma. We'll just see how high they can get.
Vandy over 5.5 too. It's plus 140. Diego Pavia back. They could start 5-0. Middle of the schedule will murder them, and they'll struggle to get that 6th win. But another team to keep an eye on in the SEC. We preview the NFC East at the top of the hour, and coming up next, the top 10 receivers in the NFL. ESPN and the rest of the league told you who they think they are. Who do we think? Did they get the list right or not? That's next on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
ESPN, via the rest of the league, has told you exactly who they think the top 10 wide receivers are in the NFL. We'll tell you whether they got those rankings right or wrong and where we would improve them in just a moment here on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. You can always listen live anywhere with the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps. We appreciate you joining us this week. Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack, Joe Ostrowski, and Sam Pandiotovich back on Monday. Top of the hour, we preview the NFC East, the reigning Super Bowl champs in Philly, the Commanders who just added Von Miller out of nowhere, the Cowboys who I think did some things this offseason, maybe. Oh, yeah, George Pickens. And the Giants, who are steadily continuing their rebuild. 11 a.m. Eastern, so about an hour and 20 minutes from now, we'll preview the AFC West, the division hosting the other Super Bowl competitor from Super Bowl 59, the Chiefs. Do they get back there? The Chargers, the Broncos, the Raiders. You know the teams that are in the division. I'm not sure why I'm reading them off to you. At 10:20, we preview the second half of the MLB season with Josh Inglis of Covers.com. And maybe at some point we get into the travel nightmare that my vacation may be becoming in just a little over a
Chris,
week.
it's already a nightmare for you. It's not becoming. It is arrived. The nightmare has arrived.
It has arrived. I'll tell the full story when we have more time because it's convoluted, it's ridiculous, and could only happen to me and my family. ESPN asked everybody around the league, who are the top 10 wide receivers in the league? They compiled all the responses, and they came up with the top 10 ranking that they released a few days ago. It goes something like this. I'll read from 1 to 10. Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, Tyreek Hill, CeeDee Lamb, A.J. Brown, Amon-Ra St. Brown at number 6, Malik Neighbors, Nico Collins, Mike Evans, and Garrett Wilson at number 10. So I'll start with, did they get 1 and 2 right, Kate? What are our thoughts on Chase and Jefferson? I mean, Chase just led the league in receptions, receiving yards, and receiving touchdowns. Is there any way to argue that he's the clear-cut number 1?
I think they got it right. He jumps JJ this year because of what he did last year, winning the Triple Crown, like a 5th player to do it. I think you have to put him at number 1 coming off of that season. 190 yards more than the next closest receiver after the catch last year, too. That's pretty impressive. And I mean, the article noted that these executives, GMs, think he's the better overall playmaker, whereas Justin Jefferson, better route runner, better hands. I know your face there, kind of like, really? I'm not so sure about that. I think those top 2 could be interchangeable. The thing that Justin Jefferson has in my mind over Jamar Chase is that he's not catching passes from a top 3 quarterback, which Burrow was just listed top 3 on the quarterback list that ESPN put out. He's catching balls from quarterback outside the top 10 in each of his seasons he's been in the league, and he's still putting up the numbers that he is. So I'm fine with Jamar Chase being number 1 coming off of last season, but those top 2 in my mind are pretty interchangeable.
Yeah, I once again broke the rules of this whole thing and just I would put them in a dead heat, even tie, both of them, number 1 overall, because to your point, who Jefferson has had to work with as his quarterbacks, I think, especially when you point out, and it's a great stat, run after the catch yards for Jamar Chase. That's what happens when you have an elite quarterback putting the ball exactly where it needs to be and putting you in good spots. So those 2 are clear-cut 1-2, 1A, 1B, T1, whatever you want to call it. This is where it gets interesting. Tyreek Hill, number 3. I can't get there. I've got 3 other guys ahead of him. After what we saw last year, and you could argue about the quarterback play that he gets in Miami, but I can't have him number 3 anymore. At his peak, sure. He's right there with Jefferson and Chase. He's not at his peak anymore. I don't think so anyway. I would drop him behind CeeDee Lamb, behind A.J. Brown, and Amon-Ra St. Brown. And in fact, I'd probably put Brown ahead of CD. I mean, this is a guy who grades out as the best receiver in single coverage anywhere in the league, A.J. Brown. He's coming off a Super Bowl championship, which, again, has a lot to do with the team around him. But I think we saw the impact he has on the game when he's not in there as well. So I would have A.J. Brown number 3 and then go CD 4 and probably Amon-Ra St. Brown 5 before I would get to Tyreek Hill in these rankings.
Interesting. I echo that sentiment, but I've moved Tyreek Hill down to 8. I moved him far down. Maybe an overreaction coming off of last season, but he's coming off his worst season since becoming a full-time starter. That was 2017. He fell from averaging over 1,500 yards in 2020 to 2023, less than 1,000 last year in 17 games, and he basically quit on his team in week 18. Yeah. So he is still a top receiver because of the defensive attention that he garners and the speed. Like, I mean, that is still very impressive, but I think he is, like you mentioned, past his prime and kind of on the downslope, especially with the situation going on in Miami of like Tua's not making it through the season. He's not playing all 17 games, which is going to hurt Hill going forward. So I ranked A.J. Brown 3. I did Amon-Ra St. Brown 4, CeeDee Lamb 5, rounded out my top 5. It's so interesting in the article, and I mean, I didn't know this prior to reading it, or at least didn't know these statistics, but with A.J. Brown on the field, the Eagles were 16-1. They averaged 31.5 points per game. Without him, they were 2-2 and averaged 18 points. Like, yes, there are more factors in that than just A.J. Brown of everything that happened in those games, the opponents, the defenses, but like, that's kind of a jarring statistic. So A.J. Brown there. Chris, then I went... And I struggled with these. I kind of moved everyone around a little bit, but I went Collins, Evans, Hill, Neighbors, and then I did Puka and Brian Thomas at 10. I just did 2 players there. I went rogue as well. I think a lot of these 6 through 10 can be interchangeable. Like those top 5 are the top 5 for me, but the rest in and out.
After dropping Tyreek to 6, I also had Malik Neighbors at 7. Introduced Terry McLaurin to the list at number 8. He's the contested catch king. And then at 9, I had Nico Collins, another single coverage guy who just absolutely thrives in those situations. And Mike Evans at 10. I mean, you can't discount 11 consecutive seasons of 1,000 yards. We'll see when the drop-off finally comes, but it hasn't yet. And then some of the other names that I thought about getting up there on the list, Garrett Wilson, obviously, Devontae Adams, Drake London. Puka is the one that I had a hard time deciding, does he belong in this top 10? Does he not? There are some metrics and some numbers. You look at Puka Nacua and go, oh my God, yeah, he's a top 10 receiver. And then there are others where you go, he's very, 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 very good. Is he top 10 or is he a product of a quarterback still on the fringe of his prime? Is he a product of a quality system? It's not an argument that'll get fixed this year with Adams introduced to the mix. People say, well, yeah, he's got Adams working across from him. Of course, Puka's great. But I don't know what your perception is of Puka at this point in his career. I feel like after his rookie year, we expected that incredible churn of production to continue week after week after week after week. And anytime it doesn't happen, we question ourselves, and our expectations just may be a little bit outsized for Puka Nacua at times, I think.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And I think Matthew Stafford makes any receiver that goes there great, right? Like the Rams, what they drafted Cooper Kupp in the 3rd round, they drafted Puka in the 5th. They can find these later round receivers that Stafford just comes over and, I mean, similar to, who did you say, where they just put the ball in the perfect spot?
Oh, Burrow, yeah.
Oh, Burrow. Yeah. It's similar to that. Like Matthew Stafford is just a pro's pro and is going to give Puka the ball in the perfect opportunity, perfect spot for him to take off. So I do think Puka is very talented. I have him at tied for 10, maybe 10.5 we can put him at. So I think he's up there. He'll just need to continue that same type of production and not have any further drop off at all in order to remain up there. Like he's kind of that fringe guy where I saw a couple other people's lists and they have him down 15, 17. Like I think that's too far. But there is a, discrepancy on where people see him, and I think it's a fair criticism to have of him.
I like the fact that you mentioned Brian Thomas in there as well. Would you have him tied 10th or somewhere?
Tied 10.
Around? Yeah. I mean, I've thought about including him in this list too. I think I just want to, Similar to the way Puka came in and surprised everybody. Brian Thomas wasn't a surprise, I don't think, right, given his pedigree. But I want to see him continue to exceed expectations in year 2. Great season last year. I think now that you get him Travis Hunter on the other side of the formation or working next to him as well, you're starting to fill out a room's worth of weapons at Trevor Lawrence's disposal. If he's fully healthy and they're not getting him absolutely smashed behind that offensive line. This is why we talked about Jacksonville the other day when we talked AFC South. Just a reminder, you can get all those divisional previews wherever you get your podcasts. Just search Bet Sweats, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your audio. But we talked about Trevor Lawrence and the fact that he's now got Thomas and Hunter next to each other, I think opens it up. People are going to become preoccupied with Travis Hunter. I just think it's going to be natural, and I think it's going to open up a lot of space for Brian Thomas to continue to put up big numbers. And I probably should have had him in my top 10. I just ran out of room.
Yeah. The back end was tough. I mean, I moved people around for a half hour trying to figure out. And then finally I was like, you know what? It's not that serious. We don't need to be stressing out this much. Where did you have Malik Neighbors? Because he was the other rookie that had a phenomenal rookie season. Didn't have a great quarterback to be catching passes from. There wasn't a whole lot of other weapons on that team. So he was the main focus. And I struggled on where to put him. I put him 7. Did you have him higher on your list? I can't remember.
I left him 7th as well. I think we'll find out a lot. Look, we found out a lot last year, given the quarterbacks he was working with, right? You have to be impressed with the numbers that Neighbors put up as a rookie. I'll be curious to see how he does. I presume it will be Russell Wilson more often than not taking the snaps, but there's always a chance he gets dinged up or something happens. Maybe Jameis steps in for a while. But again, my hope has been, and we'll talk more Giants in a couple minutes when we preview the NFC East, my hope has always been, do not throw Jackson Dart to the Wolves too early. If it's Russ just chucking up moon balls for Malik Neighbors to go get, I think he could have an even bigger year than last year, and he elevates himself into the discussion there with Chase and Jefferson and A.J. Brown as well if he has another big season. Speaking of the Giants and the rest of the NFC East, we preview what we expect to happen in that division with the Super Bowl champion Birds. That's next on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Live coast to coast on the BetMGM Network. It is Bet Sweats. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable in for Joe and Sam. If you missed our SEC preview earlier, that's why you got the rewind feature inside your Odyssey app if you're listening live. And of course, why you download us in podcast form as well. Just search Bet Sweats inside Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and wherever you get your audio. Gave you some of our favorite plays for the Open Championship yesterday. Currently a three-way tie atop the leaderboard in the middle of the first round. We've got Jacob Skov Ollison, I think I said that right, Hao Tung Lee, and Matt Fitzpatrick all tied at 4 under as the first round continues. At the British Open, you've got a trio at 3 under, including Sergio Garcia, Lee Westwood, one of a couple at 2 under alongside Ricky Fowler, and then a bunch of golfers at 1 under, including U.S. Open champ J.J. Spawn, Scotty Scheffler, John Rahm, Phil Mickelson. Plenty of names to keep an eye on as the first round is about halfway complete over there in Northern Ireland. We'll keep you updated throughout the morning here on Bet Sweats. 20 minutes from now, Josh Inglis of Covers.com going to join us to take a look at the stretch run for the Major League Baseball season, some of those futures markets, and just where we should turn our attention with some teams that are red hot headed into the break, Boston, Milwaukee, and some teams that aren't so hot, and whether we think they fall off headed towards the stretch run in Major League Baseball. Adam Silver had some interesting comments about NBA expansion a few days ago. We will draft the cities we think should be getting NBA expansion teams when it happens, probably pretty soon. There's a couple obvious targets. We'll probably go down the board a little bit too. We'll do that before 11 a.m. Eastern when we preview the AFC West and the AFC champion Chiefs, as well as everybody else trying to knock them off. But we start this hour, Kate, with the NFC East. Reigning Super Bowl champ Philadelphia Eagles. A pretty solid offseason considering everything they could have lost in free agency and everything that they had to lose. They did make some moves on the defensive side of the ball. And look, they've still got Jalen Hurts. They've still got A.J. Brown, who we just got done talking about. They've still got Saquon Barkley. Minus 150 to win the division. That number makes sense in this division. Plus 325 to win the NFC. Favorites to repeat as Super Bowl champions at plus 650. The one spot I look at with the Eagles, and this isn't a depth chart spot, this is a schedule spot, is the beginning of the schedule. They open up division rivalry game. They kick the season off at home against the Cowboys. Then they got to go to Kansas City, Super Bowl rematch. They got to host the Rams. They got to go to Tampa Bay. They got to host the Broncos in that revamped Denver defense before they finally get a little bit of a breather and going to Jersey to play the Giants in week 6. But 2 Giants games sandwiched around a trip to Minnesota. The first half of the schedule, they come off their bye to visit Green Bay as well and then host Detroit. The first half of their schedule is not easy. And look, the NFC East schedule is pretty stacked for all of these teams, but they got to come out of the chute hot, the Eagles.
Yeah, and that's tough to do if they're nursing a Super Bowl hangover at all. Like, this team better come ready to play week 1 because, as you just laid out, they have the, in terms of schedule difficulty, the increase from last year, their schedule difficulty has increased more than any other team in the league. And that's expected. You have a first place schedule, obviously winning the division. And just how the schedules shake out. You play the NFC North and the AFC West this year. Like, that is significantly different than playing the NFC South and AFC North last year. Like, it's just going to be a entirely different season, especially you lose a ton defensively, like that secondary. I know you have some of those younger players, Quinion Mitchell and Cooper DeJean, who were great, but you lose some of that veteran depth. And then you just worry about like the wear and tear. Saquon was, 436 carries in 20 games last year. I'm not worried like Saquon's going to take a massive step back, but you play as many games as you did last year, winning the Super Bowl, playing that late into the season, and then you come back and have a even more difficult schedule with an even bigger target on your back. I'm going under on their win total, 11.5. I'm going under for the Eagles this year. Taking them to win the division, like, I just don't know if the Commanders are there quite yet, and I don't trust the Cowboys or the Giants. So the stat that everyone's going to throw around this season, because it is kind of crazy, is there hasn't been a repeat division winner in 20 plus years. I think that changes this year.
That's a really good point. And the price isn't there at minus 150 to bet it,
Right.
but this could be a year where, because of the rising tide with the Commanders and the Cowboys, as much as we make fun of them, always remain competitive. This could be a year where the Eagles win the NFC East with 10 wins. Like that's not out of the realm of possibility at all, given the way the schedule stacks up for everybody in that division. You could walk away feeling pretty good about the Eagles and Commanders and the years that they have in the regular season anyway, and they could both be in the playoffs, but at 10 and 9 wins respectively, because they've got to play, like you said, the NFC North and the AFC West. And there's just not a lot of cupcakes when you look at those two divisions. I mean, 7 out of those 8 games are going to be, at least 6, but probably 7 are going to be difficult for different reasons. So that's a really actually a great look. I like under 11.5 while still remaining positive about the Eagles. And you point out the secondary losses, but I think they've done such a great job of reloading on the fly, which is so difficult to do while you're winning the way they have the last few years, that, like you said, Ringo and Brown and Blankenship and Mitchell and DeJean, that's a very young secondary, but one that replaces a bunch of names that you recognize, and you go, oh, well, they got rid of a whole bunch of guys from the secondary walk, guys who have rings. But then you go, but wait, all these young guys have rings as well. And so they're ready to go. They've done a great job, Howie Roseman, of rebuilding that defense, especially the secondary that a couple of years ago was awful, on the fly. So credit to him. I think you can believe the Eagles are going to be good and win their division while still betting the under just because of the schedule. As for the Commanders, we talked about the addition of Von Miller earlier as it happened last night. They also had Deebo Samuel. I don't know what that means at this point in Deebo's career. Terry McLaurin is still arguing with them over contract numbers. They did get Laramie Tunsil to help the offensive line, and they fortified the front seven by adding Javon Kinlaw as well. A lot of people aren't impressed with the additions of Miller and Kinlaw, but it does help them in the front seven, where they're still working to get back to where they need to be after missing on so many draft choices, high draft choices on the defensive line. Plus 225 to win the division, Kate. 9-1 to win the NFC Championship. 22-1 to win the Super Bowl. Here's, again, we look at the schedule with these NFC East teams. Here's my worry. The last 5 weeks of the year. At Minnesota, then a division game at the Giants, then Philly, Dallas, at Philly. I mean, you stack 4 divisional games up in the final 4 weeks of the season, all of them outside in the elements. This is where, if Washington doesn't take advantage of opportunities early in the year, they could be in a tough spot.
Yeah, I just talked about the Eagles having the biggest jump in difficulty. The Commanders have the second biggest jump in difficulty in their schedule this year, and it makes sense. Sophomore slump for Jaden Daniels. I don't see it happening because of how good he was last year, and just being able to come into an organization, a franchise that had been so god-awful for so long, and to be able to do that. But I guess I'm interested in your perspective on that, because why do we talk about sophomore slumps for some quarterbacks and not others? And maybe we'll talk Bo Nix in his second season coming up when we do AFC West, but like, who was the one? I forget which one last year. Everyone thought for sure they would regress. I don't know, bad example, but like, do you think Jane Daniels is going to take a step back this year? Because I think that's where this hinges on. If you go over their win total, it's because you believe in Daniels. If you go under, it's because you think maybe he regresses a little bit.
I hate to sort of hedge our opinions on all this like we did with Philly, but I do think there's a way you can see Jaden Daniels play well, really well even, but still not quite, take off like the rocket he did in his first year. I would use CJ Stroud as a comparison, right? CJ Stroud, great rookie year, second year, And you can talk about all the other pieces around him that maybe didn't fulfill their potential, injuries at the receiver position, all that. I think Jaden Daniels could have a good year. The Commanders could have a good year. And again, we could still be talking about a 9-8 team that doesn't win the division, but is obviously in the playoffs and able to win a game or two in the playoffs. And we're talking a sophomore slump. I think this is the problem with us as sports fans and those of us that watch the games all the time. Sometimes we say sophomore slump and people just in their heads flip the switch to, oh, that guy's going to suck this year. No. That's not what we're saying. Sophomore slump, I think, could be a thing. And it doesn't even mean a regression in statistics or even performance. It just means you saw what you saw last year. So your expectations, again, like I talked about with Puka Nacua earlier, go through the roof. Oh my God, what can this guy do? And instead, he just kind of stays steady or plateaus a little bit because the league punches back, to use an analogy, because they've seen everything that he can do, or most of the things that he can do. I wouldn't call it a sophomore slump, but I think he's going to level off a little bit this year. He's not going to take off like the rocket ship MVP candidate that a lot of people expect him to be. And again, it's why, much like we talked about with the Eagles, I think the Commanders could have a good season, but it could still be a 9-win season. They finished second in the division and they're a wild card.
And I mean, that's a great point in just maybe he plateaus a little bit. There's also a lot of tape on him now. Rookie season,
Exactly.
like all the focus was on Caleb Williams going into the year. I shouldn't say all of it because, Daniels was up there, but there's a lot of tape on him. People have seen him now and he's got a target on his back. Like everyone's going to want to make sure they show their best stuff against him. So yeah, I think that's a great look that they could still be a good team, but win total under. Cowboys, Chris, this is going to be an interesting
of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results, or maybe doing nothing over and over again and expecting different results. 8.5 wins. I don't know what to think of the Cowboys anymore. I don't. Like, you got to love CeeDee Lamb. I like Dak Prescott more than most people do, even if he's got the occasional boneheaded interception in his arsenal. I kind of like the addition of Pickens from a talent perspective, obviously, but I'll be curious to see what happens the first time CD gets a dozen targets and 2 touchdown catches in a game and Pickens gets 4 targets and 34 yards. Like, that's going to be an issue. I know he said it won't be, but I'm here to tell you, it will be an issue. And they still don't have a running back. I kind of like Javonte Williams, but Miles Sanders bottomed out in Carolina. They don't have a running back. Still, they don't have a running. I don't know what it's going to take for them to understand that you have to have a running back, especially in this division, but they still don't have one. So, I mean, I think 8.5 is about as dead on for a win total as you can get.
It is also juice minus 140 to the under right now. Like, the vibes are not high in Dallas. Yeah, the receiving game is going to be great, or the receiving core on paper looks great, but the concerns you just raised about Pickens, better than anyone, being a Steelers fan, Chris, what goes in with that player. Dak Prescott wins games. Like, he does. He wins a ton of games when he's healthy. And they can put up a bunch of points, but without a run game, we saw how much that hindered their offense last season. It just doesn't open up anything, and they don't have one again this year. So that's my concern. And then you look at their schedule, week 12 through 15, they play the Eagles, Chiefs, Lions, and Vikings. Like, at that point, what do they look like going into that stretch? And can they win any of those games? Really? I think they'll be underdogs in all of them. Are the Vikings at home or on the road? That would be
That's at home. They might not be dogs there, depending on what the Vikings look like by that point.
Probably not.
It's a great point. And they could start 4-5. Like, they open, like we talked about, at Philly, and then they got to go to Chicago in week 3. They host Green Bay the following week. They got to host Washington in week 7, at Denver in week 8. Again, they could be 4-5 going into the bye. Who knows what happens with the Cowboys at the trade deadline? And then before you know it, like you said, that brutal stretch of Philly, Kansas City, at Detroit, Minnesota, even though it's at home, the Chargers, even though it's at home. It's actually, you could argue, a 5-week stretch where they could struggle to win a game. And then we're talking about a 6 or 7 win Cowboy team, maybe, when it's all said and done, which would, solidly get you the under, if nothing else. But that's why it's juiced heavily at minus 8.5. Real quick, the Giants, love Abdul Carter and Jackson Dart both in the first round. Love it. I don't mind Russell Wilson and Jameis keeping the seat warm for Jackson Dart and chucking up some moon balls to Malik Neighbors. I like the Javon Holland signing, but they've got the most difficult schedule in the league. 5.5 wins is just about dead on for them.
Yep, I think that's dead on. I think they lose a ton early on in the season with the first 5 games. Washington, Cowboys, Kansas City, Chargers, and then all of a sudden everyone starts calling for Jackson Dart to come in and see what happens, and then you have a rookie quarterback mid through the season. Not good. Not good. Under.
Resist the temptation to throw Jackson Dart to the Wolves, Giants fans, I beg of you. Second half of the MLB season starts tomorrow. The stretch run, maybe. However you want to define it. We take a look at some of those futures markets and what we expect to happen down the stretch with Josh Inglis of Covers.com. Next, right here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Baseball is back tomorrow, and we'll talk about everything in those futures markets, maybe some AL or NL outrights, some award markets, all over the place with our guy Josh Inglis of Covers.com in just a moment here on Bet Sweats, live coast to coast on the BetMGM network. Wherever you may be in the world, we're right there with you in your Odyssey app, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, however you like to listen live. Take us with you alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack, in for Joe O and Sammy P while they're on their all-star break. NBA talking expansion. What targets make the most sense? We'll draft our lists coming up in 20 minutes. Top of the hour, back into the division-by-division previews for the NFL. AFC West at the top of the hour, 11 a.m. Eastern. But this guy has been just absolutely crushing it with the Filipino Basketball League, Taiwanese baseball. Nothing to bet on, huh? Don't tell Josh Inglis at Covers.com. Josh, how you doing this morning?
Good. Couple units in the pocket. Back-to-back plus money dogs in the CPBL and the Taiwanese Baseball League. Good way to start. Don't want to get greedy. Don't want to go to the KBO because or the MPB. That's like 5 o'clock. You know, when you got bets on and there's a game at 5 o'clock in the morning or something, you're going to interrupt your sleep. So the 7 o'clock is where I'm going to start. The 7 o'clock hour is where I can punt some minutes where I'm sleeping for sure.
How long have you been locked in on some of these other leagues? Like, not even this season, like long term. How long have you been betting some of these?
I know it looks funny on my Twitter feed where it's like, here's Josh betting team totals of the Beermen in the Filipino Basketball League. No, like I spent like a decade over in the Pacific Rim in Taiwan, and those were my jams. Those were my afternoon games. I had 12 hours difference on MLB and NHL and NFL games. It was tough. So there I was betting the KBO, betting the MPB, betting Taiwanese baseball, betting Japanese soccer. They were all the norms back then. Filipino basketball, 12 minutes a quarter, aggressive 3-point shooting, maybe one of the best Asian style basketballs for sure.
I love it. All over the place, but baseball is back tomorrow, so your cards may be filled up again with some looks on game-by-game bets, sides, totals, props, certainly. Let's take a look, though, at some futures, Josh, looking into the second half of the Major League season. Let's start in the AL East, because that's where the hottest team in baseball resides right now. Red Sox won 10 in a row going into the break. We asked Jonathan Papelbon yesterday, and he just said straight out, no, I don't expect this to continue. I think they'll be decent, but I don't expect them to stay this hot. When you look at the AL East, what jumps out at you, and do you think this will continue to be a 3-4 team race all the way down to the bitter end?
As a Blue Jays fan, I really hope it isn't. The absolute run that Boston went on after the trade was incredible, but we're seeing it across the entire division. We're seeing the Yankees go on that skid. We're seeing that Blue Jays go on a run before the road trip in Chicago and Sacramento. But this one's gonna be interesting down the stretch. I do think that Toronto's not getting valued enough for the depth that they have in that pitching rotation right now. I mean, Jose Barrios is currently ranked 4th on that team in WAR. The 3 guys are one of the only teams, the AL teams, that have 3 pitchers with AL or with WARs of 1 or more so far in the year, Seattle being the other. So they do have some depth that can get through some stuff. They're waiting for some injuries to come back. But we know that the Yankees are going to make a splash. We know that the Yankees are probably going to go out there and get an arm. But at the end of the day, if they have to keep Jazz Chisholm over at third base, they have a guy there in Aaron Judge who's almost hitting 500 in balls in play. That is one of the most insane stats this year. That's going to be a really difficult thing to keep going. Can he hit 355 for the rest of the season in the hot months? Maybe, but I do like Toronto. I do like the edge, and I do like the fact that I'm not paying a tax as much on Toronto in that division at plus 165 as we see there. But Boston at plus 650 is appetizing, but again, you're going to go through that stretch. We didn't see that baseball all year. We saw it over a small sample, although it was great baseball. But I think the Blue Jays at 165 is a better look.
Josh, the other East division, the NL East, basically a 2-team race. It's Phillies and Mets. Any thoughts on picking one of those teams to win the division, or just how they'll fare in the second half of the season?
I don't understand how the entire NL Cy Young is just filled up with Philly arms right now. That's such an advantage. They have the number one pitching staff in all of baseball. Wheeler, Sanchez, Luzardo, Suarez. This is all without Aaron Nola. This is one of the most impressive staffs in all of baseball. If I had to tie my wagon to somebody in there, if I had to tie my wagon to someone that could knock off the Dodgers, I think it's the Phillies. I know that the Brewers have one of the best records in baseball since the turn of June, but that's a team that has to rely on pitching, has to rely on defense, doesn't have a lot of good bats in that infield. They could add somewhere. I believe they're looking for somewhere, third base bat, maybe something on the left side, but give me the Phillies. Give me the Phillies to make some noise, hold the division, and be the team who could upend, I think, the Dodgers. And they got guys on that team who know the bright lights. Give me the Phillies. I'm not putting it in my account. I'm not telling you to go out and bet it, but if I had to choose between the Dodgers and Phillies at current prices, I'm taking the Phillies at the price, and I take the Phillies in the division at minus 165.
They got swing-off hero Kyle Schwarber, too. Schwarbombs getting dropped to win an All-Star game.
How about Pete Alonso MVP backers going in there? If Pete Alonso gets one swing, if Aaron Boone isn't an absolute donkey and puts in Miranda to be the 3-stick. I know a lot of guys went out for dinner in that game, but you had Byron Buxton there. Like, put him in the 3-hole. Do something better. Not a Rosarena and Miranda. That was just absolutely awful, and that's who you should be angry at. Not if you're an Alonso MVP backer, because the guy just needed one swing to win, and it was all his.
Let me pivot back towards the Phils and the Cy Young market, since you brought that up. Wheeler, Sanchez, Suarez. As a Skeens guy, I know how difficult, if not impossible, it's going to be to win a Cy Young award with a losing record. But I think people look at the exception to the rule being, this poor guy is with the Pirates. And I also wonder if you think there's an effect of maybe the Philly starters splitting the vote somewhat as well. How realistic is it? And I understand the price isn't there anymore with Skeens basically being even money. If you're going to make that bet, you've probably lost the number. Or is there a chance to get back in on Skeens at some point? Or does it just make more sense to go with Wheeler and count on the fact that you take the best starting pitcher from arguably the best team in the National League?
The thing that worries me about Skeens has nothing to do with numbers and arbitrary win-loss and where your team stands. I mean, I think we've been to that point where the voters know that it's just the best person. In baseball, it's not a situational thing. Here's the one person, who you are. But looking at what Skeens is doing over the last bit, I am worried about volume. 78 pitches, 5 innings. 78 pitches, 5 innings. 89 pitches, 5 innings over his last 3 starts. Are we looking at some sort of a cap? We know that the organization in Pittsburgh is absolutely one of the worst in all of baseball. Would it be above them to kind of hold him back somewhat, or maybe go on that 5-inning blueprint going forward with nothing to play for? That's my worrisome. The guy hasn't touched 90 pitches in 4 straight starts. And then you got Wheeler putting up 10, 11 Ks, going 100 pitches straight. I don't know. I haven't looked at his game log immediately. It's not right in front of me. But I think he had like a 4-game stretch of triple-digit pitches. And that's not something you see. He just has such an advantage in terms of volume and how he can gain total strikeouts, if we're looking at total innings pitched. If he passes Logan Webb in terms of innings pitched, which is kind of the benchmark for being the absolute dog in baseball, then it's Wheeler's. And I think at that minus 125 price, I think if I had to choose between the two of them, based on volume, I'm going Wheeler.
All right, Josh, another young pitcher, Jacob Mizorowski. He's not in the Cy Young conversation right now, but he is the leader for NL Rookie of the Year right now. Minus 235 at BetMGM. Drake Baldwin, second shortest, 325, and then you jump up to the 14-1. Jacob Mizorowski in the second half of the season. Are we going to see continued success, continued performances that he's had in the first season? And is this essentially just going to be a runaway for him to win this award?
I'm not going to throw runaway around for a guy who that sample size. I mean, there's a reason why we were talking, why is he in the All-Star game? Yes, he touches 103, but I think we have such an infatuation with this triple digit number in terms of what a pitcher can do. looked fantastic in his opener. He rolled his ankle. He was throwing a no-hitter. The Dodgers game was incredible. Yes, there's a lot to like, but there's a lot more that can go wrong. And something steady about Drake Baldwin at plus 350, plus 325 with a catcher, a rookie catcher who's got an 800 plus OPS. There's a lot to like, and that's just going to be the steady Eddie price. And Mizorowski has a wide range of outcomes in terms of where he can finish this year. But this was also a guy who was walking a batter like 9 innings, walking 4.5 batters over that 9 innings. He has command issues. I've been betting against him, and it's kind of been taking money out of my pocket, but there are some wrinkles in terms of where he is as a pitcher. And just the shot into stardom where he is, to maintain that's tough, to be young, to be thrown into that. There's a lot of things outside of the game that he's going to have to bring his head around. And if I had to go at it, I'm taking 325. I'm taking an 800 plus OPS catcher who has basically from the start of the year was one of my favorites in terms of getting that catcher role right out of the gate. Sean Murphy not obviously going to be taking away starts, but Drake Baldwin, 325. I like it. I think the hype of Mizorowski, although he's fantastic and he is electric, has really pushed this to a point where I think there's value on the other side.
Josh Inglis of Covers.com with us looking at some of these award markets for the second half of the MLB season as it gets started tomorrow. It's a 3-man race on the AL side. Jacob Wilson and Nick Kurtz, A's teammates, and you got Cam Smith in the mix as well with the Stros. Jacob Wilson, the favorite right now, about even money at BetMGM. But his buddy Kurtz drops bombs, almost 4-1 in some spots.
And the only thing holding him back from being closer to Jacob Wilson's price is games played. And I think once that gap kind of cleans up, I think we'll see him jump into that number 2 spot. But right now, the MLB, let's be honest, they really like Jacob Wilson, and that sometimes affects voting in terms of where it is. I mean, they had his dad mic'd up. Wasn't that a great moment? Dad, son, I'm really proud of you, son. And you're like, oh, thanks, Dad. That was a really good touch. Like that goes somewhere in baseball. And let's not. He's not doing nothing. He's playing shortstop. He's playing every game. He's got that 800 OPS. There's a lot to like about him, but if Kurtz continues to swing that stick the way he is and hit bombs, I think he's at 17 right now. And if that doesn't tail off, then that price is going to shorten up. But I think at the end of the day, when we see it, games 150, somewhere around there, it'll be Wilson and Kurtz, I think, at top 2 betting favorites.
Josh, just a couple minutes left here. Trade deadline is coming up. Biggest name that you see on the move after the end of July?
So the interesting thing is, how much is it really going to be weighed if you pick up a pitcher who's going to be your number 3 guy and you probably won't even use him in the first round or the second round of the playoffs? There's not a lot of giant, huge names like Sandy Alcantara. Is that someone that's really going to push the needle? Manuel Clase, is that going to be someone who pushes the needle as well after what happened in last year's playoffs? I think in terms of where it is, I think guys can really bolster the bullpen. Zach Gallen doesn't even push the needle for me, but if Jared Duran was at the top of the list, but with Boston winning, he's probably not going to go anywhere. Eugenio Suarez, it would have been comical if a Chicago White Sox pitcher took out the number 1 pick for the Yankees going forward. But I think in terms of the biggest impact to a club, I think it's Suarez to the Yankees. I think that might move the price a bit more because it takes Jazz out of third base where he's struggling, goes over to second base, and I think it solidifies the inside of that infield and adds some power to the lineup. But in terms of where I'm running out to, if I see, this guy's been traded to here, I better go get that because the price is going to move maybe 10 points or something, maybe 100 points, sorry. I don't see it from the pitching staff this year that's available, unless obviously if Jacob deGrom goes somewhere.
Josh, about 30 seconds. Seattle, I make the mistake of backing them every spring because of their rotation and what they can do in the playoffs. Can they do it this year now that they finally have some offensive support?
Yeah, the offensive support's there. Cal Raleigh, obviously a big part of that, but that rotation is nobody you want to see in a best of 3 and a best of 5 because those games go back quickly, so there won't be a lot of rest. And I think they have the best rotation next to Toronto in the AL right now. Obviously, I don't mean the best rotation top. I mean best rotation 1 to 4 right now, and they're the only team in the AL with 4 starters with a WAR of 1 or better. So 12-1 right now to win the AL. I think you go that way because the NL is just a gauntlet.
Josh, great stuff as always. We love catching up with you. Enjoy another day of Filipino basketball and Taiwanese baseball, and then back onto the diamond in MLB tomorrow as the second half gets started. We appreciate your look at the awards markets. Enjoy the second half.
Yeah, it's always nice to have out. So you guys enjoy your day. Take care.
Absolutely.
Thanks,
you too. Josh Inglis, covers.com. Check him out on social media. A bunch of great plays for when maybe the card isn't so full. And of course, the second half of the baseball season as well. Seattle, Las Vegas, certainly teams, or excuse me, cities that get talked about when we talk NBA expansion. Buffalo, not so much, but someone you know may be headed to Buffalo very soon. A ridiculous travel story, and we talk NBA expansion as well next on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Live coast to coast on the BetMGM Network, it is Bet Sweats alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack in for Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich all this week as they get their very own All-Star break while MLB is on the final day of theirs, WNBA on the first day of theirs. We've still got plenty to talk about. If you missed our SEC preview or any of the conference previews we've done for college football this week, by all means, go back to when we talked about it earlier. Download it in podcast form in Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your audio, you get your favorite shows. Make sure you're subscribed to Bet Sweats. You can go back and check out all those conference previews Kate and I have given you this week, and also all the divisional previews around the NFL. We did the NFC East earlier. We're down to just the two North divisions, which we will do tomorrow, AFC and NFC. And coming up in about 18 minutes, the AFC West. Kate, we had something planned here. We were going to talk about the possibility of the NBA expanding because Adam Silver dropped a few nuggets in that regard the other day, and we were going to do a fun thing where we drafted cities that we thought made sense for NBA expansion, right? Like, I'll be honest. I'm literally just gonna crumple it up and throw it out at this point. Because something has happened here in the Mac household. We're planning a trip to the Dominican. We're planning a trip to the Dominican, and we leave 10 days from today. Sunday, July 27th, all-inclusive resort, all the stuff, the whole family, all four of us, going to have a blast. Got the kids' passports renewed a while ago, make sure we were all good there. And then we found out that there's been a change. There's been a change to the State Department website. And if your passport expires within 6 months of your arrival date to the Dominican Republic, you may not be admitted to the Dominican Republic. You may not even be allowed on your flight to the Dominican Republic. And your guy and his wife, their passports expire on January 26th. When do we leave again, you ask? July 27th. Now, in a lot of major cities, this would be a simple drive down to the passport office, show them your booking, explain the situation, pay a few extra $100 for an expedited passport renewal. No problem. No, not here in the City of Champions. Not here in Western PA. In Pittsburgh, we get to drive to Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., Detroit, or I've heard it's beautiful this time of year, Buffalo, New York, to get our passports renewed on an emergency basis so that we could travel to the Dominican Republic and the lavish all-inclusive resort that we have booked and would lose thousands of dollars if we didn't go to now at this point. This is my life. Kate, we will be driving to Buffalo most likely on Monday morning to get our passports emergency renewed. I don't know what we'll do while we're there because we can't go to Niagara Falls. Need a passport to get over the border. I will probably get some buffalo wings. I don't know. I'm sure there's something to do in Buffalo. Maybe. Probably not. But it gets no better than this. This is your boy's life in a nutshell.
So, Chris, instead of ranking the NBA expansion teams, let's rank the top 5 most stressful situations that you could find yourself in. And I think on top of the board might be not having a valid passport for a trip in a week in which you are going have all-inclusive booked.
Mm-hmm.
And can't get there.
And here's the catch. It's valid. And the travel agent told us it's valid. And as of a couple weeks ago, if you checked the State Department website, you were fine. And technically, if you check the Dominican Republic's tourism website, they'll tell you that this 6-month rule isn't being enforced until November 30th. But my wife this morning called the passport office, and the lady on the phone literally said, "Oh, wait, you know what? You're probably okay, but I just see that the information on our website, our .gov website, has changed." I blame this on Musk and Doge somehow. I don't know how it's his fault, but I'm sure it is.
probably okay is not that does not instill enough confidence in me for you to be able to like have a successful trip. And you don't want to get stuck in the Dominican Republic. And the problem is no one knows what the rules are. So you could talk to someone on the phone and they'll tell you like, no problem, you're good. It's 6 months and a day. And then you could get there and that person has a different set of rules in their head and is like, no, not letting you in. And maybe that person had a bad morning and is crabby that day. And then you're really not getting through.
And I'm trying to speak to them in my broken Spanish. Like, I'm not Paul Aspen, bilingual traveler here. Like, I'm like, hola, mis amigos. Mi nombre, Chris. And it's like, that's not going to fly. I mean, this is just a disaster also, Chris, of all disasters.
Like whenever I have to go to the DMV or any sort of government building for passport situations, birth certificate, whatever, I always try and get there immediately, first thing in the morning, like first one in line. Cause I don't like lines. Somehow lines at the DMV are exponentially worse than lines everywhere else. I don't
they're
know.
The 8th layer of hell. Yeah.
Yeah. So in order for you to be first in line in Buffalo, which is about 4 hours away, you're going to have to be leaving the night before.
No, well, I think you can make an appointment. Luckily, they only take you by appointment. But I think what we'll probably do, just so we can hopefully get the passports in our hot little hands the same day, is try to get there by like 9 or 10 in the morning, make the appointment for then. And leave at like 5 a.m. to drive to Buffalo.
That's
it's going to make the vacation that much more worth it, I think.
Yeah. Family travel is already stressful enough. You add this in, like you're going to need a vacation to decompress from this passport situation before you even go on vacation to actually be able to decompress.
Right. I mean, this just wraps up the trifecta of the last few weeks. We traveled to Hershey for a softball tournament and stayed at the worst hotel in the history of creation, and went to Columbus this past weekend. Thunderstorm blows over the porta potty halfway through the second ball game on Saturday. And now we get to go to Buffalo.
You are, hey, expansion cities and all of those spots. Buffalo needs a NBA team. Maybe
they had one a long time
ago,
catch
a
right?
Game at least while you're renewing your passport in 5 years.
We could rank the 4 cities that we get to choose from to drive to get our passports renewed on an emergency basis: Detroit, Buffalo, DC, or Philly. Buffalo's probably 4. Detroit's probably 4th actually. Plus, it's a little farther. But I mean, Detroit and Buffalo are neck and neck for 3 and 4, right? Sorry to all our friends there.
Oh, for sure. What was the last thing you said?
I said sorry to all of our wonderful friends listening in Detroit and Buffalo. We love you and your city.
Your cities are great. I don't want to drive there. I don't want to have to deal with passport stuff there. No. I've never been to Buffalo. I likely will never go to Buffalo. The only way I would ever go to Buffalo is, I guess, to catch a Bills game. That could be kind of a fun atmosphere. You know, hang with the Bills Mafia for a little bit. But if I could go to any sort of game in the NFL, I wouldn't choose Buffalo. Like if I had a free ticket to any game, no, we would not be going to Buffalo.
I've driven through Buffalo once or twice to get to Niagara Falls, and I think it was late at night each time, and so I didn't really get to see anything. But from what I've been told, again, apologies to Buffalonians or whatever you are, I didn't miss anything. So
I wonder if what's like the fast food chain that you can only get in Buffalo? You know, like Cincinnati has Skyline Chili, or like you go down south and you get like Waffle Houses. What is it in Buffalo? That could be a saving factor.
You got to go to the Anchor Bar and get buffalo wings, the original buffalo wing. That's what we'll be doing.
Should I know what the Anchor Bar is?
The Anchor Bar? Yeah, I mean, it's where they invented the buffalo wing. Is at least
Bar is a place you do not want to go.
Oh no, now I do. Please do tell more, Jake Hassan.
No, I don't. It just sounds like a terrible place. Jaeger Bar, I'm good.
No,
and that's
Anchor
coming from
Bar.
me.
My Yinzer accent is coming through. When
I was going to say the Yinzer came out there. The Anchor Yinzer.
Anchor. ANCHOR. The Anchor Bar.
Okay.
The Jaeger bar sounds like a fun place, though.
A little Jaeger, a little buffalo wings, a little Buffalo, New York sightseeing.
A little buzzed up for the passport appointment? Sure, why not?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I just thought I'd clue everyone in on why your boy might be a little extra stressed today.
Chris, this is a good learning experience. I bet you will never again find yourself in a situation where like your passport could be potentially invalid traveling out of the country.
I will be renewing it a year ahead of time from now on, which I just not messing around, not at all. So real quick, since we promised people we'd talk about it, or we didn't promise, we teased that we would talk about it. Future NBA cities. I think everybody agrees that it's kind of a given that it'll be a return of the NBA to Seattle and probably Las Vegas as well, since it's basically an NBA city already, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think those are both valid. Those were top 2 on my list, and those were the low-hanging fruit. Yeah. One I'll throw out at you, Chris, that I think would be really, really fun. Nashville.
Yes,
look
I was
at how
right there too.
Has accepted the Predators over the last decade. You get so much tourism. The city's booming. Like, they love all the excitement downtown there. They'd have to build a new arena, but like, who cares? Build an awesome arena like the Clippers just did, and you'd attract so many people. I think that would be a great destination.
I mean, they could probably retrofit Bridgestone Arena to host basketball, right? Like, they could probably make it work. It's in a great spot right there at the end of Broadway. I had Nashville next on my list, too, because I know everybody keeps talking about Mexico City and Vancouver. It didn't work there the first time.
You need a passport
Montreal.
to get to Mexico City, Chris.
No, we're not talking about anywhere you need a passport to get to. I also had Louisville on my list because they already have basically an NBA arena. And maybe like Kansas City or St. Louis, good sports towns.
Those are both on mine too.
Yeah, not going to happen in Pittsburgh. I'll just say, as the Yinzer on the air today, not going to happen in Pittsburgh. Not enough corporate support, and it's a great arena for basketball, great college and high school basketball town, but probably not NBA.
Maybe the passport office can support the NBA team in Pittsburgh.
Possibly, Jake. You can be quiet now. AFC West preview next on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Can anything stop the Chiefs from winning the AFC West yet again? We preview the division in just a moment here on Bet Sweats, live coast to coast on the BetMGM network, wherever you may be in the world, inside your Odyssey app, as well as iHeartRadio and TuneIn apps. You can listen live alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack, in for Joe O and Sammy P. Lightning bets? Sure, we might find some things to throw at the board before we wrap up the show. The Open Championship at Royal Portrush in Northern Ireland continues. In the first round, Scotty Scheffler has pulled within a shot of the lead. He is done for the day, though. He's at 3 under amongst several others. You got Lee Westwood, Sergio Garcia at 2 under, as well as Victor Hovland. Leaders, though, 3 co-leaders at 4 under. You've got, I'm going to screw up his name again, Jacob Skov Olesen, I believe is how you say it, as well as Hua Tang Lee. And you've got now Matt Fitzpatrick, who has finished out his round of 67 at 4 under. BetMGM account holders, you can bet on golf with an offer you're not going to find anywhere else. Second chance. You get your stake back in cash if your tournament winner pick comes in second. Find the pro you think is going to win. If they do, great, you win. If not, and your golfer finishes right behind the winner in second, you get your stake back in cash. Check it out inside your BetMGM app as you're placing your bets for the Open Championship all weekend long. We gave you some of our long shots yesterday. If you're still looking for some of that insight, you can always go back and download it via your podcast app, whether it's Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your shows. AFC West, the Chiefs, once again, favorites to win the division, Kate, minus 110. 4-1 to win the AFC, 8-1 to win the Super Bowl again. They tried to fortify their offensive line, drafted Josh Simmons. They extend Tyler Smith. Rashee Rice is back, so another weapon to sort of re-add to the arsenal for Patrick Mahomes. I look at the Chiefs and I say, okay, why shouldn't they be favored to win this division? It's hard to find reasons other than the fact that, okay, Kelsey is a little bit older. Mahomes is still at his peak, though, it feels like. I don't know. I don't find any reasons, and we'll get into the Chargers, Broncos, and Raiders in a second, but I don't find many reasons to not pick the Chiefs to win this division again.
No, I'm right there with you. I don't either. It's similar to what we talked about in the NFC East with the Eagles or Commanders. I think the Chiefs can win the division and maybe go under their win total. 11.5 wins. Like, I'm not rushing to bet the Chiefs under by any means. I probably won't ever get there to bet the Chiefs unders, because why do you want to do that with the Chiefs? Right. But you think about all like the 1-score games that they won last year. That was the big storyline, is like they were barely squeaking by a lot of teams. Now, I do think their roster is a little bit better this year with some of those notable names that you mentioned, and you still have Patrick Mahomes, you still have Andy Reid, and you still have Steve Spagnuolo. So those three right there, I'm certainly not doubting the Chiefs by any means. I think they win this division again. As long as Patrick Mahomes is on the field and in that uniform, I think the Chiefs are the rightful favorites to win the division. If anything, I think this number is a little too, like, I think you could almost go minus 150 for the Chiefs to win the division. Minus 120, that is, I don't know. That almost feels a little short. Now, I know the division is catching up. The other teams are getting significantly better, and they should be more of a challenge this year, but I'm still not sure Patrick Mahomes, in his mind, is it really that much of a challenge?
Yeah, they've got a fairly difficult schedule too. I think 6th most difficult in the league. They're another team, much like we talked about with Philly earlier, that needs to come out of the gate hot. They open up in Brazil against the Chargers. They get Philly in week 2. Yes, there's a trip to play the Giants in week 3, but then it's Baltimore, an up-and-coming Jag squad on the road, Detroit. Then they host the Raiders, but they get Washington and a trip to Buffalo back-to-back. Who doesn't love going to Buffalo, as we just got done talking about? But in all seriousness, like, the schedule stacks up more difficult at the beginning of the season than at the end of the season, and they are going to have to come out of the chute hot. They wrap up at the end of the year with, Houston, the Chargers, a trip to Nashville against the Titans. They host Denver and then at Vegas. They should be able to stack up some wins late, assuming they're healthy and all is going well. They've got to come out of the gate hot and win at least 2 of their first 4, 3 of their first 6. And that sounds underwhelming. But if you want to have a shot, if you want to get through that stacked up early schedule that you have and still have a shot at 11 wins, 12 wins, you've got to do that. It'll be very interesting to see how the Chargers attack them in week 1 in Brazil. They are second on the board, 9.5 wins. They bring in Mekhi Becton at guard, the Chargers do, but his run blocking a little more susceptible than his pass blocking, where he's really strong. A very interesting running back combination now as they draft Amarian Hampton and they sign Najee Harris. But they need this crew of young wide receivers to step up in a big way, I think. Whether it's Quentin Johnston finally paying off, Ladd McConkey, I think we saw, has a ton of potential and could continue to grow. You get Trey Harris, who I still don't think has signed yet, and Keandre Lambert-Smith in the draft. Their receivers have to produce. I mean, you have Justin Herbert for a reason. It's not to have him be a game manager and turn around and hand it off 35 times a game. I understand it's a Harbaugh calling the shots, but they've got to score some points. The other thing is the loss of Joey Bosa on the other side of the ball has left them precariously thin at edge. It's Khalil Mack back on a contract extension and then a bunch of dudes like Bud Dupree behind him.
Yeah, I'm worried for the Chargers just in the sense that their defense was very good last year. I want to say top 5 in points per game allowed. But it's the offense and it's the receiving core. You have so much talent in Justin Herbert. Get him some actual weapons. Like even Ladd McConkey, he had a great rookie season, but did we see Ladd McConkey's name on the top 10 wide receiver list that ESPN put out that we talked about earlier? Nope. You see Quentin Johnson anywhere near that? Nope. Jim Harbaugh is going to want to run the ball. So they're going to want to pound the run game. Well, you have a quarterback like Justin Herbert. What are you doing? And then I worry about them once they get in the playoffs. Justin Herbert in the postseason has not had a ton of success. And you go back to last year, that was a awful performance against the Texans. You'd think that there's some learning, there's some growing from that, but I just don't think this offense is good enough with the pieces that they have. I would love to be proven wrong. Can they win? What is their win total sitting at?
9.5.
9.5. I mean, I think so based on the other teams that they play. You have the Giants, you have Miami. I don't think Miami is going to be any good. You have Colts, Titans, a lot of those games I think that they'll be fine in. It's just the division games. If they can get a couple of those, if they can split with Kansas City, if they can split with Denver, then I think they get over this number. But I am not betting the Chargers to win this division. In fact, I would take the Broncos before I would take the Chargers.
Okay, and we'll get to the Broncos in a second. What I think is interesting, Chargers minus 145 to make the playoffs. So they're in that group with the Texans at minus 140, Bengals minus 150, Broncos are minus 140, and then the Steelers plus 140. That group of those second-tier teams in the AFC that really feels like it's, probably 5 teams battling for, I guess, 4 spots in the AFC playoffs. And so you're looked at by everyone as a playoff team, but you're also precariously close to losing a game or two you shouldn't, and then you're not even in there. And then again, we're talking about what happens when you do get there. So yeah, the Chargers, borderline playoff team for me. It all depends on whether they get anything out of their young receiving core. Denver, you mentioned them, also lined at 9.5 wins. They are all in on defense this offseason. I love the Talanoa Hufanga signing. I like what he's going to do for them in the secondary. I think he bounces back in a big way. Jedi Barron, the first-round cornerback, free agents up front in Dre Greenlaw and DJ Jones. They've decided you're not going to be able to score on us. We're going to slow you down, which in a division with Mahomes and Herbert might be the right tack to take. My worry on the offensive side is that We could get regression from Bo Nix, obviously, and they're still really thin at receiver. It's Cortland Sutton and then a bunch of dudes headlined by Marvin Mims. They did go out and get Evan Ingram, so if he can be productive, that will help. But I don't know if Nix is enough in his second year to say they can go to the playoffs just based on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, I think the defense is going to win them some games this year. Is it going to be able to win them enough? That's kind of the question. You added J.K. Dobbins at running back. R.J. Harvey is who you drafted this year in the second round. Can Dobbins make it through the season healthy? I mean, he had a great start to the year last year when he saw the field, but that kind of dwindled towards the second half. I just believe in this Sean Payton, Bo Nix duo. Like, to be able to have the success that they did in their first season together, I think is telling. And similar to the Jane Daniels conversation that we had, like, does he take a step back? Does he take a step forward? Maybe he just plateaus. That's kind of more of what I see from Bo Nix. I'm not sure Bo Nix comes out and like totally lights it up and we're like, wow, this is a exponentially improved player from last year. But if he just does enough, and the defense that they have, not to mention, like, their offensive line is going to be really good too, which is only going to make Bo Nix's life a lot easier. So in the trenches, I think, is where Denver can win quite a few games. Schedule-wise, not overly difficult. You do have a stretch of the Chargers, the Bengals, and Philly week 3 through 5. And then you have, I mean, of course, you're going to play your division matchups. I don't know. Dallas at home. I'd take the Broncos in that one, I think.
Yeah.
Green Bay, Jacksonville. Like, those are solid teams, but they're also beatable teams.
I think the last 6 weeks are the most interesting part of the schedule for me. They benefit from a late bye. It's in week 12 at the end of November. And then they go to Washington for a Sunday night game. And then off to Vegas the week after that, division rivalry. Throw out the records. Anything can happen. And then they wrap up with Green Bay, Jacksonville at home, at Kansas City, and home against the Chargers. So a lot of division games late. An up-and-coming Jags team maybe that might be battling with them for a playoff spot possibly, and a trip to Kansas City and hosting the Packers. They do have that soft spot in the middle, which I think is their opportunity. The game in London against the Jets, the Giants, the Cowboys. After a trip to Houston, they get Vegas on a Thursday night at home. So they have an opportunity in the middle, I think, if things are going well, to stack some wins. Maybe get to that 9.5 win mark. I wouldn't bet either side of the total on the wins. I think they're going to be right on that 9-10 win mark. And right there, like I said, battling with one of those 5 teams trying to score 4 playoff spots in the AFC picture. The Raiders, lined at 6.5 wins with 34-year-old Geno Smith, their new quarterback. And Mr. Positivity, Pete Carroll, brings in Chip Kelly as the OC. They have a whole lot of Jacoby Myers and a bunch of other dudes at wide receiver. The offense is basically going to be Ashton Genty and Brock Bowers and say a few Hail Marys. The defense, it's this patchwork quilt of Max Crosby and although a little farther down the line, I do like the Elandon Roberts signing, a thumper to play inside linebacker, but I would take the under 6.5. I know some people are high on the Raiders because of the Pete Carroll effect, and maybe they still think that Geno Smith can play quarterback and Chip Kelly will help them out with the scheme. I'm sorry. There's just not enough weapons. Bowers and Genty, I like a lot. I do not like their offensive line at all.
No, the offensive line is going to be just as bad as it was last year. Geno kind of used to playing behind bad offensive lines in Seattle the last couple of seasons. But you're right. They just don't have enough. They have a couple really good pieces. But, I mean, most teams in the NFL have a couple good pieces. I don't think Geno Smith is as strong of a quarterback as they'll need to get over the hump, especially at this stage in his career. So, I mean, I would find other ways to bet the Raiders in terms of like week to week, or Ashton Genty overs, Ashton Genty week to week props, things like that, because he's going to get a ton of use. Brock Bowers, but in terms of like season long things, 16-1 to surprise people and win the division, no, thank you. I would rather just give my money away.
Yeah, the Raiders are going to be, I think, down there with who else have we talked about for fewest wins? The Saints, maybe the Titans.
Browns.
There's some rebuild. Yeah, the Browns. There's some rebuilding that needs to happen there. Speaking of the Browns, we'll preview both the AFC and NFC North tomorrow as we continue those division by division previews all this week here on Bet Sweats. We've been doing college football conference previews as well. SEC earlier today. We go back down south to talk about which team may be the worst in the SEC and a few other items we haven't gotten to yet today. We'll play GTFO or Oh Yeah, coming up next on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
We'll have some lightning bets. They might not be for stuff going on tonight, but we'll have bets before we wrap up the show on something. British Open continues. We'll keep you up to date on that as well. Here on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network, live coast to coast, wherever you may be, inside your Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps. And anything you may have missed, you can always download in podcast form. You do that in your Apple Podcasts, Spotify apps, wherever you catch your podcasts. You can get Bet Sweats. Just subscribe today. You won't miss anything. Kate and I will be back tomorrow. We'll have AFC and NFC North previews, talk about national championship playoff and Heisman odds in college football and whatever other nonsense, maybe something else. I mean, look, the dishwasher's broken. Our passports are 1 day shy of being valid for an international trip. Something else ridiculous will happen in my home. I have a 16-year-old daughter who we're trying to get a car for. There's many things that could go wildly wrong in the next 24 hours that I'd like to think I can entertain everyone with, Kate.
Well, I have gone in the last couple of breaks. I am so hungry right now. I'm starving. And we have no food in this house whatsoever. And I just keep going back in the cupboards and staring at the same empty cupboards, thinking something's going to appear there. I just checked in every purse that I've left laid out, every backpack to see if I have like a granola bar or something, like literally like scrounging under the couch cushions for like some sort of food in this house.
So is this actually no food in the house like Mother Hubbard's cupboard? Or is this, again, I'll reference my 16-year-old daughter, opening the fridge and the pantry, staring at everything, the mounds of food that we have purchased and going, we don't have anything to eat.
No, I have eaten 2 beef sticks in the last 2 breaks. No food in the house.
There's nothing wrong with a good beef stick.
They're great, but they're great for like on the run. Like you're out and about and you need a little snack, not like
two in a 20-minute span is tough.
It's tough. Like I'm sitting here thinking like I almost texted my husband and be like, I need you to make me a waffle. And I need to have it between the minutes of 10:36 and 10:41, please. Because I don't know what it is this morning. I feel like I'm gonna pass out. I'm so hungry. So there's stress going on in this house, Chris. Yours is a little bit more heightened because you got the travel, you got the passport, but like I got my own issues too.
Man, when life gets in the way, especially during the All-Star break.
It's so hard.
It's time to play one of our favorite games here on Bet Sweats and across the BetMGM network. It's time for GTFO or Oh Yeah.
It's now time for GTFO or Oh Yeah.
I just said that. This is where Amir, who is filling in for Paul this week, we now have my dog barking in the background. Can you guys hear that? This is ridiculous. It's turned into an absolute bleep show over here. This is where Amir, who's filling in for Paul, will throw out an item to us, and we tell him whether to GTFO with that or oh yeah. As a reminder, your oh yeahs can vary from anything like an understated Queen Elizabeth, oh yeah, all the way up to a Randy Macho Man Savage, oh yeah, give me a beef stick. Anywhere in between, too. The spectrum is wide, Kate. So, Amir, get us started. What do you got for GTFO or oh yeah?
All right, right off the top, we talked about the teams toward the top of the SEC. Now let's have a look at the bottom. The first one, Mississippi State will not win the least games in the SEC this season. They have the best odds to win the least games at -125, followed by Vanderbilt and Kentucky, both plus 250, Arkansas plus 1,200, Oklahoma plus 2,500. GTFO or oh yeah on Mississippi not finishing at the bottom of the SEC.
Kate, you want to take this one first?
I can start us off. I'm going to go with just a solid oh yeah. Oh yeah. Mississippi State is not going to finish in the bottom. And they are not because Kentucky is going to. Kentucky is 2-12 in its last 14 SEC home games. The home games is kind of where the schedule is softest for Kentucky. You go on the road. Sure, Vanderbilt and Louisville, those aren't, the cream of the crop in the SEC, but still not bad opponents. You have Georgia, South Carolina on the road, Auburn on the road. You're probably not going to win many of those as well. I don't know what it is about Kentucky playing at home, but they are not very good. They are 7-18 overall in the SEC since 2021. That's not too many wins. I think Kentucky's going to be pretty bad again this year. I would take them to have the fewest wins in the SEC. So I'm going, on Mississippi not being that team.
Yeah, Mississippi State is bad, though. Like, bad.
They
You make
are.
a great point about Kentucky's home losing streak. It's also epically horrid. I don't like Vanderbilt here, not just because I mentioned the over on their win total earlier in the show, but, I mean, they do have an experienced quarterback, some huge upset wins last year, which maybe they don't replicate this year, but they have a very soft start to the schedule. So I take Vanderbilt out of the conversation to begin with. I take Oklahoma out of the conversation at 25-1. That's just based on the last couple of years when, granted, I wanted to run Brett Venables out of Norman, but I think he's done a good job this offseason building the roster back, getting a quarterback. I'm going to say GTFO. Mississippi State will definitely win the fewest games in the SEC this season, and I don't have to lay a big price if I want to bet that at -125. So GTFO.
All right, moving on to number 2. We talked about ranking the top wide receivers in the NFL via the ESPN article. Someone other than Jamar Chase or Justin Jefferson will lead the NFL in touchdown catches this season. They both have the highest totals on BetMGM. Jamar Chase at 10.5, Justin Jefferson at 9.5, Amon-Ra 8.5, a slew of other guys, Neighbors, T. Higgins, A.J. Brown, Drake London, all at 7.5. GTFO, or oh yeah, on a third receiver, not one of the aforementioned Jefferson or Chase, catching the most touchdown passes in the NFL this season.
This is tough because there's a lot of names I really like on that 7.5 line. Like, I really like the idea of Malik Neighbors hauling in a bunch of big play touchdowns this year as Russ just chucks the ball up and lets him run underneath it. I like the idea of Marvin Harrison Jr., even if I'm not high on Kyler Murray being the key cog in that offense for the Cardinals if they're going to score points this year. So despite liking some of those names that are farther down the list, you mentioned Amon-Ra St. Brown at 8.5, Amir. I like him too. I still got to say GTFO, the leader in receiving touchdowns this year, Kate, is either Chase or Jefferson, one of the LSU guys.
Yeah, I'm with you, GTFO on this one. You look at the guys on the 7.5 line, like Drake London, Mike Evans. He's going to split a lot of those touchdowns with even Emeka Egbuka. Like that receiving core, they're just going to be more spread out. Chris Godwin. I think with Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase, like especially Jamar Chase, he's going to have to do a lot of the scoring like we saw from the Bengals last year because of how bad the Bengals defense is. Like it's going to be the offense that totally carries that team, and Jamar Chase is going to be the beneficiary of a lot of that. Same with Justin Jefferson to a little lesser extent. I do like Amon-Ra St. Brown, but again, you have a lot of skill players that can kind of spread around some of those touchdowns, especially in the run game. Plus, what does that offense look like without Ben Johnson there? Does that take a step back at all? So I think it is I mean, in my mind, it's a clear cut that it's either Chase or Jefferson that are going to be leading the league. So I will say GTFO on that one.
Now, circling back to the NFC East, Kate, at least you seemed to be on the side of the Eagles repeating for the first time since 2004 in the NFC East. How about the Eagles will three-peat in the NFC East at least before someone else wins that division? GTFO or oh yeah? They won it 4 times in 2004. The last time this happened. That was their 4th time in a row.
I'm gonna say GTFO. I think the Commanders, give them 2 years, and I think the Commanders will be at the top of the division. Don't expect a whole lot from the Cowboys or Giants, but 3 years in a row is tough, especially this division, which hasn't had a repeat winner in 20 years. To all of a sudden say some team's gonna rip off 3 division wins in a row. As good as the Eagles are, I think the Commanders are coming for them.
It's a good point you make. The Commanders are coming and are going to challenge the Eagles for a while at the top of that division. But I think what I love is something I mentioned earlier about the Eagles, how Howie Roseman has rebuilt their defense, especially the secondary on the fly. Awful a couple years ago, right? And he's brought in all these youngsters. He's jettisoned the veteran guys. And I think that is exactly what you need when you're going up against Jaden Daniels. You need a secondary that can lock up the opposing receiving core, assuming McLaurin stays in Washington, which I think will end up working itself out as much as they want to argue about money right now. You need to lock up the opposition receivers, make difficult decisions for the opposing quarterback. It's like the defenses in the AFC North building to go against Lamar and Joe Burrow every year. In the AFC East, you got to build to go against Hurts. And in this case, if you're the Eagles, build to go against Daniels. And I think he's done a great job of that. So I'm going to say not a macho man, oh yeah, but I will give it a very mild sort of Kool-Aid man before he throws his shoulder into the brick wall. Oh yeah, I think the Eagles could three-peat as NFC East champs before somebody else wins it.
All right. And up next, we talked a little bit about the NBA expansion, rather. We didn't rank the cities because we went to a travel story instead and talked about getting passports, going to the DR, little vacation. But just to circle on back to that, GTFO or oh yeah, on a current NBA team will relocate before a new expansion team and city are named. GTFO or oh yeah?
I think this is always a distinct possibility, and maybe why you see the NBA drag their feet just a little bit on expanding to Las Vegas or back to Seattle, because they want to have that ace in the hole, so to speak, that they look at and say, well, yeah, if your franchise is in trouble, if it can't get the right arena deal, if the market isn't supporting it quite the way it used to, we got Vegas, right? There are all the wild rumors after the Luka trade about Mavericks ownership wanting a casino still not legalized in Texas. Is this a big thing to just make it so that the Mavs can set up a move to Vegas someday down the line? I'm not buying into that. It's very tinfoil hattish, but I do buy into the fact that 30 very rich people want to stay as rich as they are, or get more rich, I should say, and they don't want to split the pie. They're not excited anyway to split the pie 32 ways rather than 30 ways, especially when you've got a massive new TV deal starting. So I won't give it a full-on, oh yeah, but oh yeah, I could definitely see relocation being on the table for a struggling franchise before we necessarily get to expansion in the NBA, Kate.
I was going to give this a hard GTFO, but you make a great argument, Chris. Like, especially the owners not wanting to split the pot with another couple teams. Like, they are greedy in that sense that if one of them could move their franchise to Las Vegas, because I think that's where the next team is, whether it's a relocation or an expansion. Now, if LeBron is done playing after this season, does he push for his own team in Las Vegas, and maybe that is how we get our next one? So I'm gonna just make my own rules here and say I don't know. Neither. Not GTFO and not oh yeah. This is just the Kate. We'll call it the Kate rule.
Just a big shrug, a shrug emoji. Yeah. All right. Jake says he's got one for us for GTFO or oh yeah. Where are you going?
I will stick in the NBA as well. And regarding the news that we got yesterday, GTFO or oh yeah, the Clippers move from 20-1 to 20-1 after the Bradley Beal signing is just correct, because it's just another guy that wants to go hang out with his friends and be hurt all the time.
Kate?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Macho Man's here.
Yep, that is correct. Bradley Beal moving over to the Clippers. The odds should not have moved. Like, Vegas did it right. Keep it the exact same as it should. I would have been more surprised if they did move and get shorter than them just staying flat where they are and staying the same.
Yeah, as well, I give it the, oh yeah, I'm going to snap into a Slim Jim like Kate has the last couple of breaks while she's starving and running to find
Slim Jim.
You can't do 3 in 30 minutes, Kate. You can't be doing that.
Sounds like a challenge to me.
Yeah.
That's a challenge.
Get a little something to take the edge off.
Mm-hmm. Yep. GTFO or oh yeah, Kate can eat 3 Slim Jims in the course of 45 minutes. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I do think like it's that tells you all you need to know about this move. Now, granted, I know the Suns were doing it to get the number off the books for Bradley Beal, but the Clippers side of this thing is just why? Why? It's the Ryan Reynolds gif, the meme of but why? Like what does this do for the Clippers that they're willing to take on Bradley Beal? Like you said earlier, they'll be lucky if all 3 of these guys, Kawhi, Harden, and Beal, are on the floor together for more than 45 games.
It doesn't do anything for me. If anything, it feels kind of like Ballmer, similar to Matt Ishbia in Phoenix. Like Bradley Beal, the name carries more weight than like what his performance actually does, and so that's why like they think the names makes the roster sound so much better. In reality, not exactly the case.
Ballmer's just collecting basketball cards at this point. We'll find some things to bet on tonight. We'll update you on the Open Championship as well. We'll do that before we wrap up Bet Sweats next, right here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Lightning bets in just a moment to wrap things up here on Bet Sweats, as well as a quick update on the Open Championship leaderboard. Before we wrap up the show alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. This is Bet Sweats. We're in for Joe O and Sammy P. Don't forget, if you missed anything at all today or at all this week, amongst all the college football and NFL previews we've done conference by conference and division by division, can always go back and get us in podcast form, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you download your shows. And some great takes on the award markets for the second half of the MLB season from Josh Inglis of Covers.com just a little over an hour ago as well. All waiting for you, and you can always take us live so you don't miss anything inside your Odyssey app, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps as well, live coast to coast here on the BetMGM Network. Before we get to the update on the Open Championship, Kate, before we get to what few bets we may have on tonight's board, and maybe some futures we could throw out there as well, since we've talked so much about these conference and NFL previews throughout the week, let's go to a concert. Who wouldn't like to go to a Coldplay concert, right? I'm sure they put on a great show. Let's go to a Coldplay concert Wednesday night at Gillette Stadium in Boston, shall we? And as they do sometimes at sporting events or even at concerts, they bust out the old kiss cam, right? And we're going to have fun. We're going to show different couples. We're going to make them smooch. You'll find awkward interactions in the crowd, maybe. Everybody has a good laugh, and then we move on to the next song. They did that during the Coldplay show at Gillette Stadium, and it's turned into a disaster for one couple because, well, they're not supposed to be a couple. Listen to this.
Oh, look at these two. All right, come on. You're okay? Oh, what? Either they're having an affair or they're just very shy.
Guess what, Chris Martin? It was the former, not the latter. They are having an affair. Andy Byron, the CEO of a software development firm called Astronomer, and his chief people officer, Kristen Cabot, were seen standing with each other, his arms around her midsection. And as soon as the camera hit them, bang, they both disappeared off camera. She turned around, he dove off camera, and that's why you heard Chris Martin say, ooh, they must be very shy. No, they just didn't want to get busted. Too late. Everybody's seen it now, Kate.
I mean, this is very unfortunate for the two of them and their respective partners because they are both married. I understand the reaction of like wanting to die immediately when you're on the kiss cam, or like, you know, they separate quickly. But if they had just played it cool and just stayed in their little locked arms, no one would have known. It wouldn't have been a big deal. It would have gone by the wayside. But it's the reaction, and I would have done. I mean, I think anyone would have had that same reaction of like being like, "Oh crap, we just got got." But that's not good. And like, we're all making fun of it online, and it is hilarious, quite frankly.
Yeah.
But like, if that's how you find out you're getting cheated on, that's how you find out your marriage is in shambles, is on the kiss cam at Coldplay.
Yeah.
Woo! That's a rough morning waking up for the two spouses this morning.
Yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, the HR chief describes herself on LinkedIn as someone who wins trust with employees of all levels, from CEOs to managers to assistants. Oh, she's winning the CEO's trust, all right. Uh-huh.
Chris, you're a good creeper. You're like a good, like investigator. That's phenomenal. Usually it's the women. It's us, psychos that are usually better at creeping. But I didn't even think to go to LinkedIn.
Yep, they're there.
I'm proud.
And she is winning her CEO's trust. Man, this is just so bad. We have an update on this, Jake?
Yeah, and this is via Twitter, so who knows how real this is. But I'm choosing to believe it's real. But according to the internet streets, the wife of Astronomer CEO Andy Byron has updated her Facebook account to remove Byron from her last name and has now gone back to her maiden name on Facebook. So, sorry, Andy. Busted, pal.
Oh, my God. This gets better by the
She's
second.
gonna take him for everything he's worth too.
Absolutely.
Finding out like that. I did see that a lot of people have gone to her Facebook and have just started commenting on former posts that she has about this situation. So she sees it as if it hasn't already been brought to her attention.
So
wow, already switching your name.
If you're her,
as of an hour ago too. So
wow. If you are her, do you lean into this woman scorned angle and turn it into something like you become an influencer or something, or like
you capitalize on it and you monetize it in some facet, and then you also put the screw to him with the lawyers. Like you just get it all. CEO of a software development company, guy's got to be worth a lot.
That's like you take everything you can from it, and then you just go retire into a quiet life. Like I don't even think you need.
You go to the DR, you take your passport, and you hit the Dominican Republic.
Come
check
on.
your
Why don't you
expiration.
turn the knife while you're
There
at
you
it,
go.
Kate?
What?
Jeez, take your
Get a
passport
nice
and just
beef
run off
stick
to the
at all
Dominican.
inclusive.
Also, like anybody who hasn't seen this video, I implore you to go see the video. I mean, just open Twitter, you'll find it immediately. The way he drops to his knees to get off camera is the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. Like there's people, like somebody quote tweeted, a Big Cat friend of the show quote tweeted, said, did he just crawl out of the suite just to make sure he was not on camera again? Like that's what you got to do. You just have to go tail between the legs, all fours. Excuse me, sorry, just trying to get by here. It's just hilarious video.
Everyone already saw them too. Like the deed was done by the time they are both crawling away. She turns around as if showing her face is going to make the situation, or not showing her face is going to make the situation disappear. Like you've already been all over the Jumbotron, honey.
Underrated part of that video is the friend next to her too, who's just like leaning on the rail and just goes, damn. Like you can just see her face. You're like, well, sucks to be you guys. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Like, also, that's the thing, too. That's what I always think about with people who get busted on kiss cams like that. You got, like, I get it, like, risk analysis, but, like, how likely are you to be the ones on the Jumbotron? But you gotta know it's a risk. And, you like, when they start showing other people on the Jumbotron, you go, hey, there's a slight
I'm gonna go
chance.
get a hot dog.
Maybe
That's
we go
when you
5
get up
feet
and,
apart, arm's length, leave some room for Jesus here until they move on to the next song and the next segment of the show.
Or if you're not smart enough to do that, I guess you're probably not smart enough to do this either, but you play into it because we see fake kiss cam bits all the time, right? I mean, you play into it and you like hug her tighter, or give her like a kiss on the cheek or something, and then she fake slaps you, right? And it's a whole bit.
The
and that's how you
interlocked
get out
arms
of it.
around the waist is a tough one to sell, though. I don't know how much you're getting away with that one.
If there are any like positions that you can be in public that aren't like over the top but show affection, the around the waist locked arms is at the top of those. Like even if you just had a hand behind an arm behind the back or anything, that's not as bad. But like she's fully engulfed in his arms. That there's no there is no getting around that one.
Oh,
engulfed is crazy, Kate. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm sorry. Other people's pain is our joy here at Bet Sweats, but that's life. I mean, the firm reportedly valued it over $1 billion. So, sayonara to over half of those stock options.
Wow,
Andy Byron, they're gone.
Yeah. Yikes. Well, also the head of HR of it to be all other like senior employees. The head of HR Has she not completed the HR training? I still have a zillion of these things in my inbox of like trainings I have to do. Sorry, bosses, I'll get it done shortly. Outing myself, but like
I'm sure.
anti-harassment training, like she is the leader of that. You go to one Coldplay concert and all of that goes out the window, woman? Come on.
And you just know there's somebody that got fired recently that is just like, I knew it.
Oh, man. Like Jake said, go find it. It's on TikTok and Twitter and
That's so
Instagram. It's everywhere. You can't miss it this morning. Credit to Chris Martin. You know he's practiced that line before when they've gone to the kiss cam where he's like, oh, they're either having an affair or just very shy. And he knows he's going to just absolutely nail someone to the wall with it once. And he pulled it off in Boston the other night. So golf clap to Chris Martin, too. You can criticize Coldplay all you want. Big move by him.
He's been waiting 20 years to deliver that line.
Yeah, and it finally delivered. Finally brought down the hammer. Quick update of the Open Championship. We've now got a 4-way tie at the top of the leaderboard at 4 under. Aaron Rai has joined Jacob Skov Olesen and Huatang Lee and Matt Fitzpatrick. Olesen, Lee, and Fitzpatrick have all finished their round. Rai just about to make the turn. And then you've got at least half a dozen guys at 3 under, including Scotty Scheffler, whose number has dropped down to 250 from 5-1 where it was before this thing started. So you lost your number on Scheffler if you were going to go ahead and go in on him at the Open this weekend. Any bets for tonight, Kate? I mean, there's Summer League. I guess that's really all that's going on.
I have nothing for tonight. We're taking a little break. I will give out, we talked SEC. I do like Oklahoma's win total over 6.5. I'll give out that as a future. That's heavily juiced. So if you can find a book where you can bet a alt line over 7.5 wins, you get a significantly better price. And I still think that that is a fair number for them to get to 8 wins this season. Also, that's all I have.
That's it. That's good.
That's it.
I got Oklahoma at a little bit of a long shot, better than 5-1 at BetMGM, plus 525 to go to the CFP. And yes, Vanderbilt over 5.5 wins. I think they get to 6 this year. We will give you some national championship and college football playoff bets tomorrow. We'll look at the Heisman market as well. Wrap up our NFL division by division previews with the North divisions of both the AFC and NFC, and get you ready for the start of the second half of the MLB season. For Amir Tyree, Brian Gertch, and Jay Kassan, for Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. This has been Bet Sweats.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
All right.